Thank you very much. And this is a special session that was requested, and 18 members of the Navajo Nation's 24th Navajo Nation Council have signed on to this. So again, with overwhelming approval, that's the reason why we're having this special session here today. Today's date is Friday, January 7th, 2022. Time now is 12:10 a.m. We're here we're usually in the Navajo Nation Council chambers, but this time we're working remotely, but we are in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We are calling this meeting to order at this time. So before we move on, let's make sure we have a roll call and then we'll go on from there. Again, good morning, colleagues and everybody listening in. Mr. Rico.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, Speaker. Delta Kellen's online.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber
This is
Canesba.
Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, Halona is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Good morning.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present. I was muted. Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am here, present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Yate, I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 19 members present, including yourself.
Delegate James, present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. 20 members present.
Thank you very much, Ms. Socha. With that, colleagues, 20 members present this morning at officially on our roll call for our special session here at on Friday, January 7th, 2022. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down with our invocation at this time. Is there any volunteers to do an invocation this morning?
Speaker, I'm willing to provide invocation.
Thank you. Honorable Otto
Tell
So.
yourself.
Good morning, Honorable Otto So. Go ahead.
On skanjet out of the it's not anki do yat ipen ide ya hota around it's not anki ade dosnant ashit yada di nito ashit so shit agoshin tozun that is do kon hit yin shin sa abe be abe be tahol tahandeshin tozun shin ya ho di jobe na abe hot ali kodo jobe ba to de na dahnit to listo hot na ba hono aronda that yanan kase that ne the lasta sadni in the out holdish nehdi inaba hadish kedo hot anash ko hodo sinta ko me hadis soduzun kodo hojodo lis na stani ma johna in hitha adon da kodo ni is kag nische ni tra slago kompe na hitzi ko ni is kag ke hit na sach ma johna ishu tra ishenge ko asani zini ko ne we dani tle ni yaje dani tle ni tsui dani tle ni digi dani tle asani zini it kon is kag ke hit ini adnani clean ni kawan sin asani zini it ego don da ho ni sakis ni hinnet na te ni tage ben ha hunsin na cha man lini ren lini kodo ka kodon hikidin i do ni che jo pa ini do ade ya also ho nan sen lini beda inani ado nan sen lini da tani net is has in lini da tani kodon ni khanila a ba na che ya ho ntis ka ya ho chish don da ko ado la da halon ko ba na che be ke hi e do be fa da hi o do ben bi che ho ni ntis ka ge yo ho no ni ego ad des lado johna ein lini shantin antin ntis ka ge ya ho e na ho li ako ho ba na che string e ya ko ne ta ya te ho ne ta do le ni cha nal te do le to ni cha na khai do le ni cha e ya ko do nda so zin do le asani zini ego a don da ko ntis ka ge a ho ego no de ta na sa de ka has a ge kwani ya na na yi la do le a shi ne la ko a ka shin sa de kin da ho shi a kon de ope ko jo ni che jo pa ini tsin a lo ko do o de ka sin ti na ni plini ko di string ishin ko ni is ka ni net is ka ge na do ne o hi ta do ti ta ho ni do ta do ta ga ya anda ha ti a do shi ya ho ta asa ni tsini ho asa ni ga has age ni hit ya do ni konsulage ni hon eskislage sanatza ni ha hon zin on khabch na idi ka yo che inda do le san ma ti konal to gi za gonda do le za gona screen do le ani string ko a chin lin chin yaje yes ti da lin a chin lin ko do ben hada e do a to in na da yego da yi sai ben ka ani ka hol jis even ne ko no ka o ni na a to le yo ho to na biya dishti ja shin ko ni ka ho ni ga ge ko shin ya na za shin ko ona ka ti bi sa ko ni ka shin da do le ni za ko da le ni za ko na sti e ko do ni chin na na ni ma a jo na e ni ka shan ti ni ka ti ina ni e ya ne den tin a do a dit ego da so ni cha pe na do le to ni cha kin ti do le ne e ta do le ne ni zi do le ne e zi do le even ye ti a ho pa ni ego ko ne we ita ni lin su ta ni lin di ni e ba na che di stringe o de asa ni lin ego no ka ne ni lin ki o jo pa ini stringe ko is ka do ko je des age nischin lini kazo ko ni kan dalto fiat e hin che kan che do tis ni se son che tis eni ka no ka ge tis e ya dazle o be na dit a hin on Jay Zolly at El. Yat El be he not only it is. I don't know combat national. Only me that on the shouldn't in clean shouldn't net. She has a. It is what answer so in such in only. Away you done either. I can't oh. The harmony sent. So now we jump at Agogo. In Canita. Now we jump at Anning for the machine so that it's up. On this string in it for the delay. It's in vain. The string and net ashin that do ya. The never chase Zolly and the husband. Yada will cause inside not less. Anani. Not in. A the string hasn't hit only. Nash a it does only. And it's from the eat this only. And it's for Kate in it. A job by anything, even yet, in the funny him. I don't could off the nutch up in the card. They didn't slag on his son leaning yard icky. They didn't stand that outly. Oh, the home. It is a car in Sayala icky, but that will stop. It is a car. That cold, that's late. I don't baby nothing. I agent that was she. Nan sen lean yard icky had that yard icky had that no say. La cajon that occurs. Yard icky called a car. And yet, she no son him. Oh, and so on, see. You string a call. It says, who's on no son him. He kid who's on. He yagi, don't he kick it. Don't he not it out to hold you to this. The string in the car did not any lean hotly. And it shipping it not take up and suck his not take. And her net a go she yakuto. Not unleany, the Nayana Radi ya. Nabi sad only so. Nabi yaskit only. And leaning Radi aye. Yaskit go. At Bazat yat at Bazat hat at the Zato yat ita. A condemned lady beta in none, a neddy chance kid on it. Ah, what other thing, ya. The nether his ego cared me that order of his aunt suck his. A baby natural. Untre so by anything. Even natural is finger. As I need in it, Zinigi. And now, really, it's a whole on. Need clean only. Would you not spleen? Would you not spleen? Would you not spleen? Would you not spleen? Go on, milk. Send the floor back over to you, speaker.
Star six, Speaker.
There, thank you. I was talking to myself. Thank you very much, Honorable Otto So, and thank you very much for blessing the day, the nation, and praying for everyone, especially during this time again. I know that there's a lot of families out there who are hurting, and there's a lot of even our staff that are dealing with this virus right now again. So keep everyone in your prayers. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down to next order of business on our proposed agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Any recognitions at this time, colleagues? Going
Chair,
twice.
this is Delegate.
Honorable Daniel. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Apologize for those, Speaker. I call you Chair. So, good morning, colleagues. 24th Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Chairman Otto So, Behin Ziggy, teaching the national needs less I don't change your is that less I don't the rate if it's a last for it or habit additionally I say that banana at one and I just want to say thank you to all the veterans that we are they conduct that's one and the hand I see those habit in it or let's go I read that chapter official 110 chapters chapter official Senegi chapter staff AMS CSC chapter managers added that chapter president, vice president, secretary, treasurer added that the permanent also land board or a hand it in it or the call a call Katana Kinaha Kodona Reda D Kodo Ado Land Hitch not equal Kodo and Kodo the never car not walkie the I think how a hand it in it or less Kodo with a bed that Kodo as she may be to the Katona Kodo I ask they are not they don't let go on it. So I see those here have been made to all the chapter officials, to all the chapter staff, 110 chapters, that in Mexico, not only change the house, so it all here have been made Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for that recognition. Colleagues, we'll continue on. Is there any other recognitions at this time? If there's not, colleagues, I do want to, before we continue on down, I know that this is probably, well, I think this is the best time to announce this, that I have made the decision that due to the high number of recognizing the staff, that there's a high number of cases that are coming in internally within not only the campus there here in Window Rock, that we are going to be working remotely starting today. I'm having all the offices cleaned. And all the offices, not just here in Window Rock, but all the offices under the legislative branch, due to the high number of COVID cases that are coming in from our staff. And it's going to be up to the department managers to see when the best possible time is to return. But again, due to the high number of cases that are coming, colleagues, I had to make that decision. We still will make sure that there is going to be working access to the daily management, including everything that the finance office is doing, where it's P cards and the claims, but also working together with individual staff on some of the initiatives that we're continuing to work on in order to get some of these legislations to the winter session. So again, colleagues, that notice is being formally going out here shortly. But I had to make that decision due to the fact of the high number of cases that are coming in and the number of staff that have reported that they have been in contact or do have tested positive for the COVID-19 variant or one of the variants. So again, thank you, colleagues. But again, that notice is formally going out. There's no other recognitions, colleagues. I'm going on down to review and adopt the agenda.
Speaker.
Yes, Chairman Daniel. So,
Oh, I can't have lunch at Chile. Yeah, it is needle. Hero sitting there, so tears in it. I'd like to basically, we received some wonderful news yesterday regarding the Arizona State Legislature. We had a Navajo representative resign, and a vacancy was declared, and the Coconina Board of Supervisors appointed a member of the Navajo Nation to fill that vacant position. And I'd like to recognize Teresa, who will assume the Senate seat on Monday, this coming Monday. We appreciate her stepping up to say, yes, I can do the job. I will do the job to the best of my abilities. And so I want to recognize Miss Teresa Hatley. She's on the call now. And if the colleagues will allow, and speaker will allow, we could have her introduce herself to the Navajo Nation Council. Yeah. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, Chairman Daniel. So I give it to the council. If there's any opposition at this time, we can have our new appointed I guess we would say interim senator selected speak, Ms. Hatley. Is there any opposition at this time, colleagues?
No opposition. Let her speak.
If there is no opposition, Ms. Hatley, are you on the line? You have 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I don't hear so.
Oh,
She being between initially, as she has chain to buy it as she chedo to this kitchen, it as she's not I don't take on her son there, other a shit at Nessa, Shimado, Shaja, Jack, do Bessie Hatley. A Shinessa, Ado the quid and nachia da digging the nestling ben dan hit the nest trinigate ego. Ado bishkay J sto keta hat indo naha as chinedo adon hit so keta hija ado nahada nesto kea do the pedo lindo bekashi aholo ako here agao the deshnil shinat Ado besta bepasta besh pasa ane tanolini but here listen
and they're not the kind that
Ado
work so hard to try and save and it's
hello, Nikita. You're on. Can you mute your phone?
Ado ado ye ado ba akun sene shich honne do ado hika deal with shit ni ado goshin jashin dini akon shik dini sto and I don't believe that I would be here without the support, the teachings and the prayers of my parents, my relatives. Ado shahat khali sto ado shanat ani sto and as sergeant, I really try to listen in on the Navajo Nation Council and to listen. And I can only hope and go forward and work to carry that, the multi-voices of our indigenous people, our rural communities in all areas and aspects of the inequities that constantly tie us to not be prosperous, but to always be positive and to go forward. So I look forward to working with you. I look forward to meeting with you. I understand opening day is already on Monday. It's just a whirlwind of activities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Totley, and thank you very much for presenting here before the Navajo Nation Council. And we'd love for you to join us too, as well as we continue to work together with you through all the endeavors in the future and all the endeavors in the past that you'll be carrying on the torch from many past leaders in order for us to go ahead and there's a lot of issues and concerns that my members, not only from Arizona, but rest of the council has with that's going to need your assistance. So again, thank you very much for being here with us, and we look forward to working with you. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any other recognitions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's continue on down. Item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead and read the proposed agenda into the record, and then if there's any comments, questions, concerns, or any additions or deletions, I'll go over to the floor. But at this time, Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication Friday, January 7th, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports none. 5, old business none. 6, new business. New business A, legislation 0268-21. B, legislation 0243-21. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, at this time, is there a motion on our agenda?
Speaker?
Yes.
This is Edmund, sir. I'll before I make the motion, just real quick, you mentioned that the offices are going to be closed because of the virus, and I know we are getting a lot feedback from hospitals in the same situation, but maybe a note to the president, and to think about the executive staff too as well on this rising of this COVID again, but we continue in our prayers. Speaker, sir, I make the motion.
Okay, with that, thank you, Chairman, for that recognition too as well. There is a motion on the floor by Chairman Yazzie on the agenda this morning. Is there a second?
Second, Halona.
Second by Honorable Halona. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions at this time on our agenda?
Delegate James here, Speaker.
Yes, good morning, Honorable James. Floor is yours.
Another speaker, and then members of the council. I'd like to make a request, an amendment to the agenda to hear a report from our division director from social service, Deanna Gishi, in regards to the social service package, burial assistant that has been lifted from all the mortuaries. And so I'd like to add that as a report. Colleagues, I believe this information is vital for our Navajo people, and they need to know in regards to what has happened and with the burial assistant of the Navajo Nation under the social service package. Thank you, Chanel, the speaker, and the motioning parties and my colleagues.
Speaker Eugene So, second the motion.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Vince James on amendment number 1. And Mr. Rico, Chief, you got that information. Just reach out to Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, and the report will be an update on the burial assistance that social services is overseeing, and if there's any changes that has taken, and what are those changes, and how does that impact the Navajo people directly. And the second, that is by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker Callan.
Yes, Honorable Keelan McGay.
Chairman, Speaker, requesting Schneider to include adding legislation 21521 to the agenda if indicated as such. Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve time at 4:47.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, sorry, I just tried to make sure that we point out to make sure that 215 is eligible. At this time, it's an action related to the NAPC Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Marcus Tooley to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for the term of 4 years as a Central Agency Council Representative. And that's a motion to modify by Honorable Keelan Begay to Honorable Vince James and Honorable Eugene So. Honorable James, adding on 215-21.
That is okay with me, Don Speaker, and Chanel, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. Thank you. Great. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. Okay. No. I have you in the queue to talk on the amendment 1.
Get me out of the queue, Che.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newton, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. I just have a question. How is 215-21 an emergency? I understand that this is a confirmation. It should have been added to the agenda prior to the petition, I guess, to be added as giving people some time to comment on this. I don't see 215 as being an emergency right now. So I'd like to know why we would be considering adding this this item to the agenda. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Reserve your time at
4 minutes, 29 seconds.
4 minutes, 29 seconds. That, Mr. Rico, if you could, well, let me say this, Madam Chair, the Navajo Nation Council petition that went out specifically stated that there would just be a request to have a special session. It didn't, for today. And in that request, it said that there was items on here that wanted to be discussed. And in doing that, I do see that legislation 0268-21 is an emergency legislation. But legislation 0243-21 is not an emergency legislation, and that was already on there on the actual petition. In there too, there's also additional language. The last sentence in the petition states that there's if and other eligible. I don't have the petition in front of me, but there's other eligible legislations that wanted to be discussed too as well. At that time, historically, and every petition has been made up like that. So it's up to the council to decide if you want to add these items onto the agenda. And it's up to the council and with your vote to state that, yes, we want to move forward on this. But let me go to Ledge Council if there's any additional information to answer that question, Madam Chair. Anybody on for Ledge Council?
Good morning. I apologize for I couldn't find the mute button. I was looking right now. I had a little bit of problems on my emails today. And so Chairwoman is asking about which legislation as to why it's an emergency?
She's asking because legislation 215-21 is not an emergency legislation. I guess I don't want to speak for you, Madam Chair, but I think what you're saying is why are we adding it on when it's not an emergency legislation? But what I'm trying to explain is that when we did the petition, and there was a petition that was requested, that at that time, there is language in that petition that says other legislations as well that are available to be discussed at council. And that's the reason why we are in order for Honorable Keon Begay's request to modify Amendment 1, which Vince James has accepted, to add on legislation 215-21 in his amendment to put that on our agenda for today.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't really know how to, this is Ms. Bobroff again. I really don't know how to answer the question other than the petition allows for additional legislations to be added to the agenda. There is not a requirement that the items that legislation added to the agenda today have to be emergency legislations. So I think I'm missing part of the question. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Lewin. Madam Chair, I don't know if you got your information.
Speaker, is time going to be taken away from me?
I'm not taking time away from your question.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So my question, Dana, is in terms of adding legislation to the agenda, I know that delegates in the past have argued that the agenda is posted for public view and also in terms of being transparent to let the Navajo people know what we're going to be talking about. So I look at legislation 215-21 as, you know, it wasn't added to the agenda. So there wasn't any information provided to the people about this item being added to the agenda for debate today. We are 2 weeks from winter session, 2 weeks away from winter session. So I just wondered, you know, why and I know in the past we've added legislations that were, you know, that we argued were emergency legislations because we were facing a deadline or because, you know, it was going to affect the Navajo people as a whole. I just, my question is specifically adding 0215-21. I'm reading the legislation. It doesn't look like it's an emergency. It doesn't look like there's a time requirement added to it. And I understand that, you know, we can add legislations to special sessions that we have, but at the same time, we're only 2 weeks away from winter session. Is there a need or is there an emergency for confirming an individual to sit on government development? And if this is the precedent that we're going to set, that we can add anything to the agenda, then, you know, how is that being transparent to our Navajo people if there's not an emergency? Thank you. That's my question, Dana.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that actually that is a question for the leadership to make a determination as to whether they want to add that legislation to the agenda. They're able to do that. So the decision to add that is up to the delegates and their vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barboff. And again, at this time, Madam Chair, it's up to council to decide if council votes to add that on. If there's enough votes, then we add it onto the agenda. But you are correct. The council session is 2 weeks away. With that, moving on down. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker Callan.
McKeon, I can come back to you if there's no other comments or questions. I have you in reserve time. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? There's not. I'm going to go back to you, Honorable McKeon Begay, with 4 minutes and 47 seconds on Amendment 1.
Speaker Do, Shanantani Glenigi, any legislation is always up to the council to for any amendment, and even the petition that we've signed indicates other legislation. Na kete kwedishin aidan asli president nile. Betahi dot pass it ya dot katlabeta any policies. I don't see no difference of any way we've been doing in asking question to add 215. But should the council say that, well, let it wait until the winter session, it's up to you guys. The legislation, government development. Washington then has only no Washington nag that's all. Yeah. So I don't have a problem if you choose not to support it, but it will come up at the winter session as well. ako akwagi ki shaba kono sendo be ha honi zeno ya te a ishi an here legislation ala ilna ko goida ko shin be case zinkle ado ta shata ko ta eda obchan le ta banti ta le to jun de international test to ko to shin you ko to because of the three quorum legislation, I probably see a lot of local chapter officials on the council, on the line listening in. Call a quacky key koto dik legislation do has ani adol I don't want this particular legislation to be in a situation where it's going to be debated forever and ever, but it's just a matter of appointing an individual to the government development so that they'll be able to continue make recommendation and engaging with the Navajo people of how they want to improve the Navajo Nation government. But I just ask for your support in moving forward. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councilman with that comment. Let me go ahead and continue on down. Back on reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I'm looking at my calendar and I just keep thinking, okay, we're really maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 work days away from winter session. And so when this petition came forward, I didn't sign the petition. And, because to me, this should, it in my opinion, I think we could have waited those 9 days to debate these legislations, but they are here. There was enough people who did sign the petition to get them debated today. I just think with when we add legislation to an agenda, that we basically are telling the people that this situation was an emergency, so we had to add it, and that's why we didn't tell you it was going to be on the agenda. And I know that in the past we have done it, but I look at those things in the past as being emergencies. And I know that delegates have been questioned, in the same fashion, how is this, why does this constitute an emergency? Why can't it wait until council session? But I think it has been already stated that it will be up to the delegates on how they vote on this. I just worry because we put out an agenda to the public and we say that this is what we're going to debate on. This is what we are coming together and this is what we're going to be talking about. And we still have many of our Navajo people who believe that we get paid $1,000 for these sessions when we really don't. But at the same time, we start adding things to the agenda. And when we do that, we're basically telling the people that, we're surprising you. We're adding this in. But for me, it's easier to say we added this in because it was an emergency, because we felt like this is an issue that should be addressed right away. I like the report on the burial. I think it needs to happen. But, I think if people saw that was going to be on the agenda, more people would be involved in listening in so that they can get more information on the burial. And this is a report. And then the same thing with 215-21, confirming individual to sit on government development, to me doesn't seem like it is an emergency or it can't wait, is what I'm saying. So I'm going to be voting red on this because I think that our people need to be informed when we are meeting, and they need to be informed on what we're meeting on. Otherwise, we're just throwing surprise curveballs at them. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Herman Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ecuador.
Oh.
Ecuador colleagues, 24th Nomination Council who don't yet. I don't know the amendment then it's I don't know the case look at I don't know the legislation 215 beetle so need the motioning parties concurred. Oh, I bought on the court. Oh, she be how the need next either. Other adults at the either. But I hate so I get so inhuman and got special session. Any legislation that is ready for council can be added on. I don't know a petition out of a car. I don't see the radar. Those but I had not a car go see the sheet winter session and on age now see I feel legislation see that. I'm not a car do I don't see banana heat, no see do that so add. So out I did out of an age and later this is not new. This has been done in the past with the heat so okay. Out of has on it double car so I'm ready to move forward with all the guys ready to vote. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1?
Mr. Speaker, so.
Honorable Otto So on Amendment 1.
Oh, yeah, I did call Banyada Neri. I don't actually I need we have set precedents and moving forth. I don't stop that new I don't stop Benajanaski or so that need the other side what Madam Chair talks about. The Nebuchadnezzar. Hey, so that's another thing that can really that's on our shoulders. Ado pada hasna aje o di belana da sotlita. Not an need all this. You know, there's community members that say that, you know, especially like some of the other past legislations that has passed. But if there's a 24-hour notice for meeting and getting the general public to know what's on the agenda, I think that's an order. But I know we did set precedent on this, so and then later not saying that this is wrong, but just something to make it does make your mind think on civil case. She put up need the special petition says other. But I think we need to really emphasize and make the law clear on the term other, on what it is, because, we could add on any legislation on other, on a special petition. So, I don't, need special, summer session or winter session, which was just so, the shin not get not as 2 days, as 3 days, that's the day and that is big. I don't think we're gonna have much on winter session, so this is something that's there, and you have the audience during the winter session, and the confirmation is a really good place to entertain a confirmation. Just a comment out with it. But anyway, with that, cat, thank you. Wait my time.
Hello, are we still on?
Sorry, somebody muted me. Thank you, Honorable Otto, for that comment. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions right now on Amendment 1?
Speaker Freeland.
Keelan.
Honorable Freeland, and I can come back to you, Honorable Keon Begay, reserve time. You have 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours. On Amendment 1.
Speaker, colleagues and staff and all those listening, I want to say good morning to our 8 regional chapter leadership this morning, and they're all listening, as well as all those in Eastern Agency and our 4 other agencies. Good morning. Just to chime in on this discussion related to the agenda, and I think what Honorable Otto So made was very important. The impetus of setting precedents, and we've done that in the past. And knowing that the winter session is coming up too, that's also debatable. But I was just looking at DIBS, and I think we really need to continue to really educate that these legislations are posted online. Everyone may not have access to them, elders or others that may not have a computer or a phone. But 215 has been posted on DIBS since October 15 of 2021. And these legislations are all on there. And these are for public viewing. And I think maybe we need to give out DIBS's information more educational to promote it and allow and remind the public that, you know what, these legislations are posted for public viewing. And DIBS, I'll give you the address to DIBS. It's dibb.nnols.org. And all our people need to do is log on there if they can and view the legislation 215-21. It's been on there since October. And just wanted to remind ourselves of that. I look at DIBS a lot. I utilize DIBS a lot. It's been very helpful for me when I give my chapter reports on legislations that are impacting our chapters and our people. I refer to DIBS a lot, and I let them know the title, I let them know the number, I let them know the sponsor, and I also let them know the status of the legislation. So just a friendly reminder that DIBS is a tool, a reference that we need to utilize more frequently. So, Speaker, I want to go ahead and I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for that comment. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions before I go back to reserve time? There's none. Honorable Keon Begay, you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Snantano Seniki, Ado Senalikudo Bekeno, Azki, Isiki Binya, Isido, Aji Gisipindito, Listo, Sigisibit, Anna to start on this. A coco with Ada, Nisla, Allah be hat Ato, be what Nel Edo be Hayat, your Johajis, Joe what Ego, Ecuador, Len Linigi, what on Nisli Binna. Hit out the in hunt and do the land dinigito but isan olsen go alle pane kregi jocht aido baby sayat ido in sendashe ko hajosit anin latte tika krego yahanani jigi absin jo by bedini things stot ani ko kodoni yes brother ya had see it this particular legislation has gone through Nabi. I mean, this was even a question when it was included in the consent agenda. Which is zingi that it ada la jot or legends or that na la jat hachet yantika or dot is git hasle on others and the what end at the consultada and the council. I'll do what I can to advocate for my 5 communities and also as a Navajo Nation. Because I don't want to be viewed as I'm surprising the Navajo people of even the legislations. This has been posted, has been commented, and has been gone through the Navajo committee. Ako that ego equadoshi bansi case on listo ashi job in nasi kato list ako dikat a labit nesh hakito kujit nandini baby chin that has egi kwagi kato baby so go baby charging it down in that shit na isiki baby chin hot egi shin to the nolka ako kwagi gishin the na go equadot ana start on the speaker to other in sheet abe cases in the liquid could be the kage as far as the agenda give ko it out the be non be last hit go addition but what in be higher to the name in that the night deal yet hala on the weekly basis. Some of my colleagues could do social media and the could do the lay had to use the hal now could do that day what aha or see that no the not a ko I could also zero about not see the speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kealan Begay, as you are timed out as well. Honorable Kealan Begay, with that, we're moving the request for legislation 215-21 on the Amendment 1. So at this time, on Amendment 1, we're going to be voting on a report from Ms. Neswood Gishi. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1? One twice. One 3 times. That. Go to board on Amendment 1, just a report, adding it onto the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I'll give a gay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Speaker Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Charles
Eugenia
Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman N. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, on Amendment 1, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. Back to our main motion. I did have Honorable Vince James in the queue, and then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, on the main motion of our agenda.
I told her to get my name off of there.
Okay. Thank you. I will remove your name.
Speaker Dame, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Yes. That, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Shenandoah and Lafinigi, Navajo Nation Council, and I think for the prayer, Shenandoah. Good morning. Happy New Year to all on behalf of the 2022 Kagi. Out of the Sanosagi, good morning. I know that we're just Amendment 1 has passed. But I'd like to make a motion to have us go directly to the legislation, and then we can hear the reports afterward, because this petition was for the purpose of getting the emergency that said only. I don't report vacated no Shenandoah. Without motion today, I reserve my time. Yeah. Sherry, second, your turn.
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 16 seconds.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That motion on Amendment number 2 to remove reports behind new business. So that would change up the agenda. We would be going from next on to item number 4 would be old business, and then item number 5 would be new business, and then item number 6 would be reports on this motion. That, Vice Chair Smith with a motion, second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment number 2? One twice. And 3 times. Let's vote on Amendment number 2.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Excuse me. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Elliot Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles
Honor-
Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Elliot votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote that is stop shit.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 2. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and go back to our main motion on our agenda. Any other comments, questions on our agenda today?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Good morning.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. She asked for your prayer. Speaker, my question is regarding, so the Washington office sends out an email on all the tribal consultations that are being conducted. And I appreciate that they provided some feedback on the recent IHS tribal consultation regarding the $3.5 billion that's possibly going to cover all of our SDS projects. My concern, Speaker, is I'm not sure who's speaking on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I did hear our staff from the Water Department get on the line, which was excellent. They provided excellent recommendations. If I could get clarification if the Navajo Nation president, if he spoke on behalf of the nation. There's other tribal leaders on the call that are actually actively lobbying against this funding to fully fund Navajo projects. I know that I've heard from my colleagues that water is very important. These projects are very important. And so I would want to just raise the issue, and if your office could help the delegates understand in terms of how these tribal consultations are planned out, and so that we could have an idea who's going to speak on behalf of the nation. We do need leadership to be on these calls, and we're able to see who's participating, and that's why I'm asking if the president was on the line for the nation and speaking on our behalf. Because these tribal leaders need to know that for Navajo Nation, we're going to stand firm. We're going to fight for what's duly been part of this long, decades-long list, and tribes who are now wanting to restart or create a new project listing that will not stand. And so I think I was dismayed to hear them specifically target Navajo and Alaska, and I'd like to know what's going to be our response. Thank you, Speaker. I will reserve my time to get that update from you, or I'm not sure if we want to add that to an agenda item, or if we could have that discussion in future leadership conversations, as there's different tribal consultations that need Navajo leadership on the call. So if the president or vice president's not able, then there should be a delegate that is talking on behalf of the nation and being fully informed on how we move forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Ambercrotty. I know with us here at the Speaker's office, just to answer your question, if there's any kind of consultation, usually specifically for whether it be an item that's directly under one of the oversights, try to have one of the either the chairs, or the chairs will appoint somebody to be on that one of those calls, or if it's for an area, for a region, we try to help make sure that that we have somebody on those calls for those consultations. But what we can do, Madam Chair Ambercrotty, is I don't know if it can be actually done today, but maybe like you did indicate, what we can do is put together a work session specifically to know who is on these specific tribal consultations, whether they be from each one of the different departments, federal agencies, or some of the state agencies too as well. And then what I can do is make sure that we not only have members of the State Task Force Committee on there as well, but also who we reach out and work with, our lobbyists on our side. And then I'll reach out to Mr. Paulson Chaco and his team to identify who they work with and who the president's working with, and does that include Navajo Nation Washington office as well. So again, we can put that together, Madam Chair, because there is a couple of those items that are on there too as well, that I think that need to be discussed in the future. Hold on, Honorable Daniels, question of privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a question of privilege or point of privilege. This is in regards to a while back, about 3 months back, I made a directive for veterans that don't have homes. Because at that time we were approaching the winter months, the cold season again. Even now, I made a directive to have veterans delegate to provide shelter for homeless veterans. What is the status on that, ADG? I haven't heard anything yet on the I should put on the directive. So Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I will definitely get that information. Staff, if I know that you're on the line, if Ms. Chief Ms. Yazzie, if you could get the staff to get some kind of answer out as early as today to Honorable Daniels on where that's at, the status of that. Thank you. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, you do have 2 minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? On the agenda, before I go back to reserve time. If not, Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. Okay, moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Can you hear me?
Speaker, sorry, that's on my end. I'm double muted. Apologize. So I'll waive my time. Thank you, Speaker, for the follow-up.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? On the agenda. Going twice. Going 3 times. That, Mr. Rico, second reading on our agenda, and then we'll go to the board after that to vote.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, you have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is a report from the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services regarding changes to the burial assistance program packages and the impact it has on the Navajo people, presented by Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Division Director. Amendment number 2 is to rearrange the agenda to new business will be item number 5. Old business will be item number 4, new business item number 5. Reports will be item number 6. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker Keelan, point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. That point of privilege. On McKeown.
Speaker, point of privilege. During the report by the social service, could I request that there be a written response on the status of the low energy, the LAHI application process for Navajo people? That's my point of privilege, Speaker.
And we'll reach out to them as that wasn't in the vote at that time, but I will definitely have staff reach out to social services on the LAHI program. Staff, you got that?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, great. Let's go to the board. Let's vote on accepting our agenda today with 2 amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Speaker Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Shadow Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Claudia votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick
Honorable
Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote is.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Speaker, you have 23 in favor, 0 opposed. The speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. You're not voting, motion carries. And we do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Send that out as quickly as we can here. With that, let's continue on down. Item number 4, old business. There's none. Item number 5, new business. Item number 8 under new business is legislation 0268-21. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record, that's legislation's sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0268-21, an action relating to an emergency authorizing chapters to continue to conduct official business through a quorum of 3 registered chapter members, limiting chapter business to COVID-19 matters, the Navajo Nation Emergency Declaration, budget authorizations, and additional topics approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice, directing the chapters to provide the public with a telephonic and/or video conferencing call-in numbers, allowing the Navajo people to participate in their chapter meetings, and reenacting Resolution CAP-19-20, Sections 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, authorizations that assist the chapter to provide services to their communities in a safe manner. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. This is an emergency legislation. There are no committee reports. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion.
Motion.
Delegate James.
Motion, hello. Second, hello.
Motion by Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazi, second by Honorable
Good
Halona.
one.
That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Hey, with that,
Delegate Kalen.
questions. Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Keon McGee, I'll put you in the queue. Before we do that, let me go on to Honorable Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, 4 zeros. You have 20 minutes on the board on legislation 0268-21.
Speaker, can you put Freeland in the queue too? Thank you.
Faith. Chair Smith, then Keon McGee, and then Honorable Freeland. Honorable Daniels, 4 zeros.
Mr. Speaker, the press can't go to Nana go to yeah. I don't think go to should not ask for Senate go to business and 24th Nomination Council go to yeah. I don't think go to staff, legislative council, legislative services. I don't know go to get down to go to not for state and how the I go to not for state okay go to get down so go to it's an emergency legislation 0268-21 that this legislation is your legislation today the purpose of this legislation is to authorize the chapters to continue to conduct official business through a quorum of 3 registered chapter members, which may be just chapter officials. Official business is to be limited to chapter business directly related to COVID-19 matters and Navajo Nation emergency declaration, budgets, authorizations, and approvals. And additional topics, chapter are to provide chapter public with a telephonic and or video teleconferencing number so that public may participate in their chapter meetings. At the Ecuador, the guy that Ecuador he okay, we up at an think Ecuador holds just this is the third legislation that we're going to be approving. Of course, this is the second one to extend the 3 core Nikki. Of course, Ecuador, you see Ecuador been getting it done. So Ecuador, today, there are variants out there with the Delta variant and also the Omicron. Omicron for the past almost 2 years now, we've been doing business by phone out in the Zoom meeting. So this legislation to extend the 3 core Mickey for another 180 days. So that's 6 months. At the chapter level, usually on their agenda, they usually have agenda items. COVID-19 matters. Navajo Nation emergency declaration. The budget authorization. Those 3. At the chapter level. Any additional topics has to go through Division of Community Development. So Ecuador. So chapters, they've been reaching out to me. Legislation, like I indicated earlier, this is your legislation. I don't know amendment sheet or state or let's go to house, but the whole so really appreciate Delegate Slater, 3 months ago, he presented a legislation for extension ko hot again me ya ko ko I see ba here his ne ko so ko na gaita this legislation ko indicates for the safety of our Navajo people ko down at the chapter level so ko nana ko na gaita legislation ko be nanda is le ko on April 13th, 2020, Navajo Nation Council passed Resolution CAP 19-20, veto aliyah. On April 23rd, 2020, Navajo Nation Council overrode the veto by Resolution CMY 3620. Override and seats Mr. May 19th, 2020. I don't stand out this now or extension to no okay CJY 6420 then now it's so that Ecuador so I think his better husband resolution Landa is legate so with me I have today my agent Mr. Jim Martin out of the Dr. Element from Division of Community Development. Those two, they're my agents in regards to this legislation. So I want to share about the sound of net or less. I don't know I see my agents which would actually Mr. Jim Martin. So it's just easy to actually now has net or less this legislation, what it really entails. So I hope that Mr. Speaker, Mr. Jim Martin from Community Development. Hello?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that presentation. That, colleagues, we do have a motion second on legislation 0268-21. Let me go ahead and turn the floor over at this time for questions. I do have the lineup as of right now. Vice Chair Smith, then Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Freeland, then Honorable Charlene. So that, Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Yes.
I want to give some time to the agent.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let's put the time back up there then. And turn some time over to your agent.
Mr. Jim Martin for Dr. Element.
Dr. Yellowman.
Yeah, Jason Manta.
Oh. The floor is yours. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. If I could, honorable delegates, I'd like to turn some time over to Dr. Yellowman to provide the introduction and brief history of this process that we've been engaged in, and then I can provide an updated report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Dr. Yellowman.
Speaker Damon, good morning. And good morning to honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Yate. We appreciate Delegate Herman Daniels for this legislation. The 110 chapters have been conducting business during the pandemic and really have taken some major impacts to local governance. And so we support the resolution with recommendations, but also lean towards our health experts to weigh in on some of the concerns that we're seeing. The core areas that we like to express on today's legislation is expanding on transparency and communications so that chapters have and should have the ability to communicate thoroughly with their constituents and provide updated information such as call-in information, minutes, and really demonstrate that side of the transparency. that's one of the core reasons or purpose of this legislation. The other is, as mentioned, the safety of chapter staff, chapter officials, and really relying heavily on our public health experts to weigh in on this, especially on the timeline or the length of any extension that may be recommended. The other is that when legislations get passed, DCD and our chapter unit, we interpret those laws. We interpret those laws back to the chapters and to the communities. And so we do have some misinterpretations that, or misperceptions that occur. And so I'd like to turn the time over to Ms. Jim Martin. She'll go further into detail as to what really the chapters have experienced, some of the staff, and some of those misperceptions that happen with previous legislations. Thank you, Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin.
Yeah, this is Sanlatsa Jim Martin. I'm the ASC Department Manager working with the Division of Community Development. Thank you to our delegates and also Delegate Daniels for bringing forth this important legislation. Just to echo what Dr. Yellowman has shared, we have been in many discussions with our ASC service areas, our chapter officials and chapter staff over the last few months to address some of the gray areas in the legislation, and it would be good to discuss some of those during this session today. We do understand that there has been some confusion in the past, so it would be good to resolve some of that and provide some clarity with amendments. We've also been in multiple meetings with our Department of Justice representative, Mr. Roderick Begay, who's also on the line, who has provided legal guidance in terms of the Title 26, the LGA, and other Navajo Nation laws to help us stay in compliance as we provide services to the Navajo people. So just to mention a couple of points that are very important is one, we do need to have a consistent update on the status of the COVID virus, the variants, and the public health orders that have been established by the Department of Health. And we would like that to be included in this discussion to help us better support the chapters. There tends to be some misinformation at the chapter level, and sometimes there is a need for additional support from health experts, from public health safety teams to help our chapters mitigate their chapter meetings and to make sure they're safe if they are going to have in-person meetings. So we also do need that piece to be discussed so that we can better implement the decisions of the council when it comes to chapter meetings and conducting the business of the people. If there is another extension, we do recommend that the teleconference video conferencing for chapter meetings be permanent to help us continue engagement with community members. We do tend to get calls at our level with community members, community voters who are not being involved in or have access to their chapter meetings to participate fully. So we do know that that has been a challenge with the 3-quorum requirement, and we are doing what we can to provide technical assistance to the chapters so that they're able to operate their teleconferences to include chapter members. There are some specific areas like identifying who are chapter voters, who are the chapter membership who can vote during meetings. That becomes a little difficult when we're doing a virtual teleconference, but it's not impossible. We do have some chapters that are running virtual meetings effectively, identifying their chapter voter membership, and making sure that they are being counted in the quorum votes. We also have concerns with some resolutions that get passed which are not authorized within the legislation. As you know, in the legislation, there are 3 topics chapters can vote on with their quorum. Those 3 topics include anything related to budgets at the chapter level, anything related to COVID, and also emergencies. So when we don't have the chapters focusing on those 3 areas that are mandated by this legislation, it does cause some concerns with compliance, and also chapter membership can begin to question decisions made at the chapter level. So we just want to provide that clarity to make sure we are staying true to the legislation and following what has been implemented. There is one big misconception over the passing of this legislation, that chapters have to meet in person. This legislation does not mandate chapters to meet in person entirely. This legislation allows chapters to either have a virtual chapter meeting or have a hybrid chapter meeting, which is a combination of in-person and a virtual chapter meeting. So unfortunately, that is one area that becomes misunderstood. Right now, there is no requirement that all community members have to be present in a chapter meeting to fulfill their quorum. We still have the option to have hybrid meetings as well as in-person meetings. The in-person meetings would be really important for the Health Command Center, the Department of Health, to guide the chapters in what is currently happening with community spread at that level. So we would highly recommend that we have a little more engagement with the Health Command Center and the safety teams when it comes to chapters wanting to have an in-person chapter meeting. And we would like to assist with that from ASC and support the Health Command Center with training and opportunities to provide step-by-step instructions to the chapters. They are the experts when it comes to COVID safety, and so we lean on them to provide that guidance. And then lastly, again, there are some legal questions that have come up through chapter resolutions that do need to be addressed. I know that we have our Department of Justice representative, Mr. Roderick Begay, who can answer any of those questions. But we do propose from ASC to implement some immediate trainings and orientations as soon as the decisions are made on this legislation. So we do want to provide that directly to all 110 chapters. So with that, Shannon, that's what I can share. We do need additional input and guidance to help our chapters.
Mr. Speaker, that will conclude our presentation to the council. We stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and go to the floor now. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Speaker and Navajo Nation Council of the 24th, and those that are listening on, good morning, Happy New Year, and staff that are here with us this morning to and Shanella for bringing this legislation as an emergency to 0268-21. The chapters are waiting patiently to have this legislation being acted by the Navajo Nation Council, as Shanella had spoke on behalf of the safety and welfare and the agents on behalf of this legislation. At this point in time, Speaker, I'd like to make a motion for amendment, and it's been sent by Legislative Council, and I sent it to Manuel Rico. amendment to section 9 of the legislation. I reserve my time.
That reserve your time.
4 minutes, 3 seconds.
4 minutes, 3 seconds. With that motion by Vice Chair Smith, could we read that into the record? Mr. Rico, do you have that?
Yes, Speaker, I got it. I'll read it right now.
Okay,
Amendment
go
number 1 on page 12, lines 6 and 7, amend as follows. Section 9, expiration date. These provisions of this resolution shall expire, overstrike in 180 calendar days after the effective date of this resolution, and overstrike. Insert new language: when the state of emergency declared by the Commission on Emergency Management in resolution number CM 20-03-11 is lifted. End of new language. 2, renumber, related succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Second, Halona.
With that, colleagues, is a motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Halona. Any comments, questions, colleagues, at this time on amendment number 1? One twice.
Speaker, Delegate Hino.
Chairman Hino. Go ahead.
Keelan.
And then Honorable Keelan.
Speaker David Satilla, out of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Say Happy New Year to all my colleagues and everybody listening in. I dropped my call and I barely get back on. And could you please repeat amendment number 1? That way I know what I'll be voting for. Reserve a time.
That, Mr. Rico, amendment number 1. Could you repeat it? And reserve your time at 4 minutes, 42 seconds. Chairman Hino.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1 on page 12, lines 6 and 7, amend as follows. This is at section 9, expiration date. Existing language: these provisions of this resolution shall expire, overstrike in 180 calendar days after the effective date of this resolution, and overstrike. New language: underscore when the state of emergency declared by the Commission on Emergency Management in resolution number CM 20-03-11 is lifted. End of new language. 2, renumber, related succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay, and we do have it, it's online right now, if you're following on Zoom. Honorable Keelan Begay, floor is yours on amendment number 1.
Speaker, Shanta, other 24 Council. The amendment, the Lagi Shache, 180 days, get thoughts, Ado, Najet, Department of Health, the declaration, Niki, Nachapana Yitla, Ajet, Estronoya Hatsi, I'd like to pose, I don't know, I'll be probably out of order saying this, but maybe directing the Department of health order at the emergency management. Could they be able to provide specific outline for each of the chapters? Not just only the chapter meeting, but we had some of us have farm board meeting, some have grazing meetings, because especially grazing, they deal directly with the public grazing permits. The others is any other meeting, like veterans meeting, at the local level. A lot of time they're not sure. Misinformation begins to be developed. The main thing that we really need to provide and be inclusive in this particular legislation is a specific general outline. Maybe some frequent asked questions about because a lot of time at the local level, especially now that we're going to go back to 3 quorum requirement, and I say that some official says that the public may not be needed to participate and get things done. I did send an email to Ms. Barbara about to possible amendment to the question. The emergency management in I'm not sure if the motioning party has any knowledge of if this could be done. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Honorable Kian. With that, we go. Any other comments, questions before I go back to the sponsor?
Speaker.
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours at this time.
So, Speaker, though, members of council, the sponsor to the legislation, your agents, the sponsor of the amendments, it's Honorable Smith. So I have a question, Speaker, though, council members. The Department of Emergency Management, the state of emergency lift lago. So is that like the last? Would they have the last word? Would they have the last decision? The Department of Emergency Management, are we authorizing them to have the last say on this 3-member quorum and so forth? From there on, then they recommend to the council by resolution, consider lifting or putting an end to the effect of this resolution. Or are we just saying, okay, the Department of Emergency Management, when they lift the state of emergency, that's when this 3-member quorum, that's when it ends. So if so, then thereby they have the last say so. I guess that's my question, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. With that, reserve time at 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Let me go back to Vice Chair Smith. Response.
Thank you again, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, regarding the questions that were posed on Amendment 1. This basically is just to ensure that we don't
run around at the last minute of trying to coordinate like we're doing right now. It gives us time to work and coincide with the emergency management, Department of Emergency Management, on the time frame of the epidemic, because we don't know how long this is going to last. So this legislation here is, or this amendment here is just to work with the time frame and not just give 180 days. But as far as the authority, EDA issued, that's still within the Navajo Nation Council, and we can say that the health department has lifted, and we can pass another legislation saying that it's been lifted. So therefore, we go back to the regular laws and regulations of pertaining to chapter meetings that's on the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Shananda.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Delegate. So can you put me in the queue?
Yes, I can. That.
Speaker, this is Edmund. Same as well, please.
Thank you very much. With that, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, put him in the queue to Delegate Begay.
That, let me go ahead and go down. Honorable Charlene, so floor is yours. Honorable Alma Brigade, put you in the queue.
Yeah, launch is Arayat Ashanant 24th Navajo Nation Council. Arot the Navajo Anagi, thank you for being with us in our meeting and our discussions today. Adam Equa Eshayaj, Honorable Raymond Smith, Dequa Amendment Be Nasin Lagi Equa. Adat Equa Nanegi, I would like to propose another amendment along with yours. Ben Nacha Equa the Yehadzigi lay chapter set. This certain line and the legislation that amendment that no we did send out I believe Mr. Rico has that amendment and the wording now. If that can be tied in with your Shiyaj, and that would be to limit the let me see if I can pull it up here. It was a cross out in the heading and the subject title there. So Eben Yeshayaj, if we can add that as well to your amendment. Eben Yeshayaj, Speaker Damon. Thank you. Reserve time.
With that, on reserve time at 3 minutes, 34 seconds. There is a request for modification. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. For the proposed language. So we can put that in there regarding the chapter's business on Navajo Nation regarding the Navajo Nation Emergency Declaration and legislation that we have here forth as an Amendment 1. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Rico, do we have that language?
Good afternoon, Speaker. Yes, we do.
Could you read that into the record?
Modification to amendment number 1. This will be new item 2, page 1. In the title of the legislation, lines 12, 13, and 15 through 18, amend as follows. And this is a modification to the title. An action relating to an emergency, authorizing chapters to continue to conduct official business through a quorum of 3 registered chapter members. Overstrike, limiting, and replace with authorizing. Chapter business to issues regarding overstrike COVID-19 matters, end of overstrike, the Navajo Nation Emergency Declaration, budget authorization, and additional topics. Overstrike approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice and overstrike. Those are the changes to the title. 3, page 8, lines 21, 22, and 23 amend as follows. Existing language, the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorizes chapter meetings to include budget matters, emergency matters, and additional topics. Overstrike, additional topics shall be approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice and overstrike. 3 is the typical language of amendments. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, the motion to modify Vice Chair Smith has accepted. How about the second, Honorable Holon? Are you good with that too as well?
Yes, Speaker, I agree to those additional guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down. Let me move on down to Honorable Chairman Yazzie.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan. I wanted to make a clarification. There was a particular part of that amendment that isn't there.
Okay. Ms. Khan, hold on, colleagues. Let me have Ms. Khan explain a little further.
Excuse my interruption.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Khan. Floor is yours.
Yeah. There is on page 7, lines 21, 22, and 23 is also Mr. Rico had originally, when I looked at the screen, already had that language there. If he could insert that language, it was, yeah, there it is, there it is. I just wanted to be clear about that.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're going down back to Chairman Yazzie. Chairman?
Yes, Speaker, members of the council. I just have a question real quick on if we could have on the amendment, or maybe just the wording in, to have Dr. Jill to update the chapters on a 2-week area, or maybe a weekly, on the status of the whole rising of numbers and any updates. And so that way the chapter can understand what's all going on with the administrators. Maybe that needs to be added on in wording. So apparently with our chapters, our officials and staff gets updates from just from what they hear. But it'd be good because Dr. Jill is the main individual that has authority to provide health orders for the Navajo Nation. So that would be my my comment, and maybe we could add that on, or maybe as a directive. Reserve my time, Speaker. So.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me go on down to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I will go back to the sponsor. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, Delegate Begay. I'm trying to, right now, I got a little bit confused. So are we on the amendment that, to my sister, Charlene So? Is it her are we talking about her amendment? Or are we still on the amendment to, the amendment number 1 of Delegate Smith? That's my question. Before I ask a question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Charlene So asked that there's a request to modify to Amendment 1, and so this modification amendment is everything that Honorable Charlene So has and what the original intent has, the language from Vice Chair Smith and second by Honorable Halona. So Amendment 1 is modified with Honorable Charlene So's request.
Oh, okay. So we don't have to vote on it. We're just it's been modified already right now. Consent from the motion parties. Is that what you're saying?
Reserve. Honorable Elmer Begay, your time.
Okay, I have a question then. Delegate Smith, and then also to Division of Community Development. What will be the pros and cons? I know that there's a difference between certified chapters and non-certified chapters. So on the non-certified chapters, I know that there's a lot been assisted from the central office that agency office from there, and then also from the Division of Community Development too. There's a lot of assistance being provided. Like for example, I'm concentrating on two chapters that I have that are non-certified, which is Indian Wells and White Cone chapter. They both have no chapter manager or coordinator, and they're in between of hiring some employees for the accountant specialist too. So right now they're having difficult times. On the certified chapters, they are really moving along on their own decisions that they're making. So can you give us maybe a guidance of how the pros and cons between the certified chapters and non-certified chapters regarding this emergency legislation? Thank you, Speaker. That'll be my question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That
Speaker Freeland on the amendment, please.
Okay. Let me go back to Vice Chair Smith for response. Or for that, I'll put you in the queue next.
Okay, last speaker, Bishmasan, 24th Nomination Council. On those questions you better pose to this Amendment 1 and the modification. Just want to say thank you for that modification, Shema, on behalf of the amendment here. And Chairman Yazzie, yes, that would be a good idea to have Dr. Jill update the chapters on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. regarding the COVID-19 and what's taking place. Maybe that could be a directive after we vote on this. You could propose that. I do not see anything that would infringe upon the operations or anything like that. It's just to help the people understand where and what's taking place and what's going on with the new variant too. It is important that that communication gets at that level. Shinanda. Ado Shada Naidij Kadigi for the certified and non-certified chapters. That would be one of the questions to CPMD. I know there's chapters that don't have chapter managers or coordinators, but this is just the amendment to the time frame and also language put in there by Shema for the modification on the agenda. I don't know if we have CPMD available to answer Shada's question on behalf of the certification, non-certification. This is just basically setting the time frame for this legislation. Shinanda. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go over to Dr. Yellowman. Any or this Jim Martin?
Yeah, Speaker.
Oh.
Just for clarification, I'll call on Ms. Jim Martin, but similar to what Delegate Raymond Smith mentioned, Ms. Jim Martin can speak to the efforts of personnel matters and addressing the personnel concerns, but the legislation here it really affects the question of the quorum for the chapter meeting. So if you want to continue on addressing personnel, Ms. Jim Martin is available to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. In regards to the question on chapter manager and chapter CSC vacant positions, as I understand the question, how does this impact this decision when it comes to certified and non-certified chapters? Right now, this legislation covers all 110 chapters, so it would not impact the chapters differently because they're certified and non-certified. They would all follow a 3-quorum limit, and that would not matter if they have chapter staff in place because our ASC staff are delegated in those positions until the vacancies are filled. Thank you.
With that, thank you. Let me go back to 4. Honorable Freeland, 4 is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the amendments. Honorable Charlene So and Honorable Raymond Smith, thank you for those amendments as well. And speaking to the amendments as well, I just wanted to see, would it be possible to hear from Dr. Jill Jim and get her thoughts directly? I know my colleague, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, asked for to hear from her on a bi-weekly basis, but in speaking to these amendments, we should probably get some guidance from our health expert, our own Navajo Dr. Fauci, female version, of course, our health expert, on her thoughts on these amendments, in particular, dealing with the state of emergency declaration and the HCOC, just to see a numbers spike up to go to 270 from the previous day of 15 or 16 is such a difference. And it's alarming to see. We're getting, this COVID is winning the battle right now. What do we need to do? And it would be great to hear from Dr. Jim if we can on the amendments. If I can ask for that request for that speaker, make that request and to our motioning party. With that, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, at this time?
I have an additional question, Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay, thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay, you didn't reserve your time. Moving back. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Energy has freedom. I reckon that's the main thing why we're doing this. In Nevada, just by hearing in the news, this COVID-19 is a virus that might stay with us, and we just had to have vaccine every year. But I don't know, this morning. So I think we really need from the doctors, Jim, the to make a decision. Like Freeland would say, they hit over 270 something. That's a real big a year. People, I guess, celebrated a new year. So I want to even go and reserve my time, but I'm going to give it to Elmer Brigade. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So reserve your time with 4 minutes. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Chair should say, I'm giving my time to Elmer Brigade. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That we go back to Honorable Elmer Brigade. 4 minutes.
Thank you. Delegate Eugene. So, my further question is that right now I think like for example White Cone and Indian Wells, they have a really bad reception. So I was wondering if we can continue doing this. How's the Division of Community Development and the ASC office is helping non-certified chapters regarding their telecommunication? Can you address that? Is there any funds that can be available through this ARPA funding? Because they're very, they don't have a direct landline to their chapters. Can you address that? How can you help this? I don't know. Like I said, that there's still a lot of difference between certified and non-certified. Right now, the non-certified right now is under ASC office is really handling all the chapter business for the two chapters that don't have a coordinator and the AMS and the temporary hire nana. So that's really different. I call Nana with Dalcon and Tisto and Greece with their certified, and they're mostly really handling their own fundings, and they have their own consultant as their accountant. So, so there's really a difference between that. So I wanted more from your direct service to really give us a highlight about what the difference between the challenging that you could see, because Indian Wells and White Cone are really struggling right now through this pandemic. So I just keep the speaker, reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Let me go back to Vice Chair Smith for response.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Rico.
That was, he cannot reserve that time.
Yes, Elmer Begay, the 4 minutes that was transferred over to his time is not reserved due to the transfer time per Navajo National Council Rules of Order. So let me go back to Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Madam Speaker, Bishop Sons, Dean Tinto, the Sinosagi, Husao, Class St. DD IC Benyegi Amendment Ayatun Zeta 180 days. Adna, Ajis Kido, Adna, Nachi Ko, Danana Sozo, Koti, Obanachido. It'll be based off of the two doctors, or Dr. Jill Jim, on behalf of when that would be lifted. And the questions that were posed from Shinandada Nasunigi, Honorable Putsila Breland, and also Sinai Eugene. So we could request for Dr. Jill to come and speak on behalf of, maybe on the main motion. These questions are sort of leaning towards the main motion. He's asking questions that are pertaining to the main motion on behalf of this legislation. I know that some areas have bad reception in helping the telecommunications. If there's any ARPA funds aid, that would be something that Dr. Jill and maybe ASC and the executive staff could answer if that is needed at this point in time. But this is just the Amendment 1 to extend the time, and Amendment E la modify. So, Speaker, I think that you want to turn the floor over to those that were requested to be here to speak on behalf of COVID-19 and Omicron. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me turn the floor over. Is Dr. Jill Jim on the line?
Yes, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me to the council here in the new year. Happy new calendar year. Oh, yeah, and hitting the 24th council members and those listening on the internet. Thank you for listening to me on these amendments. And Honorable Freeland, thank you for your comments on, and others asking me for opinions on these amendments. The only one I think I would want to keep is the one where it was marked out was the COVID-19 matters, because I think this whole legislation does relate to COVID-19. So that would have to remain relevant to the functions of the chapters and the authorization for them to do that. Without that statement, it would leave an open door to other public health or either other issues. So we want to make sure that we want to keep that in there. And also another thing that I think we're mentioning here is the bi-weekly or the weekly reports. We want to make sure that we'll inform chapters. We do have health advisories. We're on our number 59th report. But before I get into that, I think we also want to make sure we keep language in here to make sure that FEMA reimburses a lot of these policies that are put into place, because when we do reimbursements to FEMA, they usually look for any orders or any kind of mandates or laws that are put into place to support the COVID-19 response. So I would keep the COVID-19 matters in there for those reasons as well. I agree with the other amendments so far that have been changed. We don't know when the pandemic will end. And I think we thought that Delta was one big variant that we were going to deal with, and Delta is still coronavirus. Omicron is still coronavirus. All the symptoms and ways to get COVID-19 is these are just mutations and how they formed. And I think experts often say that if we don't get a lot of people vaccinated or fully boosted or vaccinated, you're opening the door for a new variant. And I think there's a new one that's out there called, and another one from France, IHU, I think is another one that's out there that a person can get the flu and COVID at the same time. So those are happening right now. And I think that the public health emergency will remain in place. The Commission on Emergency Management is the one that authorized the Navajo Department of Health to oversee the response. So when that happens, and I think you'll also notice nationally when the government will stop issuing out public health emergency orders. They'll probably, right now they're still in effect too. So I just want to know that there is probably a linkage between that. And then also, as long as we're still in an emergency right now, we're still in a major disaster declaration. So all the stuff that's being reimbursed that were eligible are reimbursed at 100% too. So we want to keep that language in there to make sure that eligible costs are continuing to be reimbursed through FEMA if we're going to still keep these emergency enacted as well. And we need to make sure that there are records that do support the emergency response as well. So I hope that you guys continue to keep these languages in there so we can make sure that we maximize all the reimbursements as well. So in regards to Omicron and new variants, we did have over close to 300 cases as of yesterday. The first variant of Omicron was detected mid-January. And with the Utah Navajo Health System, they send their samples to the Department of Health in Utah. And on the Arizona and New Mexico side, we send our samples to a partner that we have that does the sequencing for us, but they have been backlogged just due to the high cases. And we're working with them to get some of the recent samples done. But from the health professionals, and facilities, like Chinle is really experiencing a high number of cases right now. Other areas, of course, have been Gallup, Kayenta, Tuba City, more of the major communities, and Northern Navajo as well. And our hospitals are currently able to still provide provide services. They're not being impacted as much as that Omicron or Omicron, you can say either way, can provide mild, severe illnesses if you're vaccinated. And so that's why we're not experiencing high hospitalization capacities right now. So people are not really going into the hospitals, but more people are experiencing mild illness if they're vaccinated. So that's the reason why we're reassessing and looking at issuing out new public health orders as reminders. So I know the public health emergency order team is working on some orders that we're going to issue out for schools in the community soon. So in regards to Omicron that everyone wants to kind of get an update on, and the facilities, we are experiencing high cases, but we know that they're not really ending up in the hospital. We need people just to really buckle down, and we are going to see more people get sick because from the physicians, what sometimes with contact tracing and contact and case management, this illness and this disease is very more transmittable, where sometimes you can't detect where you got it from. And so that's kind of the reality right now that we have with the Omicron is has dominated and continue to dominate as a new variant across the United States. And we've been hearing of this outside the Navajo Nation for at least a couple of weeks, but it's been here. And that's why all of a sudden we saw a high increase in cases. And fortunately, our sequencing is a little bit behind to detect an actual variant, and what we finally did through the Utah Health System as the first Omicron variant that was detected on Navajo, and that sample was from mid-December. So we know that it's been on Navajo for a week or two right now, and so communities can go onto the Department of Health webpage. There's a health advisory. I think what we can do on this side is send that out to the communities. And I did ask the EPI team to look at communities that have been really on high alert for a very long time. And there's several of them. And so that's one of our weekly messaging that we'll do. We did have constant contact, a service that was issuing out public health notices and preventive messaging to the chapters and to the delegates, if you guys are receiving that every other day. But we're not paying for that service a lot because no one's actually opening the emails on those on that particular service that was being provided. So what we're going to do is do weekly newsletters in line with the gating criteria. And so that's some of the changes that we're doing, just because not everyone's digital. And I guess we all may be guilty of not really answering a lot of our emails. So we're changing up that method. So there'll be a weekly report on there. And there I wanted to list the communities that have been in high transmission for a very long time. And I think when I do get invited to Honorable Delegate Freeland's Facebook meetings with his chapters, we do go over some of the chapters in his communities that have high transmission. And I always go back to that. And like I mentioned, this advisory has been done every week. And then we're on our 59th report right now through the epicenter, where we list those communities, and we just need chapters to be proactive and accessing that. And so this week, what we have with uncontrollable spread is Bird Springs, Flat Mesa, Red Springs, Cameron, Casimir Lake, Tetelka, Chinle, Church Rock, Crown Point, Ganado, Hope, Indian Wells, Yumbato, Kaibato, Kayenta, Low Mountain, Locategay, Manuelito, Mini Farms, Mexican Springs, Nos Titty, Pinedale, Pinon, Rock Point, Rock Springs, Sheep Springs, Ship Rock, Shanto, Smith Lake, St. Michael's, Tatik, Blue Gap, Daru, Tahadale, Tohatchi, Saley, Wheatfields, Chelani, Cottonwood, Tippah City, Twin Lakes, 2 Gray Hills, Upper Fruitland, and White Cone are on the list. And in there, we ask the schools that are serving in these communities to implement layers of mitigation to meet the high levels of COVID-19 community transmission as well. So I think it's just doing a better job to send these new methods of newsletters back to the chapters and everyone else, since we're going to continue to see this. And I can't tell what's going to be out there in 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months. And I think we just need to plan on the long haul of this, because not until we find better solutions that we have. And right now, vaccines are the only things in getting people to get their boosters. So even though you're fully vaccinated, but if you are eligible and now at the point of getting a booster, that needs to be done. And now we have expanded boosters and vaccines for the younger kids as well. So I think that's the overall message. And then masking, but a lot of the community transmissions from the cases yesterday are not really from clusters or outbreaks. They're actually from holiday gatherings and people coming on and off the reservation back and forth, and also and celebrating, coming together. But that's where we're at. We're in this pandemic, and the damage has already been done. People already gathered, and now we're seeing the result of the cases that are up now. So we're just going to have to advise people to prepare. If you feel like you're sick, don't go to work. Find alternative solutions, and also if you feel like you are at a risk of getting sick, and prepare to stay home, make sure you have enough wood, make sure you have enough food, make sure that you have your animals taken care of, as well as if you have kids and they're not exposed yet. And so I think we're at that point. But the good thing with the virus, with the Omicron, as I mentioned, is that it will have a mild effect for people that are fully vaccinated, and the unvaccinated, unfortunately, will be still experiencing will have a different experience with this. And so I hope that somewhat eases people's mind with the high numbers, but I know that we're working on that in the background. I and many others, I think we have not really slept. We've been talking about this and figuring out ways on what new messaging or what needs to be done. And I think we go back to our individual responsibilities too. And sometimes does that what will make an effect? But I know that the economic impact has already been done before through curfews and lockdowns. We know there's a mental health impact on that, and we could reintroduce trauma to some extent, but we'll definitely look at that now differently in this new surge than we did back then. So on when we think about how to respond to the emergencies. And so with this sort of the chapter resolution, or this resolution here in the amendment, I think that would be my recommendations. And I hope that you have received some information today from me and the rest of the Health Command team that have been working on how to address Omicron. So speaker, that will end my update.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jill Jim. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Otto So in the queue. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
This amendment could all I assume it was just a sort of a easy amendment, and just would like to urge the body that that we move forth on the on it, and let's get this amendment 1 passed. It's extending the information on the amending the language when the state of emergency declared by the Commission of Emergency Management resolution is lifted. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 7 seconds. That, I'm going on down. Honorable Vince James on Amendment 1.
Yeah, the additional speaker, thank you again, and then colleagues, Adu Dyson. In regard to this legislation, the Division Director, Ajay Lance, yeah, asazin do leki, not Yelani do leki, nacha hado zo chokot au banate England ko ado bansana the keso hado thought not nale arjun dal nashiki do nana not asan lemigi another ni do Hardishing all day hey division community development Hardishing chepich in the hunne so chep the quick washing email the day ya chepich hardy chepich in the ili in the hunne da chokot ado ya da tieko ko kodo ni da to amendment ni kodila ad an habo hunne san shisa zindo hala ya he's not a national ado na the kid longo division director da ado la na the kid da HA quite be assessing do list na hanne hobe kodo na the kid do nan atato list na kita na kin lo man sa case about list so put is just the do fund this case the course with this amendment if we're going to do away with the approval or the communication. We always say that the communication is the problem between the chapters and the division and community development administration staff. So and our chapter staff and officials do say the same thing, but I think this is one key part to having the communication going between the chapters, and we're putting a stop to that again. And we always say that one of the biggest problems that we have is communication between the division and the chapter. And so I'm trying to comprehend on where the thought came about to delete the approval from Division of Community Development when we're trying to emphasize communication to improve the communication. So with that, I just wanted to make that comment, and then also if I could hear some reasons of why division director was put on there to provide the approval. I think that's a vital, key, important piece that we need to find out as well. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable James, reserve time at 2 minutes, 6 seconds. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Oh, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Floor is yours.
Speaker team kodo the agenda on it anyway kodo a share but this now us Arnold Herman and Daniel Jr. Thank you for bringing us legislation 0268-21, which is very important entirely within the Navajo Nation. This is now on the 110 chapter studies. This now on the house team yeti has on the kodo kodo is that in begin nanal so and need in dot need even so Yerovas TD kodo COVID-19 is a real matter. So it's very important that we have to really watch out for our health. It is by when Yado, if you didn't know when it's in here, did on in Sosgi. I don't know, Dr. Jill Jim, thank you very much. Corona's name, Patterson, Daki Social Services, Kodo, Yego, no, Kodo, Navajo, and Zini, Kodo, here, but National case, I don't even know, I don't like Peter, Zopper, and he covered nothing behind the in Hunter, without Apita, Zopper, Annie, without behind the so she has ROT Nalnaki, it era chapter made one a stain away or slate or with a black mesa. It out deep as on a bay, the conde, At I ani iwata liya iwata liya idobikahota liya. For planning meeting gate or chapter official area. They vote on it. It's like me to the force late. Aro chapter meeting area. A corn minute abanato just area. Like me to the force late 15 a corn ben yahutabas on it. The koi RJ area. What up? Force late PK. Picture hall just chapter meeting. Nana black miss a chapter meeting. So a under 15 gigas then a 8 hota illa. A coti quati that has anika nana zanke and need another shape hanada tons. A court Adonta Sanlita Jim Martin Share for being in help with the Dr. Yelman Kanan Loy. It was a hospital. I supported to get this legislation move on. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah.
Every time at 2 minutes and 7 seconds, I'm still here. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Smith. If there's any further or any response.
Thank you again, Speaker, and the Nomination Council on Amendment 1. It was mainly more comments, and comments were regarding the legislation 0268-21, authorizing the chapter to continue to conduct official business. I agree with that. Speaker, the questions that were posed were related to the health, and Dr. Jill, if you could respond to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith, are you wanting to go to Dr. Jill Jim again?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. With that, Dr. Jill Jim?
Yes, Speaker, it's not. Can you reiterate the questions that I might have missed? Thank you.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
I don't think there was any questions. I just wanted to see if Jill Jim had any comments on this, but if not, we're fine. We'll continue moving forward.
All right, thank you. That, let me go ahead and continue on down back to the floor. I do have Vice Chair Carl Slater. Good afternoon, Honorable Slater. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask for a clarification. I just want to make sure I understand where we're at in the amendment, and that is Delegate Smith's amendment has been modified by Delegate Charlene So request. And then second, I have an amendment that I would, or request to modify this amendment. And in, I believe it was Delegate So's amendment, it removed the requirement that the department or the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Department of Justice would approve additional topics. And I think there's a lot of concerns about accountability and process and all of that with respect to folks who aren't able to participate in the electronic meetings. And I think it's really important that the ASC continue to be involved in that process, but that they wouldn't necessarily have a override or a veto over certain topics. So communities and chapters are empowered to make decisions, and they will have to deal with the repercussions of them if they're not appropriate. But the ASCs, and I'll just read it here, additional topics shall be presented to the ASC for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics. And I'll forward this out right now. Pardon me, forward this out right now. And I'll request to modify and reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker Damon? Delegate Helena, can you put me in the queue?
Thank you very much. With that, reserve your time at 3:38, Honorable Slater. And let me go back to you, to the floor, Honorable Helena. Then I'll go back to Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Helena, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, and all the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all the people online. Thank you very much. I had a few questions for Dr. Jill Jim. I was just wondering how, since she's on the line, what kind of position are we in here for test kits on Navajo Nation? Are we going to be fighting for test kits? Are we stocked up, and how many do we have? The other thing is, you know, she puts out the Navajo Nation puts out that notice of all the delegates to I get it in the mail. It talks about the virus and where we're at, how many people get contaminated, and then the hot spots. And so, you know, it's really up to all of us to really be on top of that and to make sure we practice all the safety procedures. And part of that is up to us to remind our communities to continue to practice those safety procedures. And, you know, we should have said more about it during the holidays, about traveling. And, you know, because that's where a lot of those contaminations probably came from. The other question I have for Ms. Jill is how many of those, how many people are contaminated now with Omicron? What is the numbers on the reservation? I know last week there was a report of one up from the north area near Utah. And what is the exact number today, Ms. Jim? Do you have any a number for us? And is it in a certain area across the Navajo Nation, or is it just spread out all across the Navajo Nation? So there are a couple of questions that I had since we're on the subject. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lona. Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 58 seconds. With that, let me go back to Vice Chair Smith for response.
Thank you, Speaker, for Navajo Council. Thank you for the time. And the question was posed. Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater. I think your request was to modify what we're talking about with this Amendment 1. There was really no direct questions. So I'll move on to Honorable Helona's question directed to Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill, are you available to answer questions that were posed by Honorable Helona?
Yes, Honorable Smith.
Okay, that where's yours?
Thank you for those questions, Honorable Helona. I have two questions here. One is about availability of home test kits. Unfortunately, I don't think the federal government was ready for a large supply chain of home test kits, and there was media attention, I think, right before Christmas about decisions on making home test kits available before people went into the holidays and gathered. And a lot of those decisions aren't going to be really implemented till this month, and that requires insurance, I think, companies to possibly reimburse people that are buying home test kits out of their own pocket. And there's just in supply demand, I guess supply chains isn't really visible to us right now through FEMA. I think I've been asking that question. Right now, our test kits that we receive right now, we received 2 shipments, one from November through the state of Arizona, and those were given to employees, and not enough for the whole Navajo Nation population. We received a second shipment recently, and that wasn't enough for everyone, a little over 2,000 given to the different divisions and workforce. In the meantime, health facilities were receiving test kits from Indian Health Service through the National Supply Center, and there was enough supplies going into the holidays where some facilities had access to it, and they gave it out to family members and given to close contacts. And so right now, that's where our supply chain is, and there is really not enough home test kits just with everybody else. And we're working with FEMA and other and CDC recently to try to get more home test kits as well. So I believe that if we were going to address something to the federal government is asking them to allot home test kits. I will be having a conversation with the state of New Mexico. They will have some test kits for us that will be given to hospitals to distribute as well. Those are some recent conversations. So test kits can be purchased, and in the city, if you do go, sometimes they have it on the shelf at gas stations, CVS, and Walgreens or at Walmart. So they're in places, but obviously everyone is purchasing them off the shelves. As far as purchasing test kits, I think I'll make an effort on our end to try to get test kits, but it will be identifying vendors that we were received from FEMA that might be able to provide us, and so we can purchase test kits. So we're competing with everyone on test kits right now. And we do have a process. We're going to be issuing out guidelines on how to interpret test kits. We also had to work with the state departments of health to let them know from the Navajo Nation that we don't have to report results to the labs or to the departments only if they're positive. There'll be people ought to go to a health facility to get that documented and confirmed as well. So more test kits available. It will cause, I guess, more work for the state health departments, and that's why I think our numbers sometimes are lagging behind just because of the increase in workload, and this Omicron is going to do that. I believe that we're at the beginning of a new larger surge, and so we're just going to end up seeing more cases for a couple of weeks, and we hope that people will be just mildly sick. With the Omicron, as I mentioned, we only have one detected. We work with the Utah State Health Department, and the other one is another external company, a lab that gets funded through CDC that takes samples from the hospitals. And they're not all samples that get sent. Like I said, they're far behind. Not every single sample gets tested for sequencing. Some are actually, they become invalid because they don't meet the criteria. Either they have certain criteria in order for those samples to be successfully sequenced. And in some cases, not all of them do. So not every sample, I think up to date for all the Navajo Nation tests that we receive, I think 30% has been sampled over time. But for the new ones, they're lagging behind. So right now there isn't a number of how many have Omicron, but we only have one detected so far. So we usually do a update on our webpage, Department of Health dashboard on COVID. There you'll see the number of sequence samples for the different variants. So I'll double check to see if it's on there, but I think it is. So that's one way to keep updated on how many cases have Omicron. But we know that the way that people are getting sick right now, we know it's here. And so I'm not going to underestimate that because as we have already seen, it's very highly transmittable, and it's very more so than Delta. So just wanted to share that again. Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Smith, and Honorable Halona, and the report.
Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Not, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, 4 minutes, 42 seconds on Amendment 1.
Here, to the Speaker Damon Ardos and 24th Nation Council. I'm just looking at all the amendments that were being made here, and I agree with the amendments, and we should move forward to the vote, and from there get back to the main motion. So I'm told Hanana see the waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio. That moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. Honorable Keon Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Charlene So with 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Yeah, sure. As far as with the modification that has been presented by Honorable Delegate Slater, I am in agreement, and I think that it does represent some valid points with the statement, and we do have to hold our chapters accountable as well. And I know that some of our constituents worry about the votes and the meetings that take place, and I know that some are just pretty much skeptical with what may be presented as far as resolutions, and so I can understand that to that fact. And I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and continue on down. Chairman Yazzie, you're next with reserved time. You got 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, and to the amendment, I know I asked maybe put in wording that Dr. Jim will present to the chapters, but in her presentation, I know if she could just, continue to do so with everything that's going on. I know it's been pretty busy, so sadly to say, with the numbers going back up, and we got every activities going on right now. Just the other day on just hearing gatherings on KGAK, not putting down our churches, but revivals are starting back up again. And, basketball is in full swing now. So it is a big concern, but, all we got to do is just intake what has been taught to us by continuing wearing our masks and just to pray. So I don't think a directive to Dr. Jim will be necessary, because I know she'll go ahead and continue to do what she has to do to keep everyone updated, the nation, the staff. So I go ahead and waive the rest of my time, Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Yazzie. With that, moving on down, I have Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
Speaker, thank you very much. I think we've been at this for quite some time. I want to go ahead and make a motion to cease debate and place a vote, if I may, if I'm in order. Speaker, thank you. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. There's 13 delegates who have spoken on there was a request back, though. At this time, Honorable Freeland, I'm going to go back to the request though from Honorable Slater because there was a question about modification first. So I will come back to you after that to recognize or cease debate. I know that we were looking for guidance from Vice Chair Smith. So let me go to Honorable Slater first because I know that we're going to go back to recognizing that cease debate. Vice Chair Slater, 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I did not hear from Chair Delegate Smith whether he consented to the request for modification. So I would like to have that answered. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. On behalf of the modification, I was just reading the modification, looking at it. I will accept that modification on behalf of Satsui. Speaker.
With that,
Speaker, I'll waive my time then. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Mr. Rico, can you read that modification?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, modification to amendment number 1 is at item number 3 at the end of the overstricken paragraph. Add new language. New language is as follows. Additional topics shall be presented to the Administrative Service Coordinator, ASC, for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics. End of new language. Item 4 at the end of amendment number 1, at the end of the overstricken language, add new language. Additional topics shall be presented to the ASC for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics. End of new language and end of modification. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, Honorable Helena, with the modification, are you good with that? As a second?
Mr. Helena, I'm good with that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. That, we're good with the modification. So with that, Honorable Freeland, recognizing the cease debate. 13 delegates. Actually 12 delegates. And we've been talking on this amendment for 1 hour and 30 minutes. And on this, there's no opposition to this amendment. So that
question of privilege, Speaker, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Are there any delegates who are on reserve time?
Yes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 delegates with the reserve time.
Speaker, may I ask, before you call for the cease debate vote, could you give the courtesy to those delegates to see if they will waive their time? That would help me with my vote and to cease debate. Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize that. Honorable Otto, so you want you to waive your time?
Oh, yes.
Hey, Honorable Vince James. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice.
I waive my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Helena.
The consensus is waive your time, so I'll waive my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. Honorable Keon Begay going 3 times. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, I appreciate this consideration, allowing us time to say whether we can waive our remaining time. I would waive my time.
Okay, that, there's consensus, so everyone has waived their time, so we don't need to do a cease debate. With that, let's go to the board on amendment number 1. Actually, Mr. Rico, second reading on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, amendment number 1 on page 12, lines 6 and 7, amend as follows. At section 9, these existing language, these provisions of this resolution shall expire, overstrike in 180 calendar days after the effective date of this resolution, end of overstrike. New language, underscore, when the state of emergency declared by the Commission on Emergency Management in resolution number CM 20-03-11 is lifted, end of new language. 2, page 1, in the title of the legislation, lines 12, 13, and 15 through 18, amend as follows. Existing language, in action relating to an emergency authorizing chapter to continue to conduct official business through a quorum of 3 registered chapter members. Overstrike, limiting and insert authorizing chapter business to issues regarding overstrike COVID-19 matters, the Navajo Nation Emergency Declaration, budget authorization, and additional topics. Overstrike approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice, and overstrike. The rest of the title stays the same. 3, page 7, lines 21, 22, and 23, amend as follows. After additional topics, overstrike, additional topics shall be approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice, and overstrike. Insert new language, additional topics shall be presented to the Administrative Service Coordinator, ASC, for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics, end of new language. 4, page 8, lines 21, 22, and 23, amend as follows. Existing language, the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorized chapter meetings to include budget matters, emergency matters, and additional topics. Overstrike, additional topics shall be approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice, and overstrike. Insert new language, underscore, additional topics shall be presented to the ASC for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics, end of new language. 5, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs and sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, let's go to the board on amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
The show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 23 in favor. My pin would work. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, go back to the main motion on legislation 0268-21. We do have next in the queue, Honorable Keon Begay. Keon Begay going twice. Keon Begay going 3 times. That, moving on down, Honorable Freeland. I think Honorable Freeland, you took your name out, right?
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
Okay. And then moving on down, Honorable Charlene So on the main motion. Honorable Charlene So. Moving on down, calling Honorable Charlene So going twice. Honorable Charlene So going 3 times. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker on the main motion.
Speaker, I waive my time.
Wait your time. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. In previous discussions on this topic, the council, and I was trying to find the previous resolutions, but we had beseeched the Division of Community Development to set up a clearinghouse or a portion of their website or some other accountability mechanisms to ensure that call-in information for hybrid meetings is conveyed to the people. And that hasn't been done to date. And when you have chapters that say are missing AMS or a CSC, the people who take care of the website, that information can't get up on the chapter website unless there's a lot of education and support of the chapter leadership and then working with the ASC. So I'd really like to reiterate that request to the Division of Community Development. Even if we legislate this, it ultimately comes up to their prerogative and initiative. And there's no reason that at this point in the pandemic, that shouldn't be a part of the Division of Community Development's website. And then also ensuring that each of the meeting information, the call-in information, and the agendas, the proposed agendas, are actually posted on the chapter websites. We have all these great resources in the websites, but in many cases, they're not being used. So I really, really, really demand that DCD follows through on it this time. And I'll waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater, for that. Let me go back. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Honorable Daniels, anything else? Let me go back to the sponsor at this time. Honorable Daniels, turn the floor back over to you.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, kudo, Arunana kudo, Senat Ano Senegi kudo, you could go with amendment 1. That's that amendment is kudo at Kushbi. So, I think kudo. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues kudo, the 24th Nomination Council. We're doing this for our people kudo at the grassroots level, at the chapter level, for chapter staff, chapter officials, and also our constituents. So for the safety of our Navajo people. With that said, I don't have anything right now, Mr. Speaker. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1, or actually on the main motion, legislation 0268-21, before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. And Honorable Eugene So. Madam Chair, the floor is yours at this time.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I just have a quick request. I would like to know how Division of Community Development and DOJ interpret this legislation and the amendments that are being made at this time, and then also to give us information on whether, let's say, an ASC doesn't approve something on the agenda, what can happen at that point and what the process is going to be. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. With
Delegate Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
With that, reserved your time, Madam Chair. Charles Newton at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Honorable Brown, I'll put you in the queue. With that, let me go. I think that's going to be a question to the division directors, Dr. Yellowman and Madam Attorney General. Please be on standby to respond to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question. I'm going to go to Honorable Eugene So, then Honorable Brown, and then I'll come back to the sponsor, and then from the sponsor to Division Director, our Honorable, or Dr. Yellowman, and then back to the Attorney General. If the Attorney General or one of the attorneys that are on the line for DOJ. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours at this time.
Not this is true.
Oh.
I just want to comment. I requested history as a chapter meetings and my witnessing from chapter meetings. A 3-quorum chapter meeting requirement is good and bad. Bad because chapter official influence. People vote for resolution, mainly a conflict of interest in their favor, especially some land issues. Circumstances such as ought to be policed by community development. Good because it gets people to act. It's a sovereign issue. And section manager must perform their duties and Navajo Nation Council is being control. Any shot taking must be very careful in that sense. And I reserve my time, Speaker Sajay.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Eugene. So reserve your time at 3 minutes, 59 seconds. We're going down on to Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Brown, floor is yours at this time.
Ayate, Shananta, Speaker Ado, Nadine, Beshpansa, and the Nebenal Ketni Klinigi. Yat Equegi, Njonagon, Kenao, Ado. This question is to our Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And this question is about Title 26 and specifically for chapters who are certified. I know that with certified chapters, they're given the authority to manage. I know that there still needs to be a lot of work that needs to go into certified chapters. So my question to DOJ is, for fully certified chapters, why is it that they still need a legislation like this in the state of emergency? Can, according to Title 26, can certified chapters make these important decisions on their own to work with the chapter manager and the locally elected chapter officials? Are we kind of duplicating this process? Can this be taken care of administratively? I know some of my chapters expressed this concern, and that was the reason why they became certified, all the work that goes into their certification. And I feel like with certified, and the part two to my question is the role of the ASC and with certified chapters. I feel sometimes the ASC kind of dictate a lot of the, I don't know if it would be micromanaging chapter meetings and agendas, dictating what would go on, from listening to some of the chapter meetings that I go online with. So if they can clarify, DOJ, I know, so I can relay the message back to to my chapters during these hard times. I think if we are giving them the capability to, and then the authorization, the authority to make these important decisions at a local level. And I'm saying this because each chapter is unique and different. I know that one of my chapters, and actually all of them, that there's some exposure that happens and they have to make a quick decision on bringing people back in. And the other part also to the same question is funding. I know that we have local entrepreneurs, Navajo entrepreneurs who are willing to come into the chapter and steam down, but it would be ideal, since we have American Rescue Plan funds, to use some of these dollars during these times. I know one of my chapters is currently closed down because of exposure, and with Omicron escalating as far as cases, I think that the local chapters can make the best decision, including the staff size and closing down I know that this legislation, talks about the quorum, but these are questions coming up from my chapter officials and chapter manager and my constituents. So, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. That one, go back to you, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the colleague, Delegate Chairwoman Charles Newton, Aro Intakuto Shinala Delegate Eugene. So I didn't Delegate Brown without that. Thank you for those questions. I don't know, those are very good and also very important questions. I don't know, I'm going to refer those questions to my agents. That's Jim Martin and also Dr. Element. Speaker. And also DOJ, Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you,
Yes.
Speaker.
Oh, shoot, I got kicked off. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Martin, also Dr. Element, which order those questions, and also DOJ official to answer some of those questions. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go to, I don't know who's up. Dr. Jill Jim, Dr. Yellowman, Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Yellowman. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Just in response to Delegate Charles Newton, Delegate Nate Brown, and Delegate Eugene. So I do want to speak briefly on a few items and then ask if Mr. Rod Begay can speak to some of the differences for certified, non-certified chapters, Title 26 questions regarding some of the concerns around the questions that Delegate Brown brought up, and then the interpretations also. But I do want to share that in legislation CMA 09-20, that's where the imposition or the authorization for DCD to review the agenda topics or the imposed 3 topics, that's where it was introduced. That allowed chapters to consider other topics and to provide a transparency, so to speak. And that allowed for community members to know that those items would be discussed with just a 3 quorum. And if other items wanted to be added, then a request to ASC would be just to review. So similar to Delegate Shiaj James' comment about keeping those lines of communication, many chapters complied with this. And the purpose was that if a chapter, and this happened for just a few chapters, so it's a difficult conversation to have because many chapters do well with the hybrid model, and many chapters do well with the condensed agenda topic. But there are a handful that struggle, as it was mentioned by Elmer Begay, due to some internet capacity. But there are some chapters that miss the opportunity to be transparent with the topics being presented to the community. And because of that, we have to ensure that all of the topic items at least have the opportunity to be reviewed. And when it doesn't get reviewed, the community members miss out on being aware of what's being discussed with 3 members at that level of quorum or that number of quorum. So that's why we had that oversight. So we could communicate and we could encourage or have the chapters meet the hourly requirement for posting, the approval of the agenda. So all of those, similar to what Delegate Carl Slater mentioned, which is noted, Delegate Slater. So we really do try to make sure that all of that's being communicated with the community. But again, there are a handful of chapters that took on more than the 3 agenda items, and the community missed out by not being privy or having access to those discussions happening. So with that, that's why we have these conversations here. But with that, Speaker, I'd like to see if we could get Mr. Rod Begay to speak a little bit more to Title 26 and to the differences between the certified, non-certified chapters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Begay, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, can. Go ahead, Mr. Begay. The floor is yours.
Speaker, go. 24 Navajo Nation Council members. A question about, how do we interpret this new amendment? Very good question, because when the pandemic first hit us back in March 2020, it was Navajo Nation Council, that passed resolution CMA-09-20. In that resolution, it was council that said chapters, you can have a 3-quorum chapter meeting, but you're limited on 3 topic areas. In that same month, by the end of March, a lot of chapters needed to pass resolutions outside those 3 topics. On the western side, you had the SAW projects. On the eastern side, you had San Juan County election related agreements that needed to be considered and approved by chapters. So we thought about additional topics. While we were discussing how chapters could discuss additional topics, there was already a concern about, well, if chapters are able to pass resolutions on anything, what could be a safety measure? So the safety measure put in place was approval by DCD with consultation with DOJ, and that occurred actually in April 2020 under Council Resolution CAP-19-20. And as Delegate Daniels alluded to earlier, that was initially vetoed, but then it was overridden in May, so it was effective in May. Chapters can do 3 topics, and they can do additional topics using the 3-quorum. DOJ issued a memo on May 26, 2020 to explain how that would work. And between DOJ and DCD, we worked together in determining what are the standards, how do you give that approval to chapters on additional topics. So the measure was the chapter needed to demonstrate why the chapter needed to consider the additional topic before the return of the 25-member quorum. So at that time, we didn't know how long this was going to last. Almost 2 years later, we're still in this pandemic. So, but at that time, that was put in place. So that rule was extended, as Delegate Daniels alluded to earlier, multiple times. So it was, so that approval was, you know, in a way it was missing during the June 2021 extension under CJN-36-21. However, because council gave chapters 90 days to implement their normal quorum, how we interpreted that was to say that chapters, you have 90 days to continue 3 quorum, but at the end of those 90 days, you had to return to your normal quorum. Obviously, that was extended again in this past October, and expired on Sunday night, this past Sunday night. And so that's the reason for this legislation, as I understand it, to extend the 3 quorum rule again. Now, as I understand, I'm looking at the amendment, and right now, the amendment that was approved, it eliminates the DCD approval process. Instead, chapters are only obligated to consult with DCD. And so I think that's the extent of it. ASC or DCD cannot, it can't be interpreted, because you eliminated, you struck through the language saying that DCD approves. What that means basically, by adding new language for only consultation, is exactly that. All they need to do is consult and receive guidance. That's it. It doesn't give DCD the power to disapprove a chapter agenda. So, you know, my interpretation, by opening it up to any topic, chapters don't need to go to DCD. Chapters under the 3 quorum rule can pass resolutions on any topic, is how I see the amendment right now. In terms of the question regarding about LGH certified chapters and whether they could, you know, why does this legislation, is it needed for LGH certified chapters? The answer is yes. And it's because of section 1003B, as in boy, of Title 26. It requires a minimum quorum of 25 registered chapter members in order for a chapter to pass a chapter resolution. That's the law, no matter whether you're governance certified or not governance certified. There is one exception in that law for chapters that with an approved reduced quorum, and implicitly there's an exception for chapters operating under an alternative form of governance. So basically, so the normal rule is 25 members. But back in 2012, RDC approved a reduced quorum procedure. So right now, about 50 chapters out of the 110 have a reduced quorum. Out of the 50 chapters, approximately 31 chapters have a quorum requirement of 15 registered chapter members. So that's for your information. But going back to the question, that law is universal. It applies to all chapters, whether you're LGA certified or not. Can LGA certified chapters decide this on their own? Well, if we interpreted the LGA that way, we would have to say that, well, another way to put this is, if we say once you're LGA certified, you can address anything on any matter locally. What you have to also say that, because you're LGA certified, chapters can basically not follow Section 1003B of Title 26. That's not what Council intended back in 1998. But of course, the Council could come up maybe with new legislation saying that LGA certified chapters can develop policies inconsistent with the LGA, and that would give the power to LGA certified chapters to deviate from the Local Governance Act. But until that happens, that's the reason why we need universal rules like the 25 quorum, reduced quorum. That's why we need these quorum laws and certain laws that are included in this legislation. It needs to be applied universally to both LGA certified and non-certified. So I hope that provides some responses to some of the questions raised, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, go back to sponsor Honorable Daniels. Does that conclude your response?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, that, go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Go back to reserve time. I do have Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Council. Also, the questions that were posed here. Thank you for the amendment that was passed here on this legislation. Ado Shanana for introducing this legislation 0268-21. At this point in time, Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time in case I need to ask some questions. Thank
you. Reserve time at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Reserve my time.
4 minutes, 28 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes, 59 seconds.
I was gonna ask a question to go in regards to Title 26. And in regards to the Section 103, and the way deed on was a status of Jagi, certified checkers, and enter into agreement the a status of Jagi, now but the description in that scene that I didn't hit all night. Even now, I reserve my time for now, I should check.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, reserve your time at 3 minutes and 29 seconds. That, let me go back. I do have Honorable Otto So in the queue. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Ado Atit Community Development and sponsor of the legislation. And Ado Atit amendments. Kodaliado Atit Department of Justice. General Kodo Hashin Sago. Behaz Ani Nabikiasan Kishla Ash Mr. Begay. Roderick.
Recording in progress.
Alcohol. Dita Behaz Ani not so is gonna be Sohiki Atiki. Ani kokot yan lead tahus de ya. Then betratnas nilibugan dahna go hot at ya not jahto lihto. Dit egot ya. Benach sahna at lihto lihat no behaz ani tahallon. Arok ade behaz ani ke oyon dan oyon ntenil klo. At 80 behaz anil washiki ho manabakia del shit. Alcohol did tonight the kitty Title 26 Bonnie the Local Governance Act. That's so. And the Department of Justice has made this opinion indicating that the Navajo Nation chapters are not part of the 3-branch government. There's an opinion out. Ako khashit ash ek at de to tatnas nelito di knemeba Washington to atha be isoho ha ish beni na ya khado ohlnihiki ada Bahnaz Lahaki AI. Why are we interfering in that? I do agree that the chapter should be operating at their own. If they feel that the 3-quorum requirement can be done, I think they can make that decision at the local level. But I'm looking at government interfering at the local governance again. It's like government interfering at a home. Oyo, what happened? And ade, Katnas nilibaganda na ade eight nen liniki ape pitahni. Niti could not lini koni hit de. If we can allow to give that local decision to them, to allow the local individuals there to make that decision, I think that would make a lot of things easier. Nihidi nego ko de ya hat at ya de ego big edao indo lista bedine ko pen ego ko the opinion contradicting this legislation. Thank you. Reserve my time.
You reserve your time 124. Reserve your time at 1:24. Any other comments or questions? Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Speaker Callen, I don't know if I lost my spot, but main motion comment.
I'll put you back in the queue, Honorable Callen. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 3:40. Going twice.
Speaker Damon, did you call me? This is Vice Chair
Yes.
Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, 3:40. 3 minutes, 40 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll continue to reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, 4 minutes, 28 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, second. 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Going twice. Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, 4 minutes, 28 seconds, going 3 times.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello?
can. Yes, I can.
Oh, I apologize, Speaker. I moved my phone and I got kicked off the line. Speaker, my one is I'd like to request at this time the most updated, laws for Title 26. I ask for this because I do recall at one time Chair Nez cited to a law within Title 6, and we were later told that that was amended and pulled out. So if I can get the most updated version of Title 26, I think that it would help with sharing with the people. Number 2 is I am concerned based on the interpretation that has been provided in that, we're creating right now, council is creating this system where we're saying it's okay for 3 chapter officials to make decisions on behalf of the people. And they don't, there's not really a process in place where if that decision that is being made is something that the people didn't agree with, we're just going to go back to, the law is that 3 can make the decision. So I feel like this legislation as a whole it's not putting power to the grassroots people, it's taking away power. How many elderly people do you know who can tap into Zoom or who can call phone numbers with different numbers? Because I know that my chapter doesn't provide the one tap, the one tap mobile dial-in. A lot of chapters are doing the you dial in, then you have to do the passcode, and then you have to do this and that. Speaking with my elders in my community, they're ready to go back to the chapter meetings. And they've made a point that, if you go to the Shiprock Flea Market on Saturdays, there's hundreds of people there, hundreds. So if we can open up the flea market, why can't we open up the only form of government that allows our grassroots people to go in? So I'm against this whole legislation. I think that, we're not giving our people enough credit. A lot of our elders are vaccinated, and they're technically the ones who are at the chapter meetings anyway. So I'm afraid of the interpretation. I feel like we're giving all the power to the 3 elected chapter officials. And that's something that doesn't sit well with me. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 6 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
Should say I feel that we need to revisit the Title 26 as of yesterday, and I should ask the DOJ if that is a possibility in the after the winter session. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 15 seconds. We go back to Honorable Daniels at this time. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours. Sponsor of legislation.
Ada.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Nana Kodo, Senat Anu Senegi, Nana Kodo, Ayego E, and Yasik Akodo, Nana Kodo, Aquivo Saint Ante, Night the Keto, the Papaya Fight by Bahada 8 the data regards to Title 26. The data updated version, so in the you okay, the Tokodo, AC Kodo E, Kitchen Hodato, Nish Kodo, Senat Anu Senegi, Nana Kodo. Additionally, that the Kodo was made by it and the data now have Kodo, the variant that's out there, Kodo, the Omicron and also Delta, COVID-19. In a major either, but that's why it did. Nana Kodo. So, husbandry, I see about to keep Kodo on the data. Kodo, the elders, Twitter funny. I see about to keep the data. As plans to gotta get knowledge, to gotta get. About keeping the legislation, a put on strong photo. Photo of a banana, feet on the photo or the hinge kid or the snail, banana or car photo, say, or then it says as the photo hinge kid on it. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Star six speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, with that, Honorable Keon Begay, let me go back to the floor. Department of Justice. I think there was a couple of questions to you. Let me go to Department of Justice first.
As a non-speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
None at the speaker and members of council. I'm going to read section 1 of Title 2. And that law talks about what the Navajo Nation government consists of. So here's what it says. There is hereby established Navajo Nation government consisting of the legislative, executive, and judicial branches and political subdivisions of which are not under any branch of the central government. That addition was made part of that law when the LGA was passed. As far as I know, the Department of Justice has not interpreted that law, but when I do presentations about the history of Navajo local governance, I always include this in my presentation. So again, I just wanted to reemphasize that to my knowledge and understanding, DOJ has not interpreted what that means and how it applies, except that we have, presented that word for word how it's written in our law today. And that was how it was, Section 1, Title 2 was amended back in 1998. So I believe that was the only question directed to DOJ, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And for that response, back to the also request for the most up-to-date Title 26. So, Chief, can you get that, have staff email that information over to Madam Chair Charles Oaten?
Yes, Speaker Damon.
Okay. And then also there was a question by Honorable Eugene So about moving forward. I think the recommendation would be working forward to amend anything with Title 26 to work with Chairman Rick Nez and the oversight, then further working together with NAPCIATIC committee, if that's something that's a direction from yourself, Honorable Eugene. So I think that's something that can be done, but specifics on what areas on trying to amend Title 26 as well. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor right now. I do have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, who is in the queue. Honorable Yellowhair. On the main motion.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon again. Yeah, this is Speaker Damon. I don't. That's 24 Councilman. Janat Almus Lenny Kuroye. Jumaya Chair, Madam Chair, you had the Gina Charles Noon. And no, you had the need a quaya nahalnaki. Had other chapter of Torat Airlepas Ani Khalnako Koji government that official and Glenisha. I would be a vote on go. The ape is time when I know young case go cloud or does not be in international. She chapter. I would know a would know been Pontus Kisty. It in a Charleston, you had Ziggy's would on me a cocoa. Earlier, such a brother, Eugene. Honorable Jane Soda, don't know how the land dispute that Elisha. So the net out browse not happy. Happy to you, not on Craigie, so credit. That's my comments. Other than that, there's some explanation by Shikis Radley Gay. I want to talk about the Speaker Damon. I don't know about not his decision. I'm just going to wait my time, ready to vote. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, that. Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. That, let me go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time, before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, I thought you put me back on, Callan.
I did. I called your name again, Honorable Keon. I can put you back in again. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
well, I didn't hear the last one, but I got the speaker. The one thing that I know this is not gonna my local chapter officials may not have a good setting on my statement, but it is the local chapter decision of when they schedule their planning meeting and chapter meetings. Accountability that the hatnisha, that's what I continue to hear at some of my communities, the chapters that I represent, and I just want to be on record and have asked the consideration of my schedule, because, for example, this past Wednesday, being on RDC, we have RDC meeting every Wednesday at 10 o'clock. But 4 of my 5 chapters always put their planning meeting right at the same day, but at 9 o'clock, all of them, at 9 o'clock, but not that easy. So how do we ask our local chapter officials or the administration that even though that we not trying to dictate to them accommodate our schedule, but just the necessary for us as delegate to attend the planning meeting or the chapter meeting, just so that we provide update information. I have sent a memo to them or an email to them. So how do I explain that to my community? Trying to be at 5 meetings at the same time. Again, very first thing that I've heard at one of the chapters that I attended on Wednesday was that so those are some things that we hear as well. Accountability that the net don't post some of these chapters, don't post their agenda of the notices, and then the length of time of these meetings. A lot of them, if we go to some of their minutes, you can tell their timing of how much time that they spent in discussing a lot of these issues. I just want to be on record, speaker, that a lot of time you try to engage with your chapter because there's a lot of projects that we deal with, and then when we want to disseminate information to the community, some don't provide telecommunication, telephone availability. So speaker. But one day at the same time is scheduled. Speaker, can you give me some more time on it? 15 seconds. But anyway, I would speaker I don't have a problem having a meeting and getting things done. It's just the fact that I get the pressure from the public or the community. We're not engaging or being part of these meetings because a lot of time we're absent. Even up for the committee level and the council council, the other in after Nahaja Emiya, Judan hit the next of Diego Baby. So if those all the chapter officials and Liliki Halet all the Equator, Haban Saha case. Of a day, Bahasti, the speaker, Bayesh Bahasi, again, I want to be on record for making that statement and acknowledge or tell the community that I've expressed this particular issue at the council level. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay. That, you have no more time, Honorable Keon Begay. Moving on down, I do have Honorable Edmund Yazi in the queue.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so you're giving me the airtime now, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, motion to cease debate, sir.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I had 10 delegates speaking on this legislation for a total of, including with the Amendment 1, 3 hours and 14 minutes. With that, colleagues, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals with reserved time. Let me see if there's wanting to waive their time. If not, then I'll recognize your cease debate because no one has spoken. Actually, there's been one individual who has spoken against this, and there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals who have spoken for this, and 4 individuals who have spoken have not stated. So there is a balance. But Vice Chair Smith, you have 3 minutes, 38 seconds. You're willing to waive your time?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Speaker, this is an important issue. No, I do not waive my time.
Okay, well, with that, I'll go ahead and recognize your cease debate, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Chairman Yazi. With that, colleagues, is there a second on the cease debate motion? Going twice.
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, there's no discussion on cease debate motion. With the last vote of 23, you would need 15 members to vote to cease this debate. 16. Let's go to board. I'll cease debate motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Dr. Kellen was red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honorable,
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Canespa Crowdy. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, so yes.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 5 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. With that, colleagues, the vote of 18 in favor, 5 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries on the cease debate motion, on the main motion. That, let's go back to legislation 0268-21 on the main motion. Mr. Rico, if you could do a second reading, and then we'll go to the board. Vote.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, there was one amendment. Amendment one on page 12, lines 6 and 7, amend as follows. It's at section 9, expiration date, existing language. These provisions of this resolution shall expire, overstrike in 180 calendar days after the effective date of this resolution, and overstrike. Insert new language when the state of emergency declared by the Commission on Emergency Management in resolution number CM 20-03-11 is lifted. End of new language. 2, page 1 in the title of the legislation, lines 12, 13, and 15 through 18, amend as follows. This is the title of the resolution. Existing language, an action relating to an emergency authorizing chapters to continue to conduct official business through a quorum of 3 registered chapter members. Overstrike limiting and insert authorizing chapter business to issues regarding overstrike COVID-19 matters, the Navajo Nation emergency declaration, budget authorization, and additional topics. Overstrike approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice. End overstrike. The rest of the title stays the same. 3, page 7, lines 21, 22, and 23 amend as follows. After additional topics, overstrike, additional topics shall be approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice. End overstrike. Insert new language. Additional topics shall be presented to the Administrative Service Coordinator, ASC, for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics. End of new language. 4, page 8, lines 21, 22, and 23 amend as follows. After additional topics, overstrike, additional topics shall be approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice. End overstrike. Insert new language. Additional topics shall be presented to the ASC for the ASC's advice and guidance on the additional topics. End of new language. 5, letters succeeding paragraphs, sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, let's go to the board on legislation 0268-21 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Speaker Keller votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable,
this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, Teresa, shut up.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on the main motion, legislation 0268-21, 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, let's continue on down on our agenda. Next item of business, item under new business, item number B, legislation 0243-21, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Winika. That, if you could read that into the record, Mr. Rico, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion second after.
Motion.
Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0243-21, an action relating to health, education, human services, and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Dr. Harold G. Begay as superintendent of schools for the Department of Education. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, and Honorable Edison J. Winika. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommended pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by the joint voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you. With that, motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Is there a second?
Second, Winika.
Second by Honorable Edison Winika on legislation 0243-21. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Twice.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
That,
Speaker, can you hear me?
yes, I can, Madam Chair. That, let me go to Chairman
Thank you.
Daniel Su. Floor is yours. 20 minutes on the board.
Akwesila, Sitsila, Honorable Speaker, Beth Damon, Otto, Sinantai, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Otto, Daino Fragi, Shikedo Sirene, Ezene, Kodo Satoti, Itana Hoditai, Il Sozigi, to Anshidi, Nahadi Ida, Nhalchen, Ni Turkian, Ni Jakan, and Setligi, so a ultra. So at a ultra after the neither. So a New Washington don't be so be ultra the JGA BIA funded. Auto a been charged through Public Law 100-297. or Public Law 93-638 as amended. The contract and grant schools. So you get these in you see superintendent. Chateau Navajo Nation Board of Education. the 5 that are elected and the 5 that were confirmed, 6 that were confirmed. They voted to recommendation of Dr. Harold Begay to be the superintendent of schools. AD Ajasad, Edan Hadit, they like each in the deal, so could the Nitas so Zigi Nakadalia. So Shito the Tele out of so those the Tele Edison J. Winika. Without a Iggy, so see Craggy a lot of this, so Hajo a Hachadol this. La a more ultra the date eggy. Oh, Kate Nas Naliki 818 to I think so the learning and the education of our Navajo students in the K-12, again in some aspects the post-secondary and the doctoral education of our students. We are in this time in an era of a great need to keep our form of Navajo education, emphasizing Navajo language, culture, and history as a basis for language retention and as a basis. And that forms the basis of maintaining and perpetuating, cultivating our Navajo Nation sovereignty. We had a senator in the U.S. Congress that basically says language, culture, history. Senator Daniel Inouye, back in 1992, says, without that, you're just a brown-skinned population. There is no sovereignty. So that is the basis, the form that we wish to maintain through the enactment of, in 1985, the Navajo education policies. They've been amended times again, and it's now the Navajo sovereignty and education law. So that's what we're dealing with. That's what we have in our hands today. And what we have to do then is give this young man, this gentleman, to take the helm and proceed to take us along the road. Fellow colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, the legislation, at the same time, I'd like to give the floor to our candidate, Dr. Harold Begay. Speaker, I'd like to allow Dr. Harold Begay time to address the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That, Mr. Begay, are you on the line? Or Dr. Begay? Sorry for that.
Katinda, I just unmuted. Ashwaditsa.
Oh.
Hakushihe, Chuyate, Alex, Net, Mafini, Sinat, Anin, Mafini, Sinanta. what about yes and where Ski Craigie din Hatchina or Arti Nasco Hate Ashi in not a youth of and yet so the what about Bahaski got we all say our greatest resource is our people, especially our young ones. It's okay. That's our greatest resource. We need to invest in that. What it's eating, that's it. Look at the net, I should say. Now, the net, I should know. Though the Pine Springs Hawk. The best is in Ashley, though. The kid had the Hashka, the Tassetta, not a nache. The Hatchin got a stain. The one in another kid on it's okay. So we have 7 grandchildren. Hot should eat an answer. The Queen 20 nest is a South Tuba, Queen. Naya, Queen Yaho. What's the bear? Oh, here the next charge. Here, or eat the nutcher. The dark that the best thing that what balcony is a bed, Naya. I don't want hitting that. So I was brought up in Tuba, South Tuba. I had 2 years of boarding school, Tuba boarding school, out of public school, so we went to public school here at Tuba City, graduate of Tuba City High School. Went to ASU with honors at entrance. Then it transferred to NAU, bachelor's in psychology, master's in counseling and secondary education. And I went down to University of Arizona, got my PhD in educational leadership and school finance. And I did a visiting scholar to UC Berkeley. We're veterans. I'm a veteran of the Vietnam War. And I spent some time in Vietnam, Naval Hospital in Guam, Naval Hospital in San Diego. I'm a disabled veteran. I quit that with the Marine Corps. I worked at U of A for 4 years. Also, I worked in conjunction with ASU for a year. Nansa from U of A. From U of A, Tucson. And I came out to the schools to turn schools around. I say, and we need the education. They're on reading, writing, arithmetic. That's all it is. What's your name there? They're on a look and le. The Nasco in a bed should these things know what the and his heart is the no, so do a cheese cut under. Of course, I started work with the public school as a bus driver. Gosh, after I came back from service. Though I went into administration and various administration teaching, various central office administration over 25 years. Grants director, HR, business manager, associate assistant superintendent, Tuba City School, Gray Hill, Chateau, Chinle District, BIE schools. I started for economic development. I converted Tuba City High School boarding school into a 638 contract school. I did that turnkey operation, everything from a BIE high school to a 638 contract school. I went back to a public school. Though a 638 Great Hills grad school at Daila. By that time, I went over to look to Shanto boarding school. I converted that from a BIA to a 297 grant school, K8. Then I brought in the high school as impact aid school for Shanto Prep. Although I went and helped out Luka Chike boarding school, made then Luka Chike community school, everything. Turnkey school, but did all the work, and we started Luka Chike community school. Though I went over to Nazlini school from BIE to a 297 grant school, everything on my own. I had a couple helpers, that was about it. Although I stopped at East Nazbus Community School, not on this, I looked in the rear view mirror and I could see our schools needed a lot of help training. Our grant schools and our contract school, training for staff, everybody, parents, community. Though I went back to the public school, I also started state school with Shanto, again as a charter high school, and I began pushing Luke Nazlini School for a junior high as a charter school, and they did that on their own with their own council. And all of this, I want us to invest our resources. How we use our time is very important. We want to use that time to invest in our children. With families, we do that. We invest in our children and our grandchildren. We don't see it as an expenditure of funds. We don't see it as an expense. We see it as an investment. So I aided English language, writing, arithmetic. They're on the sheet, just like any tool. I've been working part-time doing consulting work with Stanford University at Asian on this is though the occasion that I call Asian there la has I've I worked with a lot of them. So that's what I'm doing. Although again with the listeners and certainly our executive branch on President Nez and Vice President Lizer. Again, he disnido let Kodosha Hawaii. Ohon so good has sito let. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Begay. With that, Chairman Daniel So, does that complete your presentation?
Speaker, thank
Yes,
you. I'd like to give the floor, if I may, to co-sponsor
Otto and Edison Wanika if they wish to also address this particular confirmation question that is before the Navajo Nation Council.
Chairman, are they going to be your presenters as well? You can have two presenters.
Yes, the only presenter that I had really tapped was Dr. Harold Begay, and that's why I'm asking if either Vice Chair Otto So would like to speak on behalf of the question that is before the council, or whether Honorable Edison Wanika would also like to address.
Okay.
Either one of them. Thank you.
Well, Chairman, I'm going to put them in the queue if they want to speak, but usually we just have the presenters and the sponsor present. Unless if you could ask someone as one of your presenters.
Okay. In that manner, then that would conclude the presentation, and I stand for questions as well as Dr. Harold Begay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue at this time. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello,
Yes.
Speaker? Okay.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Sitsui. Thank you for the information that you provided, and I'm looking at your resume and also your letter of interest. And the reason why I asked to speak is because one, I think that you are an excellent candidate for this position, and I think that your, the resume and the letter of interest that you've submitted is really impeccable. I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm just wowed at what you have done in your life and how you want to come back here to work for our Navajo people. But one issue that I've learned being on council is when we go through the confirmation process, we as council always rush through. And then we have problems, and then we go back, and then it comes down to the fact that we confirm people without ever asking any questions. So my question to you is, based on the position that you applied for, what is your interpretation of what your job will entail? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve time.
Yes.
Dr. Begay, hold on, please. With that, Madam Chair Charles, you have 3 minutes and 47 seconds on your reserve time. Let me go on to Honorable Kealan Begay. Was that you, Honorable?
Oh, sure. Oh.
We'll put you in the queue. Honorable Kealan Begay, floor is yours.
Again, under the chair. Ado Kado, Chenana legislation sponsoring Lagi. Ado Kado, Dr. Begay. Again, Shnido Kado, your interest in this position. Okoko, Otatan Liniki, Tani, Tashinibi. There's no question about that. But how we're performing and how we're the access to learning with the situation that we have on the Navajo Nation, and I believe some schools will be closing, and one of the 5 chapters that I represent, I have a community school, a BIA school, and a public school. Each of my chapters has these type of schools. So one of them is, to my understanding, is closed. We leave the students at home Those are closer to the towers are able to have access internet-wise, but those don't. Like for example, Low Mountain, and the rest, and all 5 of them. If you go further out, a lot of them don't have internet access or broadband. And the nation, and I always say this to myself, that we're really are slow in developing this particular infrastructure. How would you be able to convince or tell us as a delegate, or even the president, or even the program, to say that we need these projects, we need these telecommunication infrastructure out in the communities at 110 chapters? And the one thing that they provide us, the obstacle, is the right of way. And then you have the school board members. Which is good. But this is another task I think that you will be able to help us, the Navajo Nation, to say that one child living 10, 20 miles away from the infrastructure is very much needed. So I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
The Honorable Caleb Gay, reserve your time at 1 minute, 55 seconds. Let me move
Speaker,
on
this is
down.
Edmund. Can you put me in a sheet pen, please?
Yes. That, let me go on to Honorable Eugene So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
It's in the best interest of our Navajo schools. We as Navajo Nation constantly need to know there's an urgent to have Dr. Harold Gay confirm, my brother, immediately. Our confirmation is urgent, vital, etc. Colleagues, the Department of the Department of Education has fallen apart over the years, and furthermore, as the last 2 years. He's a leader that cares about quality education for our younger generation, outstanding leadership, rooted in the culture, and speaks my language, the Neh. And he has the professional skill to fix the problem at the Department of Education, which is running on flat, all tires flat. I would recommend that we start him as soon as possible, like yesterday. And further, to my brother, I would like to have a sit-down meeting with you in our own language, while the universe and our gods listen. That I would request. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 38 seconds. We go back to the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So. Some questions for you and the appointee.
I can't laugh until it. I appreciate the questions and the statements of support. Harold Begay, Satoshi, Yakadot Zeto, Satoshi, Gainsa Casey, Satoshi, Sto Yi, so I defer to our confirmation candidate. Thank you.
Mr. Brigay,
Yes.
floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Seth Damon. The first question from Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Your interest, position, what you wish to do sound like a priority for me. As I look at it, every day,你看现在那个 kin nas nil old kapiti, we send them over there. Just now, there's a school building. We assume as parents, as leaders, the buildings are fine, the buildings, everything's okay. We just make that assumption. So my first priority everywhere I've gone, I've always said, just like at home, facilities. Facilities are very important. They must meet OSHA requirements, building codes requirements. There are many lawful requirements that school buildings, facilities have to comply with. School building, cafeteria, bus transportation, name it, there are laws that govern the buildings and transportation, the kitchen, maintenance department, what have you. That is my first priority. I want to make sure that where we send our kids day in, day out, that they are in safe buildings, that the intercoms are working. I want to check when the last time they had the fire inspection, the fire safety code regulations, the emergency preparedness plan, when was the last time this was put together. So these are very, very important. I say that based on experience. I've had to run into a burning building with other administrators to locate the fire. I've had to come run back to the front office because there was a community member with a rifle at the front office ready to shoot another staff member. I had to run out to the front of the school where a child had been run over by a bus, by a vehicle, a parent. I had to accompany this child, second grader, to the local hospital. I've had to go out to a bus where a diesel truck rear-ended a bus because the bus was in poor condition. So this is why I say facilities, safe sanitary facilities are a priority. After that, then we can get into academics. It's just like, as I said, in the family home, then you can work on the teachings and other values in your family. So in answer to the Honorable, again, Eugenia Charles Newton, I'm hoping that answers your question. The other question, the next question posed was as far as infrastructure, telecommunications. These are critical when our kids have to run to the top of the hill to get a Wi-Fi, and when their parents have to build a little shelter to get online. That to me is the most egregious violation of child protection. I would make that a priority. I intend to go after those who are responsible for having this go on. So in infrastructure development, there are different ways you can develop the telecommunications. And there are temporary and long-term measures you can use. We have done this before, such as equipping your bus, again, with Wi-Fi, or taking your bus out to a certain place where closer to where the kids live. And there, it really depends on being addressing solutions, being creative. So that's how I would address the infrastructure issues. As far as closing schools, local schools, the Navajo Sovereignty and Education Act makes very clear local control is of the utmost, and it's spelled out in the education code, the Navajo Sovereignty and Education Code, local control. So if we're going to go close school, we need to raise a lot of questions. We need to look at how we can build up the school. There are ways you can increase your enrollment. There are ways to improve your facilities. We're after solutions. The one category of people I stay away from are those what I need are movers and shakers, those who can come up with solutions. We did that, and we turned one of our school districts into the highest achieving school district. We even exceeded Flagstaff School District in mathematics, and we tied at least in one area, and we far exceeded other regional schools around here in math. And it's possible. And there was another question, I believe, on infrastructure online, and I didn't jot that name down. I couldn't quite hear. But I'm hoping this addresses some of the questions that you have. Please ask more questions. Okay.
Thank you very much. Chairman Daniel, so does that conclude your response?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, that concludes the response to the questions. Again, we stand for more if the council so wishes.
Thank you very much. Now let me go back to the floor then. I got Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair in the queue. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you again, Speaker of Navajo Nation Council. Harold GBK confirmation legislation 0243-21. Honorable Daniel So or so Honorable Mr. Unica. Shiga kudo tido shlas na nadi kido injendishti. In the kudo nan snaratot ali gajami tasonia. Aben yena adi kidit superintendent. Yego nan shilengit chinabas china ho nahat ado accountability da. Supervisor and Edot Art and Sarginans Nasalaro Legotin Nita Yego Alchinias Kakoba Heinzi Alchinias Yai investments at Ado and the kindergarten, and only university or college that was Ago in Alchini Bastino, Ado Jashin, not only Ado Lachin the Bivaya Nagada, AUA. You watch in Nisa, what are she eating on? She what are Nasala, what are the superintendent, what are you for? Corona aside now this kitty area. Navena Nanshin that oh, you Nanshin la done, a done has gone and is a past superintendent. Not then, not on leader, heard other she peso to like hook castle. Eight abi tadin yada has there been any financial discrepancy of any of your past superintendent job? None, Mr. Even not the skid. Ako, na chikune ya, but ego than the lady on Shane Library 23 of the superintendent job. Hat era nan shiki ego sa, and Sado Nida, but such origin on that, Dawson Nida. Have you ever been placed on administrative leave? Learned of your past superintendent job? Here you go now, the kid. Aro koto the targun ya. He koto all taught the never all taught koto in the education. A kot the who is adi, he all taught. So closing in the has the Asia with so in height on in the has a deal. Arat on the that the good air and no soup body in to using on and respond and the good say that not cutting not what so that not on and spot a dog either in the or the what is your vision for Department of Education in Aiden South and the kid? Not a thing when ya, but oh, none is not that. Oh, God, 18,000. Great, not in the house, equal, great, was a, that illis a, and dealness, fair, and not on in Diliago. Ara, the shit, ya, none than dolly. A cousin at on that other had a sudden dolly. It's short of it, no. Jabba never knew the Tahoti. I don't auto hit or join a lily. I could yeah. How will you bring status code for the education of Navajo children? A credit, the condition survey, international. Nana di has slabone ya. Oyo bad. In Kihotin la. Based on the Navajo Nation Board of Education, not as Nilke Hasla, ye Nila Akolai, DJ Dotala, a Kotiza Yego, a snub, split decision. It is my concern to you, Mr. Begay, that the Navajo Nation Board of Education had voted a 5 in favor, 4 against. It was Omni's decision. Omni's it up on some case Koto Abahat Arana King Denahalan Board of Education, not a snaggy Asian kid here. I don't know. I reserve my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, you completed your 5 minutes on the dot. That, moving on down. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, ado beshpansa and the nebinal teknitlini yat nana ado kwegi dina nish deshli nikiden nidi ado hashit koho oshin kwegi sheya topa hanson look up as chin ki ani das che hadot as a sana dasinal
Hello?
We can hear you, speaker.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Así na. Ayat nana siya tobahan son lag up as chin kiani das che as a land national ado kwegi ya shatada oh Nathaniel Brown das jin ado one of my first questions is, and these are questions that I'm posing to you from the concerns that we get from parents, parents of our school board, teachers. One of the questions, or what I also observe, is a lot of personnel issues. You made a comment on that you will, I guess, in a way, clean house. So I think, how can you do this without much disruption? I think no matter what, that usually happens. I'm really interested in how, and I think that there needs to be always training for how to deal with personnel issues at all levels, including especially how to help our students. What I hear sometimes is this principal is not doing their job, or this teacher or this school board. Digi, if you can elaborate on that. Although, how do you also feel about the Navajo Nation Dodi taking over the BIE schools? I think you kind of also mentioned that you support that local control. I think some of the teachers, the biggest concern that we heard was are their pay, that they get a really good pay if they're with the government. But if they transition to a grant school, how can we work together to ensure that our teachers will get the optimal pay? And that's how a lot of our Navajo teachers are coming home to our little communities. The last thing that our people who are teaching is to have a pay reduction. Although, let me see, I had my list of questions here. The other question is, I know that teachers, principals, school board are not responsible in really teaching everything in growing a child. It is really the parents' responsibility. The nebeza na antkin ado bohodo. So I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on getting parent involvement. How do we get our parents involved? I think that is key to our children's education. When they want di alle nal sos de yol di ben at zone de to yotahos that really creates that child. So speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Honorable Brown. Reserve your time at 1 minute, 7 seconds. We continue on down. I have Chairman Yazi. You're in the queue. Who's in the queue up next? Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, then to the sponsors of the legislation, this legislation for the possible appointment for the Navajo Education Department head. And so, Dr. Piguet, thank you for being with us. I heard your presentation, which seems pretty impressive when you spoke, sir. And I don't have a question. I just want to. I'm speaking for Fort Wingate. The baby bear cubs, the baby bears, and the bears that school kids that go to school there, high school. And I've been trying to work with several departments like Sacred Wind, NTOA, in getting a cell tower up for Fort Wingate. Can you believe they don't have cell services there at the school? And so I've been in touch with the principal, but as you know, we can't do a job just by ourselves. We have to have help, and the more help we can get, the better in completing a task. And so if you do get appointed, Dr. Begay, as you already know, I'll probably have to vote green because the school needs help with the cell tower. And that's much needed there for Fort Wingate Bears. So that's my only comment that I want to share. And if you do get selected, then it'd be most beneficial to the cause for our Navajo kids as far as it comes to education. So I will just go ahead and just leave it at that. Got to the point, and don't want to reserve my time, Speaker, sir. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Sir.
We'll go on down then. Honorable Otto So. Oh.
All right. Well, first of all, I appreciate the legislation that's been brought forth by Honorable Daniel Stowe, as myself and Honorable Edison Winika being the co-sponsor for this particular legislation. First of all, I am going to vote in favor for this legislation. Ashin sago ni ade bikida hadini. Adon da ade banan tos nas no da bikida kudi. Ako did the confirmation moves forth. I'd like to express the support for Dr. Harold Begay for this particularly this very important position. And the dahis ago hachine no ashine la yelki ado dahis ago kago chen amado jan lini adon da che masan naladan lingo dada dan lingo da mayaj dan lingo adon da anda ikhaje anna siledan lingo Jenge ahis ago da nefe adon da olka lini koni tahoe danil adon da ya ad ya chin kada ofka nabika nakaya kage ko dege kote go the na kaya the never Washington they because ade olka bi des kides ade ya kondanis ke kon olka bani yatki do olka nal inke ade ya kon ya bandanis ke do ade hadit adan da hadit gesto anan da hadit ade not yen hiche yatki ako so it really hope that Mr. Dr. Harold Begay, I don't know, I can't I don't know, and ya dashine la ya hot ego because ade hot ego ita des wat aron da ita nin lide ya ko aron da ya so na na ha hon zin ki na ya hon zin ki an ne din ai da to da na ya hon chin do ya hon zin anan ta ilaho des ki do ilaho na gal aron da this Department of Education shouldn't be a political sector, shouldn't be a political office. Leni ade olkan ege nan ado ade never Washington is so the Nebanon is not ade na do jai ne ado in the habitat is ago ade the never Washington ade had angebenannt anat anin leni ade na hadne ade hot ego ni hanne it ade ego hanne no, the position is of the superintendent of the education is something that's very important. Adon the education get so yego na how do we hold the managers responsible? We have schools that are failing across the nation. Then the other thing I don't think you have control over is the superintendent of the education board. How do we hold them responsible? I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. That, then go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
So, thank you, Speaker. Again, let's, I guess, really clarify some of these issues about how you're going to handle personnel. It's hard to be calling a play when you haven't even gotten on the ball field. He's got to see what is available, the resources available with what expertise and knowledge of the staff, and how he can tap those positive qualities to make up a good team. And certainly the other is in the contract and grant schools. It is the schools that move away from BIE administration to the contract and grant school status. They have a little bit more local decision-making aspects. The BIE school boards, depending on the situation, can be classified as just advisory. They do not choose the superintendents. Over in the contract and grant schools, yes, top to bottom, they choose all the personnel. So those are some things that our colleagues, you have to understand. And certainly what Dr. Brigade has the aspect of how do we then also transition to having a greater say in the curriculum. Local communities should be able to establish their choice of curriculum, but in the BIE schools, it is imposed on them. will understand those differences. And so with that, I'd like to also give time to our candidate to respond to the questions and comments. Thank you. Dr. Begay.
Dr. Begay? Dr. Begay?
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Begay?
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as I mentioned, I have 4 delegates who had to ask questions. The first one with Honorable Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, I'm sorry. The question you have were very, very important. You're asking question on transparency, accountability, and certainly my track record. And let me start off by saying that no one is above the law. I make it very clear that enforcement of laws that govern schools are a very serious matter. And on that note, one of the first things I do also is I look at the financial audits. I look at the audit reports. There are all different audits of inspection of school facilities and other areas. And right now, without naming the schools or individuals, there are 2 school districts right now who have egregiously violated financial policies. There are solid documentation of embezzlement, misuse of school property, and there are 2 other violations, and yet nothing is being done. I addressed this with the legal counsel, with the county school superintendent's office, with the state auditors, with the state attorney general, and they said this is a local school board matter. And it was put on the local school board, and 3 board members voted to not address these issues. To me, that is not acceptable. So this is still open as far as I'm concerned. It needs to be lawfully resolved. And another school district, again, a violation of reimbursement for transporting youngsters to school in lieu of bus transportation. These violations I mentioned are both by board members as well as the sons or daughters of board members. These, to my knowledge, have not been resolved and they're still open. This is what my focus is as far as violations of laws. And I make it very clear that I don't want anyone exploiting our children's education. And so violations of finance, I'm aware of some, and I'm not walking away from it. And I was asked to work out an agreement with the board for grievance pay, a good recommendation, non-disclosure agreement. And I said, no, I would not do this. And so from this school district, I was put on what they call administrative reassignment to home. A reassignment to home administratively is different from administrative leave. Administrative leave is where you put on leave with the intent to terminate based on just cause. That's administrative leave. Administrative reassignment, there is no violation of law. It's just a reassignment. They call it based on the best interest of the district. There's no violation of law. And so with this, I stayed home for 2.5 years, reassignment, administrative reassignment to home, doing nothing. And I got paid everything, all contract fulfillment that was completed. And so that happened. Now, to make it very clear, back in 1999, that's about over 30 years ago, I was put on administrative leave for insubordination. And why? Because I was told to stop writing to the newspaper about the horrible school facilities conditions, about the poor bus conditions, which our kids had to ride in. And after approaching the administration and the board with this, I was told not to say anything to anybody about all this. And I said, I'm going to do this in the interest of our children, our community. I do not want anyone exploiting our school funds. And so for that reason, I was put on administrative leave and terminated. Within 3 months, the whole school board was recalled. And that was, again, back in 1998, 99, over 30 years ago. Ever since then, I have learned to work closely internally to address serious issues about schools, how to overcome challenges with staff, training staff, and promoting relationship to support. In every policy, there are improvement plans for staff. If they're not doing the work, I've done that before with staff. And when you enforce policies, that is not a rose garden path I mentioned. Not on it long, I was told. Not on it long. But because you enforce policies, laws, because you're protecting the children, the staff, parents, and facilities. For the Board of Education, Navajo Nation Board of Education, I told them, if there's any discussion about my work, about my background, every discussion on me, I want open discussion. I want transparency. Yeah, and that never materialized. And the 4 board members who voted against my taking over this position, I have no idea why. And again, if there are reasons for not complying with the law, I mentioned these are spelled out. These are in the hands of the board to terminate a person. And so there was a lot of, one of the couple board members and staff told me, it's all Jinne. And I said, I want evidence, document. As I mentioned, horrible things have happened to us and my families for enforcing laws, rules, regulation. Our vehicle has been vandalized, sand has been put in our gas tank, our home has been egged, and horrible phone calls have been made. Why? Because you enforce policies. You do not look the other way. This is, again, part of leadership. And so I'm hoping that this answers the Honorable Yellhair's question. And how to overcome challenges with staff. Again, there are improvement plans in every personnel policies. And I have used that with staff before. And more importantly, there are training opportunities that are made available that have to be put in place for improvement. So DP has ani the has so, and this is why I say we must enforce policies. Otherwise, why have policies if you're not going to enforce them? And so that is what I do with my background in school finance. Financial audits is a priority, crucial priority. And so I emphasize accountability, transparency, and track record. And so with that, I want to go to the next Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Enforcing policies, laws, improvement plan. This ties back into my earlier comments. We cannot look the other way. We have to enforce these plans. And as far as the resistance from the Navajo Nation taking schools over, I have encountered that with where we have, again, closed down BIE and started grant schools. These are where we are messing with economic issues. We are messing with what I call bacon on the table, meaning that we have to look at per pupil funding that, again, are given to BIE employees. That same amount should be given to grant schools. Per pupil funding for operation, per pupil funding for facilities, all of that. So that has to be the same or improve with grant schools. And again, local control. And if we can improve all that, they will go for that. And I'm thinking I answered Honorable Nathaniel Brown's question. As I said, enforce policies, laws, there are improvement plans. We cannot cover up. I've been basically told to cover up, and I refuse to do that. And so that's, again, something I wanted to address, make very clear. Now with Honorable Yazi, the school situation as far as cell towers, infrastructure, as I mentioned, there are ways, both long and short-term solutions to bring in Wi-Fi into the schools. And we have to constantly look at every available resource. To me, I've found out money is not the issue. The real issue is how we spend the money, how schools spend the money. Those are real issues. If we can reprogram the same amount of money, I've done that before in other schools, to more promising development, to install Wi-Fi, to install Wi-Fi in buses, to bring out buses out to where kids can improve the reception. And there are ways to do all of this. And so what I intend to do, first of all, is certainly to meet with the staff, NOTI staff, and meet with all of you individually or as a group, meet with the president's office. And then I intend to meet with the agency councils, which I've done before for research purposes. And I want to visit as many school sites as possible. And I really want to look into challenges and issues and how we can address both short-term and long-term solutions to these challenges. My point is our school system should not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. It can change. We've shown that. We've documented. That's my track record. That's all I know how to do, is to improve academic achievement of our kids. Academics, as I mentioned, reading, writing, arithmetic, tools. We find tools in the kitchen, outside, anywhere. There are tools. You should have chainsaw, axe, what have you. Those are tools. You should have a tool that gets you from point A to point B. Reading, writing, arithmetic is not any different. And I'm hoping, again, that answers the questions, and I appreciate the comments that are being made. Chairman Damon, floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Begay. Again, does that conclude your responses at this time, Chairman Daniel So?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Yes, that concludes the responses.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, going twice.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Don, thank you. Okay, share with Speaker, Aro 24th Navajo Nation Council though. Aro kotodo de ya confirmation bin yeni yagido shady nas is bahan slow to the chin basishin sit na chin dashi che ashi dasinale oh yat e ndishni aro kotodo ya e jo na nishbin yagi kotadi koto e ya ne in sozo aro ya niki hoti nido ya hot ashin ya e ka e ni tato ni ya selinko ko yat e Atena andis kido lihije ya aba hazin nahoti jo hasin da pension hat ahodesis ta in zini da tsude ya tsinyaje ohos zinigi tehil en hazin anhi ni tinne zinigi hot ade ya de nek eso yat ki kana hodo asa in de tehil ako jashi da is khado hot ade ya ya hat at ni de ko aten di de ko aten to eda aro ade bada ot khan zinigi hot ade binal so sahal no hot ade ya ni aji hi kha wat ne ho ade ho ato wol ato nek ho ya sabna ho to asa nigi chehel ako senina in singe ya jashi abada ot kha jashi hot ade ko ya not on dan din dot ade na khande patsin asinde to nek asiya tasita bahazin hot ben hit na hoti to shi ya accredited art skogot an hindi honit na khatsin dingi de nek ho to yaki to ina hol ada in hazan ako ko sai na hot ko ado to ya yaki hot ado ni so nenda so hot achi to ni da so hot ko hot and shi ya so the shibata hadlo sin shibata hadlo to ari ban sa krise to aj ni da hada so ado the educational yeah hot ade ya hot and le ko an ni hot ago da nzo shin hajo da shin ya ba za ni se ba ha hot ni se ko ba za hot hagi ni se ko ni ba da hiji ba na shin ya ko ala bo do as hot ade ben ye ko sa ni da se ko ba na ye ni da se ten halan di jide jashi hasine la de hot as na khate di be na ke na hot johnson se has three son da ha one de ko ko na ski la do ko ya aba hasan ala ya sa se de ten halan je hot hagi in ye ten jashi de but on he hasn't do hot adi ni de ade da his whole leadership like that هي ابن أونغو خشيت خشيت دوليس اللي هكي شوكا إيه نتوس كان لا ابن كدول إيه اللي آخر اللي there's one question أرد السكن ونجي كأن شيء نهاد the leadership اللي هكي خشيت سوكا concept no هذه هو جيز أدو ابن they went through a lawsuit donc 100 holders AD they hit aban sin case today regional lies it all makes that no AD one board member in law that could be overseeing 7 schools what the heck to do away with board school board members hit aban sin case that'll be my question. My second question speaker I'll conclude here. I have another question, so they can reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time at 43 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Stewart, what was yours at this time?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Auto colleagues, 24th Navigation Council. Auto and the Mr. Begay, Shania, Mr. Daniel So for the legislation. Okay, quite a within this kitty area, quite with the schools again under the Dodi halit out those school boards and then again. How do you and how would you work with them to make sure that they are in compliance with the laws that we currently have under Dodi with the children and also with the accountability of addressing those with severe issues in their finance mismanagement, the micromanagement, and also, with the other areas of the schools that need to be held accountable culture-wise. Implement those into the schools within the Navajo Nation. How much oversight do you think that the Dodi should have as far as working with public schools or including the public schools as well? What would we do, or what could you do to make these changes? How much involved would you is your foresight to involve council, not just HESI, but the full council, and making changes sufficient to work with the state, the county, and also the Navajo Nation schools to bring them all up to par? That's one area. Under the Department of the Net Education, there's a program under there that I worked for. Office of the Youth. How do you work? How would you work? How much information do you know about Office of the Youth? That's what I want to know. And how do you see it working with the schools? And do you feel that it fits in with the net education? Those right now are my questions. Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Your reserve time is 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Staff, Dr. Begay, sponsor of Lenigi. Good afternoon. Jay Mark Freeland, the Shadow. Lenigi Totoni, Sloto Kia, Ani Asia, Centric Canada, Chichi, I have 8 chapters out of Eastern Agency, Crown Point, though not the I have the Senti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfino, and Nayuza. Thank you for stepping up to the plate, Dr. Begay. I have five schools in my 8 chapters. 3 of them are BIE operated, Lake Valley, Crown Point, and I was recently visited by the BIE and replaced on the consideration as #1 priority for gaining a new school. So I really am thankful. We're all thankful for that, and appreciate the BIE visit coming out from Washington, D.C. and putting CAI back on the priority list as #1. It's 90% portable buildings out there. They deserve a new school. Built in 1935. There's some really nice buildings, stone buildings still in place, but we need to continue continue to help CAI get across the finish line. I'm going to ask for your help getting this done. We're going to ask that the children deserve a gym. They deserve a new gymnasium. They deserve a new school there as well at CAI. I also have 2 grant schools, Hanle and Sitlantisli. And my question to you is, how are you going to work with both the BIE operated and the grant schools together cohesively to make them successful? And I really am imploring this because the 5 schools that I have are very unique, and they each offer, something very suitable in ways. And I'm thinking of terms of growth, development, opportunities, the FACE programs. How are we going to strategize to make our schools successful, whether they're federally operated or tribally controlled? That's my question. And I really want to emphasize working with the local school boards and working with the local communities and the chapters, because when we have our chapter meetings, school boards do report to the chapters at the chapter meetings. And that's something that's very, that's when you hear these reports and you understand what's going on in the school, and you even work with the principals directly as well, there's a very unique relationship that each of our schools have with the chapters. So that's a real important consideration right there. So I just wanted to ask those questions, and thank you again, Dr. Gay, and I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That we have a reserve time of 1 minute and 44 seconds, Honorable Freeland. Go on down to Honorable Daniels, and then I'll come back to the sponsor. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, not on it, but the base was on the 24th Nation Council. I don't know his staff. I don't know I see by here. I don't know that should shake with Eastern there, East side down. Should shake. Legislation could only get that in so I see by here. I don't know Nana should shake. Yes, should shake in left without Dr. Gay without Herman Daniels Jr. The rate old jet hole again. I don't guess in a shop to be in the sky. But on the inch la data. Look at the net I should get that edition. How was on the hot so the class Slishnida. Let us give me that. I don't that should reggae kill a treat. As God void as null. I don't that here cleaning our kite and I should say. So that I did have to say to let's go off to check. I don't go to die galsy with say this in with now to click with a non ski a machine for a not nearly yagi as in here with a call. And it always started that that's not an unnecessary. So you started that's why I don't edit. Kado nda ikal kado nje best in kado. Ako kado I see here kado. I get that deal na sin kado ne. I don't know kado na gaita. Panash na shiki kado best ones an a bunch leniki all jet ho. Shot ho. Tapi kin. I don't know if on a panashness. As a best ones an and slukada I don't know kado. I don't let bad the net or best on diet I get them. Her negi by nasta. Bebes nashne, what I equal to a besnashne second gate out. Partners Lenny Beveland ada. I don't know, not honest chain as to go. But how is thought to add. I go that I besnashne second. The cocoa dam. The gate dam. At the I go throughout the Navajo Nation. We have schools. All cut that nil. So I am Jono Deji.
aro sai o ya but sen ta hui na lo ta in ni shot ko na kai tam adequate conduct na kai Health Education and Human Services Committee na kai sha to di kai ade be ke da fil ne ul tragi data o ya be en hot ita be me o be da fil ne ko I don't understand what this is in a Dodi Department of Education age as a hasil toy bahnilia. Big then eat or left and list or left but no. I call this scene a quite hold just a year go a mother of Zen Lenigi ad. I don't know about old tragido staff and Lenigi oh yeah on dance and hello has a cut ad. I call a great administration that in the Shiki. I call 80 or the Hashita or your daughter. I see him meet as guitar that in Mr. got the ad. I call the great Ashita on the Rego see what that is how. I call that ego to see what I bend that deal, let's go to say. I call ASI Pegibana Oscar or let's go. I call the hard hole just on the hard in not ad in the great shot toward. I guess the how deal Necodona great damp. The great partner, the little nana. A mother of Zeta ad Aronana, but the old had the Hadina lake the hotel ad. I don't rate them as channel gigi. I see them, but has hit on del Zeno, a hot ipan first cases of Lando. I saw a bar the snake could off, I saw a bar as Chen Arin Dakodo, as tweet of funny, trying to that 80 penny, doesn't have no. Be hospital, and gave it high on the logo. Oh, I don't agree down. I'll send a nego. I don't know if that's a cinema to Hanasti. But for yo, I did. What's in a land? But for yet a hoe, I seen for what's in a hand. But for I seen for not Kennedy or you on steel there. I don't know, they hold cut and Chicago without not Kennedy's or you, but I don't know what I could do. Or I see, but I have Kiki got a by Picodo. I call lay the Queen of the Shade, the Reina, Dean, Patin, Slatina, the Shade, the Hanada, $3. You that a by Pied. I don't know, Codo. I see Codon Reda, Ultra Mata, you're a bit in the wheat. I see Codon instead of living, baby. It isn't that easy, Codo. Also, thank you, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, use up your time. Moving on down. Actually, I'm going back to sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
I can't launch it, Silly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, my call kept dropping. I didn't hear some of the questions, but in regard to colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, the question on school board apportionment, that is not in the purview of the superintendent's position. And I would basically caution colleagues to refrain from asking those types of questions. That particular issue is before the courts of the Navajo Nation, and the final decision has not been made. So to ask the candidate to say, what is your position, is clearly out of bounds. So I would ask colleagues to be careful on that. We find that a lot of our colleagues are really knowledgeable and concerned. And we from the HES committee want to emphasize that this young man who has been brought forth to us from the Board of Education, and we've done a do pass legislation, and the NABI has also approved the do pass through a consent vote. So, delegates, thank you for allowing me to sponsor this legislation. So, in that respect, I'll turn the floor to Dr. Harold Begay. Thank you.
If I may, Honorable Damon, presiding chair, proceed.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just mention, Navajo, Yadi, a stop. Dahui Glagot, has two laps Kadishka, the sen at a Hojosen to a Rasha Quail day, a queer carnashwa in the canal better in Esther. Although not Kidishana, Tato not kidden that sit Shemayan at the end of what less it's in there. A call the sen. Sada a death nego at Ella Bohosh Lango Bohosh Atosich net under Na kid Hel Kidatas sen a tra Nadish up again that age not up again in the lessons are that age ladder. Your class a begin in the best thing begin that age. So that again begin that what the stress out there also so just quite a lot or even not in this case a lot so that you know that of kid. So with that let's say I did not think Honorable Begay, Elmer Begay, why can't we improve the language or in Nankin? That nego Hashinza in a bit there. Hat Allah or beginata. A co or in so con a language needs that in the here or in the culture that a the re shinas ego trago because uncle the rate or they are the standards requirements from the federal government, language and culture. That the oyen hit from the state, standards, rules, regulations. No, let's see what you have to say. I don't. Couldn't he go hit Ben hit just not long. So the first one is federal standards requirements, state standard requirement. Our homeland, sacred mountains. All those that see that. All those that's what I'm looking at. On hinantin. Kotohat okay. Hatatelia. Kotani Hasla. In Hichonia, Nimasan in Chayan, Nankin. Nikit Kashin it issue and hit nest. Even that's what I'm looking at. We need to look at our own standards, regulations based on the 4 sacred mountains. That's what I'm looking at. Age that's a bear. So, Sahatonic, or that Zanson cut Nihoras, I quite enough is any of my son is Linnet or se. Need so catch out in slap nache ayers. Ha, Goshi, Sabina is the kit. Ah, Goshi, I'll neck at your side. Ha, be hard. Yenetle. Ako nikaachin in alikan it's okay. I thought I saw the zin so the yacht. In the que nahagata. Kashing so naila. Ako has ade. Ado sat the old cup was that Jono Dantin. What ako di a so that was the bear. Which the need be was your heart evening. On a hini. Nika all evening Nankin Kako. The Naga. The Neneki hashing. So anyway, old cup window has other. Hogan has I don't know, but has I can't hate law. What is neither quite cultural instruction by Nick. So that is not a kid that in and that was kid. The Northland the Hitler. Look at that's a best I don't need for again, Honorable Elmer Brigade. I'm hoping this answers some of your questions. I know a cake on the Honorable Stewart, as far as the Navajo Nation Board of Education, the oversight, Highland Folkway, it is ain't no left. Kadeya, the late all day, it is ain't external oversight all day, yeah, from the state, from the federal government. Nika all Nikashin, it is ain't a Cornel Ego. Not need angle. If we look in the rear view mirror, these things, look at our communities, look at our unemployment rate, look at our business site development, look at our education program. What about a Kate that the nest find the nest canal? They're stuck. They stagnated. There's something wrong with that, with external oversight. Or it is Inge Ebene High shot on Hiqua Hajo, the Chendenepe, Dowdy, in the Ade, not on in Flenigi, not on Flenigi, in the Amado on any parent involvement. So I didn't answer that, but to me, parent involvement. That depends on the strengths of parents. Parents aren't the whole lot, but not in the huddle. So parents can help out in different ways. We need to work closely with parents. What about hit that ego and in Hatchin or horse? But was your yet kiko? You net leaned or less. We've come across that. Now for Nation Board of Education, high shot was your $18. Although I did not on in Australia. So what have been so the all year he got hit like Esla. These sins out at the highest sin. Quite so layers like a quite so lay like a necessity case. No. Has Hagosen Kaden try it's not of the yin question honest. What's all day like a nanegi, I nanegi, Kotola, select a inna, no, and Kotola. From here on, life is in my hands. Okota, nan cannot that all those but see that. Ekota inani. What else and the Hitler? Asia, Quernilia. Joshi, mother was a che, Mamasani dan Lenigi, sure, the nosy. But let has sent all it. So we need to do that. We need to take another look at where we are right now. The real evidence of our work in education is our communities. Look at our communities. That's the real evidence of how we have been running our school system. All those, we can do better. I know we can do better. You and I know we can do better. The oversight, council oversight, by local parental oversight in the youth office. When I was working with the Twin Nest, there's a fog, a fog. Do you know? Yeah. No, that is alternative form of government. Because I have nearly Shani Ahap Dobi or Ton against a question with the local government. I got the nay use say best or yal you can. We need to put together educational program before, after school, during the weekend, during summers. And I've met with the youth coordinator in at least in Tuba area many times. So that was a bit we need solutions. So with that, Honorable Stewart, I'm hoping that addresses your question. Although Navajo Nation Badoti compliance laws, policies, I read through the 52 pages of the Navajo Sovereignty Education Act 2005. The laws are clearly spelled out. We need and with the Honorable Flynn, your comments. Again, there are good schools, there are great schools right now, whether they're BIE operated, BIE funded, whether they're public school, whether they're parochial school. We have good and great schools, and some schools are struggling. So we must honor local control. It's in the policies, Navajo Nation, the Navajo Sovereignty and Education Act. It's in there. Local control must be supported and promoted. Of course, that must be honored. And right now, we have a very good relationship with the federal government. We need the documentation about the conditions of our school. So we need to work closely now with a very positive, a very good federal government under President Biden. So we need to, as someone mentioned, we need to step up to the plate on it. So we need to get off the bleachers and get onto the playing field. And the last comment, Honorable Herman Daniels, what you mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned that. It's okay. Though you mentioned these are our greatest treasure, our children, our youth are our greatest gift. They are our greatest resources. And how can we work with all the schools? And I would not hesitate to go out to the school and help out, do what I can from what I know, both short-term and long-term solutions. Nanish inside Dazita, but see Gonsi Cassita, watching and Nalikan hits okay, nation development, but see got a conda bitaner now got that's our history. The Nani Glenny are they? Yeah, there's so that's pretty much the gist of my comments. Let's go.
Thank you, Dr. Begay. Does that conclude your response, Chairman Daniel So? Chairman? Chairman So? Honorable Otto So, are you still on the line? Or Honorable Edison?
Speaker, that would conclude our presentation.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker, staff, and my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you so much for the legislation. Sabe dano dit ani dadoning so che yego I ba hen sun she so tazundo ko lago ya nikit na hazna ado Dr. Harold Begay a shehe do the lago ya na nish in lagi nikit ishan in la de do kodoban sas krisa o lato bahone tsada insan okot ego ya ban sas kris wala atidat ta atidat shen ne na re khati do ana khaya ta khuna ne do tahtiya ya Tibia City Primary School ki eko enashin shinde alchuni yaja the never that binan kingo bilingual education will gego arod never former supervisor Louise Yellowman a bit nashin shinde aja shlat that nach e kot eko lahan lingo aja del ego aja ba al khande Mako that Kachi, Tako, Ado, Sabata, Conago, such is the Anago, Makoshi that Queen in the Kaholo Ada, Ade Nasha, such is the under Delegate Paul Bicky, Nare, Bishka Gage or Aja Ishagan Slato, Shatuna Ajo, Bisashagan, Nare that is and hot sagi, Kindashijaki, Equia. Quite a the wheat. Aro Todesh gives the net in sleed up in between, but string should say, ya, to the genie than Likia Anish and that. Ado had hardly seen Lango Bahon Sunday is Jay, had hardly Jilin there. Ado Sados Jacines, Edo had hardly Jilin there. Shanala has been between Edo had hardly Jilin there. Is he yet? بصدزندو بديين دشيا دصدن صام كتدش البهنة تناقو اتشاهنا لجي نخلو له بس ليشي نخلو نتشش خلو له إلا بيتلن كتديكو إيه كأك إيه شليات إيه خاليت خاشيت إيه شيدنا باهتشل نتله تديكو نجونكو بلقانا بزاتا يلكيتله Nijono that the nebazat yelkisha very articulate sneaker. Chidon donan tago chin ido to the yego husband husband snico nan such case. Hala tratin lini so that so not tin lini be hades spin. Kadechi your inso what egon such case what ashin hatchin and hapa. Nahabanson case got enso in answers case Dr. Begay called Ado Aya a station cutting over and dog a start this danger a Kunzago in their husband got Fonanes physical school board member Dan Lingo Ado principal superintendent Alcoda what Daco Nan Mr. Betsilgi Ebi Bent Ochigo in their husband a co تو خدقو إنا حسندان تدعو كتاوي بين نشنت تدييقو إي بحنة ثاني تننلينقو إن نانساس كيستو دينا نشنت قاهتني هذا إي تدييقو سادة الشاهدة بتاتيتي خدنا جنة إي بين سلدون باهزن لد آئيتان تشنجي إتايقو بيخوت سلي إي تحليسلا يكون تشلجي صدزن والجي Ado iya senda tawli senda yini ko khadatin ze chito ado hazadi at eko chucho inka hada sahaze te yin go chi la jo ni go ebe bentan hitnes khan jo kut ego yan go na konni zi isch ko de ado ne ya because of the deal sabe tanoti I dot is go adole I don't hatchen that sigi preschool oh ha you 18 the kaya Chicago preschool chini as in that I need car but that was car that is car
Time up, Speaker.
Yes, time.
I'll go see a chair, a chair, Dr. Begay. Those say.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That, moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours at this time. Vice Chair Walker?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, although council members and colleagues, although I get Sheikh Hassan, Tweedo Suzanne is certificate, yet echo the HJDB, other sponsor of the legislation, Jana, Honorable Daniel. So, although your co-sponsors, either not so spend the Bishop on the Baron not so the call for Ibn Shako Yati Yikan. Oh, what the call here, and although the Dr. Begay, Yat Echo, Cat 8 Shana, Shin, the deal chain, La, the a she hinge, and the big patrol, was chain, put something should say that it was said this evening, it doesn't know what I, the Nanch Thomas Walker, a Tashin. The way I said it, Tona had little talk, though Nana Hassan, though Sako Hassan, and I was class in the little Fadahisto. A panasha, which baseball on the not judge a cut the Honil Zunico, Kehekito, de Craigie, no Bandi Craigie. I would add a Eastern Ishlad or little quite a ya, you hit the hot neck by Hill, and Ado, and that's a darkest stone hat that a what the Eastern and the heck. Just a cut that I had never naked and I hit the kid of a adole has of this eating. So the nap and I had been sack she, but it's Agita. She Yakons and Nikki, she, but really did that was not what that he at standing had there. Jota, I kicked now when the whole Jishiko. Quiet. Although a Hadi Nico hit on deeds and store hit out a Barquins and Joe Daddy, then I had a Nahata, Fishmas, and then he did Nigi. I call Jojo Quiwashing Bata. See, she quite hold she shall I been not a I had asked a doctor out at this judgment and was Adi or Dishi Nanch, which that's a day not to call. Eddie dot Jiggy a Quebec. What echo Lado or the Archer, Ben de Shot and so the Shina, Adoshin and Ado, Codenson, about nuns which that in Yao Joe a quiet baseball and the speaker that whole show land ako a Hine Kato Tahi Kahdi. Don't hit a Aquich nuns did. Not the age, and the best on it, and that the Napa Yachi, so that I which you can should but echo. It she the name is eat at larger, but the whole, and the Shahaditzi, no, the echo. He shall be Chabayati, his Chabahaditzi, then he did know the echo. In the Behaz Ani, Naz Niliki, and Habanant, but Egoyat, Etra, no Jida, a Bayadasil, Kiss, Nido Base, Kate Nani, we at local chapter government at Atlanta at Lehi,
quite get ido le ido another ido le ido ba nan shodelia ko quite get today is a good opportunity to also offer support, offer assistance, offer guidance amongst the leadership here. Ako nisiti oto Asian cho inhi the dikti is a hatitsi to adole nisiti afikishi ipa hoti kodo nature. So nisito ladies nisto nisito adole and has been neat. But atlahatet get only one has ado this never carried nikido personal for the wisto. Ado just Western agency do ado in Chicago jet cashed ko edo payadil ki tateda nezate nova anez na personal بس إذا بياتي هت إيجو أدوت النت أي كهنة هت أدو إنانش بعدين إيجو أكو كويكي أدو داهين نازوليا أناش ياتي جبهة أدو باكيل أدين هان زيتو أدو ده كا يديبن دا ديلش نيجي نوشين بس I could echo the net education superintendent. You get to do started that. The thing that he said started that. This is a hard day to call the Chicago. I thought I get the sheet that had Joe Quinson. I thought just Diego now the teacher you get all custody the pandemic. Could a balcony. Kashit Kashinik Edo Disnasko. I got the Joka Gebaz after the show. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time.
Speaker Doug, hello.
Well, Helena, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time and and also everybody that's on the line and all my colleagues and 24th Navigation Council. And I just wanted to say Happy New Year to everybody before I get started. And Mr. Begay, I support your legislation to go ahead and approve this. I heard lots of good things in the past about from all the colleagues and all the advice that they're giving. The presentation that you had, this is like the third time I've heard you speak. So far, each time I've heard you speak, you had gave your views and they were all the same. And so I appreciate that. And so I like to see you go forward with those views. And the only problem I see with that is it takes time to make those kind of changes. And with the full support of the council and HES committee and your colleagues, we could get some of those things done to get better education system for our children and set up an education system for long term. So that's what it's going to take. And we've always had trouble with hiring people on, and they're gone after a year or 2 years. They're gone down the road again. So I hope you thought about this process deep and hard, and that we'd like to keep you on for as long as we can keep you on. And like you said, it takes a long term to get these initiatives taken care of that you have spoke of. So that's all I have right now. And I thank you for your applying for the position. And we look forward to working with you. It looks like we might be possibly confirming you tonight. So, Speaker, that's all I have. And I'd like to reserve my time and give it to the remainder of my time to Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Yellow Hair, you have 3 minutes flat. You want the time?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take the time, Speaker.
Go ahead. Honorable Yeller.
Okay,
Yours.
now the speaker, I don't know in the Thank you very much. I also like to thank to Dr. Dr. Harold GBK Kador Hisangi, the Nepizat Lengi behind Sito, the Kanapizat out of Navajo tradition. You probably know well Navajo Nation customary law that sinks down here. I don't know, not all yet. So, the Carlito and Junko Hazon Hotel Anki. Should I APC Hotel? Let's just dream about it. Black Mesa or the other old Carlon that you call Black Mesa School, and 9 miles is not paved. On Corona shot and neat on. In the cotton, Eros cut it was lunch. A peso, okay, the 13, all college 18, chapter house, big arch 18, only or Rabbi Washington. Total, you know, they need. We need bridge for school. That's the only school and the only chapter to pay the yard. I drove up the didn't eat in the community. Not the craggy, none still. I don't know where Rafford School is. The late, the founder of the Rafford School, known Dr. Robert Russell, the other, the East Middle School. There was only school of Navajo language named Tinde Itan. They are in the late 60s. Itan, Passion, the Navajo language. A whole area, and the Disney, Dr. Gay, here, Yanni, a labor, she less are all Catholic either local school, though, and she hold it on the way chapter level, school board and Lenita. I don't see it on the here, again, the talk on this, you know, what it was seen on the same she, Scott Torres. Yeah, she isn't laying brother. She nada, in later, it's a lot. Yeah, Hunsaba has steadily, yeah, support your this job, dot is best in yeah, Hunsaba, so that only here. Thank you very much, Speaker. Go here, go to Arma Halona. Sudden only here, thank you. Once thoroughly, go back on mute now.
Thank you very much, Honorable here. That, colleagues, any other comments? Not, let me go back. I have one more before I go back. So let me start on reserve time. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 47 seconds. I'll go back to Daniel.
Speaker, can you
Chairman
hear me?
Daniel, so. Madam Chair Charles Newton?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. I was just getting ready to speak when somebody muted me. Mr. Begay, thank you so much for the presentation and thank you for sharing your information. I really liked what you said. The fact that you are not afraid to enforce the policies and the procedures and also the law. It is really unfortunate that as a delegate in my 3 years, that I have seen so much retaliation of employees who have reported wrongdoing. And what I often question is, why do we continue to employ those who do wrong things? It's there, it's documented, and yet the ones who report it are the ones who are let go of. I am fighting the same battle with enterprises right now. We are sending the wrong message to our Navajo people when we retaliate against them for reporting things that they think is wrong. I think that yes, there has to be an investigation that's done, but at the same time, there are companies that reward people for making those kinds of reports. And here on the Navajo Nation, we have it backwards. We retaliate against them. And I have seen chapter officials, I have seen colleagues, as you stated, look the other way, because it's so much easier to look the other way than it is to follow through in the report. So thank you so much for saying that. And the fact that you said that, I will vote green for your confirmation. I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to addressing some of the issues that our Navajo children face with education. Shahat Speaker, thank you. Colleague Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, there was no question on there, so I can continue on. Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Speaker, yeah, Nando this.
Oh.
Ado here, Kudo, Chanaho Agi, 3 areas, Kudo, Mr. Begay, Hashid Al Kesha, Shadakani, and Shlonki, on it, this is it, that should share this cheat, that should not need again, that now is taking a shot. A couple, no matter how you get Solana can with not any many funds that I have trying to stop. A couple, currently the Department of Education building is lot. A couple, the National Hospital and Harshin Scholarship Office. A couple, it all aid, accessible, and Nishikila. What immediate solution will you have, making sure that there's no break up service to our Navajo people, especially our Navajo students? Maybe within a week or two, the article that I need to disseminate some of these information back to our Navajo people, to the local chapter. Now, Head Start building. A lot of time they're looking and asking chapters to pick up some costs of operating these Head Start facility. I think that the Nabi Kaido was chapter based on it just seems like the Department of Education is not doing enough to get additional funding for these operation of Head Start building, the Head Start program. So issues to urgent Mr. Begay has shown that I don't care to be announced it, or they appreciate your insight and understanding of our Navajo culture and tradition. How can we implement agriculture? How can we implement ranching? A lot of times when we ask our kids to go to school, it's just more of like administration, in-office type of education, which is okay. But a lot of time we really need to educate and start educating our young kids at the preschool level that the importance of having livestock. That's one area I really like for your administration, being administrator, for being superintendent to implement and help develop and working with the NAIC College and NTU that agriculture and ranching and land area in educating our young kids. So Mr. Begay, I do support you on this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. Auto colleagues, words of support. Let me give the floor back to Dr. Harold McGee. One more time. To McGee.
Damon, do I proceed, Speaker?
Yes, Dr. McGay, the floor is yours.
Let me just mention, so Happy New Year. No, winter solstice, winter solstice. The world over, cultures celebrate this winter solstice. The net that the bishop lot the shaniga that is in the Johna Nachi that happened about December 23rd around there. Winter solstice. This is celebrated globally. On that day, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Thomas Walker, Honorable Begay, elementary primary school in Jono, the day, Mr. Walker and Houston, working with grant schools. Honorable Pernell Halona, winter solstice celebration, and Honorable Yellow Hair. So in that Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, the enforcement of laws, compliance, yes, that is critical, as I mentioned. If we're not going to enforce this, why have laws? Everywhere you go, there are laws. The Honorable Begay on the building that are being closed, the boiler is down at the Doty. This is an emergency. It affects the health, the well-being of not only the staff, but other people elsewhere. Of course, that's a priority. That should be an emergency funded, replace the boilers there. And the Head Start issues, I'm aware of that. The shared cost, again, that needs to be eliminated. We need to invest our time, money, resources into our youngsters. Although I'm glad you mentioned it, Honorable Brigade, the livestock economy, both in A College, NTU, and K-12 school, at the agriculture, horticulture, technical school, we still have a very strong livestock economy. Inside that they not let I thought Nikaso doesn't go, and Nikaso doesn't go additional. Akata, Shantas and not Annie not again.
Chairman Daniel So, to conclude your response.
Yes, that is. If we could get to a vote, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Go back to the floor. I am on reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Shehu, Ahinaso, Choco, Ahiego, in London, it is Nile, Elna Shehe, Ahichan has street or con, as a thought, is really into the culture and speech my language, like a just he home. If you didn't need it on the word, we have stayed off a whole young down. Kadeo Ahono Z, or is it that you are Hagola, the not chickle, the Hagola enough, or can't I down Haska Illa? As Twiddle has on the Noshini are my colleagues. So well, like credit to Robert, I would like to sit down meeting with you, but in the language. Yeah, as he needs kid of it. She brother Lila, she Shirichen leader and very has created. I don't say you that not shut. I you see. Then needs to kin in Schneeder to the key, the Epashi Kian Ani, that should say. I don't know what something that should not. But I'm a very basic one now, because we shot on because it's word for is a constitution of the Navajo nation. It ago in where Chris condition fundamental rights in constitution. Beyond that, those liberties that are deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition. But the name now the crossing court and dust and the hardest in Delaware. I don't Connecticut that has zero could they basically finish it. I could I got it now to know that she gets a shed or the shed. So about it, you thought, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So that, moving on down. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, 1 minute, 7 seconds on reserve time.
Chair Damon, Ado Kwegi Beshmansa and Hado Dr. Bigay Kehe Kwegi Shada Kwegi Heinzi it's based enigi akonda di de Kwegi Saban Sayesh Hanada Zige ya the education system is definitely and severely a colonial settler mentality. The classroom hasn't changed. But in the hidden nenni tinige ya nde sa kut anda antkin goy ahawan mazada and antkin ado hathalo danda kai ado shindo de benaj je agota. What are some of, I'm sure, like, and anyone in leadership and anis when we have a little bit of free time, we think of how we can constantly change our nation for the better, to help our people. I think how do we change that system? Because the way the current system is, it's developed for non-Native Americans. It was mainly developed for Bilagana. The nebazad the aji yego publications zindo le skisn dadi nesto e benit edo ado hun sodole yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. That, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, 43 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes. You have 43 seconds.
Okay,
of
yeah.
reserve time.
Okay, I wrote down. I don't that's on the no, that's in addition. I called down. So you need to down to see. You could add the slinky, add snag. So what the Halita Uhudo asked. So and the hot the whole Jessica don't net that slinky has they don't need. The Basin is called the shit or the start of the so the other best of Lago. Okay, to be not air of this. بين بتخدتين كده دينا تعرف كده جو هذا جو هذا تاج واتشنا جو أبغى أجي داون جو خاصين جيدا دون نه خاصي دهالون نه شاه دهالون لا إبيك جو هذا يا دي بانسس كيسنا أكو أرو كذا نهود إيدو جينا أجسنا إيش بدينا يا هذا يا ليه دام courts يا هذا خاصي النأب نهود إيده النأ يا خاصين صغد يا لو بتاخد ده جايبنا ياخد يا ده جايبنا خد جايب نهود ناندس كده تو كده نبدأ كده خارج أرون جوخد ديش نيكو.
Thank you.
Okay.
That, moving on down, Honorable Stewart, 2 minutes and 12 seconds on reserve time.
Question, Speaker, Auto colleagues, Nanayat A, Auto Mr. Begay. With the remaining time, Ocean, Equag Besson, Natla, Shea Wilson, Sister Junior A, and Shiado South, or that Nasha, Auto Alcadon, so today for the council session, Auto, but Hadashagi at South, so Dobek El Cheat, once Lun he cheated, it's not okay at the constantly, but Hadasha, Auto. For Defiance Agency to represent for the Resource Development Committee. Ako twits of the ancient though not as a touching a bushes chain, touching the shit up in between the Chanella. Aro, I answering my questions and should need out Mr. Eugene. So I can probably stop by and see you at your office and make an appointment. Oh, could a be hostile if not to the yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That, Honorable Freeland, on reserve time, 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Speaker Dr. Begay, my question wasn't answered about how you're going to work with tribally controlled grant school boards and DIE school boards, how we develop that relationship and strategy going forward. Also, you mentioned that you wanted to look at taking over fully operational of the BIE schools. How would that be done, and how can wouldn't you think that we should work on internally fixing up Doty first before we start thinking about a goal like as such? We need to look at ourselves internally and prepare ourselves and put ourselves in a position to think that to say that we can handle such a task. We have a lot of work to fix ourselves before we start thinking about pursuing BIE full control. So those are my comments, my questions, Shanatai. And then Head Start, how are we going to expand Head Start, get funding for them, advocate for them? More importantly, how are we going to recruit and retain students at all of our Head Starts across the Navajo Nation? So those are my comments and questions, Speaker. Thank you, Shanatai. Wait for my time.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So. If there's any response from you or Dr. Begay. Oh. Chairman Daniel So. Honorable Otto So or Honorable Wanika, you there as a co-sponsor?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Come on the line.
I don't know if one of you want to take over for Chairman Daniel So. Then I think maybe.
I'm back on the call, Speaker.
Okay. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours, a response. Or Dr. Begay.
Yes, thank you for the comments and questions. We'll refer to Dr. Begay again. Thank you.
Yeah, so Honorable Damon, Speaker, do I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Aditsa Heinzige, Honorable Eugene So. I worked in Chinle District for a year. I was a principal at Many Farms Elementary School. I met a lot of good parents. Ani, we'll sit down and talk. You see, Badadi, Daddy, on here, and you're not can. So that's the so we really need to sit down on it. Because that is my priority. We have to address how we can improve on our whole language, saving the language or anything like that. We have to use the language. You either use it or you lose it. With Honorable Nathaniel Brown again, you mentioned a colonial system education. I'm glad you mentioned that. That is very much the case. If we look around, so that we have our own standards, we have our own teachings. That again go bin del nisko pohane swane benashe hachol nikle twande benashe di pohane klingo with that Joshi, we're going to make that a priority and we're going to address removing the colonial system. There's some good things, but I see and that is take out there. Though they Honorable Wilson Stewart, yes, let's meet. That we will talk more about the challenges for your regional area. Honorable Elmer Brigade, we can talk about all of that. And Honorable Freeland, the takeover by Doty of BIE, and also the state education system, similar to the state education system. How do we do that? I've looked at all of that before. I've looked at the checklist on anytime you do a 638 with Doty, I even counted the staff, the job description of Doty and also of the BIE at the Windrock office in that whole area. And you have two huge bureaucracy. And how do you run an operation, take over? You have to work with the staff for sustainability. Your staff, our staff, they know what needs to be done and they need help and they can do that. Superintendents, I intend to stay there as long as I can and train administrators and our staff. Our priority facilities, our priority, our language culture, our priorities, our academics and athletics and our livestock, strong livestock economy. And we have to recast our identity in a true light. Die old hard deal nicht ado eben nache ko na has ago kinda nas jago na nation da do les ko in that we will see improvement on roads, we'll see more housing at the nache and hit the net ego the old has I ko but the nail na go it's not on any they not on in any what Bantus case. Those are my comments, Honorable Damon Speaker.
Very much, Dr. Begay. With that, Chairman Daniel So, does that conclude your response?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Amber Cruddy in the queue. Floor is yours, Madam Chair. Amber Cardi.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate all of the comments and Dr. Begay for providing additional resources. I've been reading over some of the articles that you co-authored and the vision that you have for our Navajo students. What I want to spend my time here on council asking is a lot of work that we do is very sensitive as I chaired the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. And in that work, a large part of the population that have been directly impacted by sexual assault is our children, especially our Navajo children under the age of 12. Now, these children are in our school systems and they do not receive the type of wraparound care that they need to not only deal with the type of trauma when it comes to sexual assault, but also the amount of violence that they experience when they watch either their parents, guardians, or loved one in interpersonal violence at home, and how then they are supported through the system, whether it's counseling, whether it's bringing in Navajo treatment for families, and also them as survivors of violent crimes, how the school system then can be a part of that wraparound service. And that's something that I really haven't seen with our school system as we integrate not only the criminal justice system, but the medical care. And it's how do we keep our children to thrive at the school setting. And I wanted to get your insight in terms of what are these trauma-informed processes that we need to acknowledge at the school setting. There's currently only one individual who works out of Albuquerque that receives all of the SCAN, the suspected child abuse and neglect cases. That averages about 350 cases a year. That does not include the public schools. And so our children are really at a battle with it in their own homes. And it's hard, I think, for leadership to realize what that does to a child as they have maybe experienced their own pain and in their own healing journey. But what could we do in terms, and we've always wanted to modify Title 10 to incorporate trauma-informed care, to incorporate a mental health model, the Navajo wellness model that can look at them holistically and recognize that a child may be having difficulties in school because they're trying to cope with their trauma, and how then our teachers who have maybe experienced their own trauma are not able to identify and see that that child is exhibiting trauma symptoms rather than just labeling them ADHD or a troubled child. And we've done a lot of work as a council in supporting and doing suicide prevention. One of the major components was going into the schools and having these conversations, but there really needs to be more of a follow-up. And so how can the council help in terms of the schools reach out to like our IHS, reach out to our other federal partners that have like SAMHSA from HHS or DOJ in some of these youth courts. I would want to know, how do we integrate and make our schools this thriving center, the heart of the community, that what's mirrored at the school is where not only is it a safe space, that maybe that's the only time that child is going to hear that someone loves them, that child's going to receive food, that someone is going to be there for them. And so I need to know then, in terms of your leadership, and how do we create that policy, and then that is just the role and what we envision for our children. We always talk about what do we want for our child as they graduate through our process. And what I always say is we need children who are able to cope with the trauma that's happened in their lives. so that they don't self-medicate or self-harm. We need children who know that they can be empowered to live up to their biggest dreams. And we need our children to know that we care and that we love them and that our communities will be here. And it's not just celebrating at the graduation time, but it's throughout the year, and it's celebrating all of the accomplishments, all of these different spirits that we have in our school and all of their different abilities. So I wanted to hear in terms of what are major changes that you see within the next 12 months to be very aggressive in providing these trauma-informed cares into our school. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
No time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Madam Chair, no time remaining. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? If there's none, let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman Daniel. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Honorable Amber Body. I will defer the comments and questions to Dr. Begay. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, Damon, proceed.
Yes, Dr. Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Marshall. Behind the Honorable Amber Crody, appreciate your comments, your concern with our youngster, and I could not agree with you 100%. There are assault cases, widespread child abuse, child neglect, and I've seen this firsthand. And there are many measures that can be undertaken to address these very, very serious issues, very horrible, serious issues. One of the things that we need to do right away is establish a very solid, strong, comprehensive database, reporting requirements. Some of the schools have that. Where I have worked in the schools, they have the reporting requirements, and we need to enforce, again, developing a very strong database on all of this. And that needs to be ongoing. And the other thing we can do right away, as early as next week, what we call relationship, continuous relationship in a school, and to train staff and parents on relationship, meaning that they are positive words, phrases. They're very optimistic words, phrases, very encouraging, very supportive. And this establishes, again, a very positive, accepting climate, a culture in a school. And we started in one school, a vocabulary of positive words, encouraging words, supportive words, we use that. I use that in one school. Every morning I would meet all the kids when they get off the bus into the cafeteria. I would meet them all every morning. Hi guys, how are you doing? So great to see you. I'm so glad to see you're here today. Wow, you are a smart kid. I like your shoes. You have a wonderful backpack. You're going to do great today. It's so wonderful to see all of you. These kinds of words you can use. It makes a world of difference. The kids are appreciated. We can do these right away. And some kids, I believe they were third graders, they gave me an award for that. And I have copies of that award for the best, greatest principal in the world or something to that effect. And so just like in a family, healthy family dynamics, they use those kinds of positive words and phrases. we can do that in the school. We can do that with parent training. These we can do right away to impact, again, the widespread child neglect, child abuse. And we can develop, again, our database for all of this. And so these are our, again, as I mentioned, our children. They are our most precious gift. They are our most precious resources. That's how we are here as parents, as grandparents. It's very good, healthy medicine just to be with your kids and grandkids. It takes work. It just doesn't come. It just does not come. You have to work at it. So I'm hoping this sheds light again on the concern you have, Honorable Cody. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. McGee. Does that complete your response, Chairman Daniel So?
Yes, that concludes our response.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in the queue, no one with reserved time. That going once. We are in the main motion of legislation 0243-21. Going twice.
Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Smith. Floor is yours, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. This is quite a lengthy dialogue. Had Nanda let me speak on behalf of the schools. As we all know that Nanda and Osenegi, we're in the winter season and the road conditions are very bad. How much does the superintendent have a say in? I know that they're concerned about the attendance, and the attendance being at school is important. And the areas that I'm talking about is in the remote, and when it snows, the roads are impassable. Parents can't get their kids to school, and buses can't get out there. And I know that the Biden administration has a stimulus package regarding roads. Does the superintendent solicit any dialogue with the federal level in illustrating the fact that the Navajo Nation is in dire need of road improvement? If we can't improve the roads, then our kids lose out on behalf of getting a quality education. That's my question. And how much does the superintendent work with the counties? Because there is border towns that have schools, and most of them are young Navajo children that go to school. That's my second question. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Henio.
Chairman Henio, floor is yours.
Just a question here, Speaker. I heard culture and privilege, and then the question came out
then reserve time. Do we reserve time on question of privileges? That's my question of privilege. Speaker, to that.
Are you referring to, I didn't hear a question of privilege. The last one, I was calling for the vote and I was on the second round. I was gonna close it out, and that's when I heard Vice Chair Smith asked to be put into the queue. And that's when I went to him. Are you referring to that time, or is there another time when you're referring to a question of privilege?
Speaker Damon, that's what I was referring to. I don't know, maybe hearing things here in Rama, but that's what I thought I heard.
Okay. All right. Oh. All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, there's a question directed to Dr. Begay from Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's just stay focused on the responsibilities of the superintendent, roads, and the lobbying efforts, I think, is on the shoulders of the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got to refer the question to Dr. Begay. Thank you.
Dr. Begay?
Yeah, Baja. Oh, I'm glad the Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. posed that question. Roads on it. What these are terrible road conditions. They have to be constantly upgraded. In my experience, we have worked with the county, and they have been very helpful, as well as the BIA and the BIE. And what we found is that you have to constantly knock on their doors. But if you bring it once or twice or every so often, as with every department everywhere, sometimes these get lost in all the everyday activities. So what we've done, very helpful, is to follow up, to consistently follow up on the requests, especially for roads. And we have improved, graded our roads with the help of the county and the BIE. Those are my response.
Thank you very much for your response, Dr. Begay. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions? If not, I do have reserved time with Vice Chair Smith at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you again, Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Begay, for that answer on my question. Yes, I do realize that you have to be persistent, and that's why I'm asking for your help in behalf of these roads out in the Navajo Nation portion, not only in my area, but the whole Navajo Nation as a whole. We see that as a major problem. The other question I posed was working with the county in behalf of the schools. I know that in the Sanders area, that's within the Apache County superintendent oversees that. And we have a lot of our Navajo kids that go to school there. Do you converse with them? Do you get their input, or is there just a separate dialogue on that? The other question is, we don't have libraries. We don't have libraries for our kids to go to school. How do we get those libraries so that our kids can go there and utilize, it's like when you go to border towns, there is public libraries readily available, but we don't have them. And I know that we need them. So that's my question. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 32 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel, so.
Thank you. Refer the question to
Dr. Begay.
Okay, Nana Mahajo. With the question from Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., yes, persistent in addressing these very serious issue, it pays off. And what we've done is we've always met with the county school superintendent, and also we've approached the county board of supervisors as well. And we addressed the safety of the roads, and we've dealt with this again, the terrible roads, especially during the rainy or winter season. And it is a very serious safety issue for the kids. And so they will listen as long as you promote a very good mutual healthy relationship and the importance of this education to kids. And so that we found works very well. As far as accessibility to the library, two things there. In many schools, in one school we built an $18 million elementary school with an electronic school-wide library. We sort of put to rest the good old card catalog. We kind of put it on the museum piece. And so we built a school-wide electronic library for one. And then for the outlying areas, we were promoting library on wheels, actual books and Wi-Fi to go out to where a lot of kids don't have access to the school sites. And so there are things that can be done to address these kinds of shortcomings and issues, and that can be worked out. Those extent my response.
Thank you very much, Dr. Begay. That concludes your response, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
And members of the Navajo Nation Council. Upon the positive confirmation vote, I'd like to ask the Speaker or Chief Officer to initiate a PAF pending a PAF so that Dr. Harold Begay can start as soon as Monday morning. As in previous other confirmations, the other division directors, they were on board pending their confirmation. Positive, if we could get that accomplished, we can start immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? I do have Vice Chair Smith with reserve time, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Okay, Nana, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and Mr. Begay for answering those questions that I posed. Thank you. That's very good answers on what I was looking for. I just want to say that when you get into your position, I'd like to come over and speak with you directly on behalf of what I'm discussing and what these things that are impending upon the Navajo Nation. And I hear that roads is a big issue, and I'd like to get dialogue going with that so that we can work towards getting roads improved. I know that the county and BIA and Navajo Department of Transportation, they'll be out there to do, I guess, maintenance, but we need improvement where the roads need to be improved to be weatherized. That's why I brought up the fact that Biden administration has provided funding, and I'd like to see if we can tap into that. And also the state in Arizona, there's going to be next week having that state legislatures meeting. I'd like to talk with them down there. I don't know if you'll be able to go down there and meet with the representatives down there and Congress folks and solicit the senators to hear our dialogue, because education is important. And thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I'm going to go back to Dr. Begay, Chairman Daniel So, for a response.
Thank you, Speaker, fellow colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council. Just realized that some of the questions and some of the responses on how to get things accomplished will not happen overnight. As far as programmatic and budgetary items, we really have to look at finding additional funds for Doty. And then there are other, as Brother Raymond Smith alluded to, the state of New Mexico has prioritized early childhood facilities in the state of New Mexico. And we do have Head Start facilities listed in our ARPA, and we have to coordinate so that we don't double fund certain buildings, and so that is the aspect that we have to really look at. And I appreciate everybody's input and comments and questions, and we look forward to his his knowledge, experience go to work for us. And I appreciate thank you. That would be the extent of my thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we'll go back to the floor. Anybody else with the reserved time? Nobody else in the queue? Is there any other comments or questions, colleagues? Going twice. We're on legislation 0243-21's main motion. Going three times. Mr. Rico. Oh, we don't need a second reading. There's no amendment, so there's no to go. Let's vote on legislation 0243-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Speaker Keon Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes TC Warrior green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty,
Shutted Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Kelowna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is don't show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable
Green.
Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. With that, colleagues, we got 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting, and that was on legislation 0243-21, confirmation of an appointment of Dr. Harold G. Begay as a superintendent of schools for the Navajo Nation Department of Education. Congratulations, Dr. Begay. Motion passes.
Honorable Damon Speaker, if I could have the floor.
Go ahead, Dr. Begay.
Yeah, Marshall. Again, I just want to thank you very much. It is truly, truly a privilege and honor to come before you, and the executive leadership, President Nez and Vice President Eliza, to serve the Navajo Nation, K-12 education and higher education in actually tri-states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. And I'm very excited that we are going to remake our Navajo education system into what we call a hallmark of exceptional Native Indigenous schooling system nationwide. So I am very excited about this, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you again, and congratulations, Dr. Begay. That, colleagues, moving on down to item number 6, reports. It's a report from the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services regarding changes to the burial assistance packaging and the impact it has on the Navajo people, presented by Ms. Neswood Gishi, Division Director of Social Services. Ms. Gishi, are you on the line?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, this is Deanna Neswigishi.
With that, Ms. Neswood Gishi, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on, I guess, I know that there wasn't any type of immediate notice earlier than today, but there was a request to have an update on some of the changes in the burial assistance program there underneath your supervision at the Social Services Department. And there was questions about that. And I'm sure you probably had questions from some of my colleagues. And I think that you did sent out a report, and I think Mr. Rico sent that out. Mr. Rico, what time did you send that out?
Good evening, Speaker and members of 24th Nomination Council. That report was sent out at 1:42 today.
1:40. Okay, great. 1:42 p.m., colleagues. So I'm gonna turn the floor over to Ms. Neswa Gishi at this time. Ms. Neswa Gishi, you do have 20 minutes on the board to present, then we can go from there. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Nomination Council. This is Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Division of Social Services Executive Director. Touching Nilashan Sinjikana Bashichin, Sitna Jenny Dashiche, Nanisha Touchy Dashanella. And so with being with the Division of Social Services, I did have a conversation with one of the delegates this morning that had questions regarding the Burial Assistance Program and how that had changed. And so we have actually received some invites from 2 other delegates to do presentations on our Navajo Family Assistance Services. We did do a presentation last week to Delegate Freeland's 8 chapters in person. And then we also did a virtual presentation to Delegate Keon Begay with his 5 chapters. So just letting you know that we are open to doing presentation on any of our services moving forward. So with the presentations that we have completed, it was all of the Navajo Family Assistance Services. And as some may recall, during the NABI work sessions that we had at Twin Arrows, there was some discussions on our services, and I have provided that information as well. So in particular to burial assistance, so Navajo Nation has always had 11 contracts with mortuaries that were negotiated rate, meaning that the contracts in place, they were very specific to where a regular burial package was $2,500. And if a person was wanting cremation services, the nation decided to put it at $1,300. And then for traditional burial, meaning that there is no casket, the amount provided was $1,000. And that has been in place for many years. As I've mentioned before, I started working with Navajo Nation Division of Social Services in 1993. So I'm at 29 years with social services, and those were some of the services that have been in place since I started. Excuse me. And so when I took over my job as exec director, one of the charges I had was to look at duplication of services, streamlining our services, realigning how we needed to do our service. So with the Navajo Family Assistance Services, that is one area that sort of has been under the Department of Family Services. It moved to under Department of Self-Reliance on January 8, 2021. And so during the pandemic, we had assessed that it needed to be a separate standalone. And we did go through the process to have our plan of operation changed. And so to have it as a separate standalone program, as a 7th program within the Division of Social Services. So that is currently pending with our sponsor, Delegate Halona. During the NABI work session, I had also brought up that our burial assistance policy and our general assistant policy had been on hold by 2 sponsors since December 2020. And so those are some areas that we're needing to move forward. So in regards to the burial assistant program, with the contracts, we had served over 1,500 individuals with COVID-19, Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. With those assistance that we provided, we had no contracts. And we worked with any mortuary throughout the United States for individuals who had a Navajo census number and their cause of death was related to COVID-19. And so we saw that as to where we would provide $3,500 per decedent that needed that service. Income and residency was not a requirement. And so we saw how we were able to work more closely with any mortuary. So that's how we move forward. And so with the 11 contract mortuaries, this is where I received and our team members received comments regarding the contracts that were in place and that had been in place for many years, that they were not conducive to meeting the needs of many of the decedents. The families wanted a choice of caskets that they wanted, and because it was a negotiated rate with the 11 mortuaries, it was very specific that they had to make a choice of 2 caskets, and the feedback that I received was they were not up to standards. Some families actually chose not to use the Navajo Nation or the 638 burial assistance because of the contract requirements, because they wanted something of better quality. And so that's where we started hearing these discussions. And again, this is over the past 20 months that we've had COVID-19. So we started meeting with BIA officials. Of course, OMB had to be present. And I started asking those questions and reviewing the 25 CFR to see where we were having to have contracts, where we're limiting the amount of funds that we were providing families. And in our meetings with BIA, we learned that we were able to pay up to $2,500 per burial assistance request. And it was the nation that chose to use the amounts of $1,300 for cremation and $2,500 for regular burial. It's not a requirement. It's just the nation chose at that time. The other things regarding contracts, again, other tribes do not all have contracts with mortuaries. And so we started having that dialogue and discussion to see how we're going to process this. Of course, we had to meet with OOC on this process when we were doing the work for Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And at that time, again, they did state that we were not required to have contracts. So we did a lot of work into this prior to making this decision. So the contracts that we had with the mortuaries, there were 3-year contracts. And so they were to expire December 31st, 2021. So we have been having meetings with the mortuaries, whether we had a contract with them or not. And we had been talking with them for more than 6 months on these proposed changes. And so, moving forward, we did have another meeting with them Tuesday just to follow up with them as well. So this is discussions that we've had for several months. It wasn't something just done on spur of the moment. So moving forward, we were doing a disservice to families in certain areas. One example, and I've heard delegates talk about this before, that we were not serving all of the families on Navajo Nation. An example is out towards Dilcon, Tisto, Indian Wells, Loop. Those families that had suffered a loss, they had to go to a contract mortuary, and there was none in their area. And so a lot of those families paid out of pocket because they chose to use a mortuary in Sholo. In Winslow was Greer's, and in Flagstaff was Lozano. And then we were also doing a disservice to families up towards the Page area that they had to use the one mortuary in Tuba City. And then going up north towards Aneth area, we had families that had to choose to travel into Shiprock, to Desert View, Mortuary, or all the way to Tuba City, to Valley Ridge. And so they had a mortuary right there in Blanding, but we had to say, no, you have to use one of the 11 contract mortuaries. So this is where we were not servicing all families and we were doing a disservice. And so with how we're moving forward now with no contracts, families are given a choice of whatever mortuary they want to use. They can choose whatever burial package that they want. And the nation social services, we will be paying those amounts up to $2,500. Again, if some of the cremations are at $1,800 of what I've seen, the Division of Social Services will somehow set a limit of $1,300. So the families did have to pay out of pocket for the additional funds in that area. So now we would be able to cover a majority of those costs for a traditional burial service, meaning no casket or cremation services. So the families are given a choice. And so this is something that we've also done. And I did a presentation on this with the Navajo School Clothing, that we used to dictate to families that here you are, you have to take this pair of shoes, you have to take this pants and this jacket. So now we have completed 2 years of giving families the choice to choose whatever school clothing or supplies they need and process a check for $250 per child, school-age child. And we have spent $1.8 million on Navajo School Clothing and served over 3,600 individuals, children. And we still have 1,000 applications or so, and we're going to see how we're going to meet that need for those applications that were submitted prior to December 17, 2021, which was the ending of the school year 21-22. So we have been working with the Office of the President, Vice President, and Department of Health to meet that need moving forward. So we also have utilized all of our funding for Navajo Nation COVID-19. And so again, we're looking at working with Department of Emergency Management. They had received some donations. So we're looking at replenishing that in the amount of $4 million. So we can continue to offer assistance of $3,500 per Navajo decedent. Again, income and residency is not a requirement. So we are providing these services to families so that they are having a choice, and they're not being told when they're grieving to say you have to choose from these two and you can only go to these locations. And that's how we are moving forward. And I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gishi. With that, could I get a motion, colleagues?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Second.
Second, Charles Newton.
Second. Delegate James.
That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time.
Speaker, Kellen.
Count Gay, good evening. Floor is yours.
Namaste. Miskishi Kudo, porting Dagi. You know that there's a lot of situation that we continue to have. I don't know if it's the fault of the council for not appropriating the funding again, or the program. Then we begin to kind of like scramble around to say that we need to fix this. That's one area that I know that a lot of our Navajo people are continuing to struggle, and I have been, and I have been assisting some family, especially out of our own pocket, to help people donate some funding. Although, I mean, it's constantly every single day now, community members, I believe 2,500 is not enough. At least 35 to 4,000 assisted will be beneficial for our people, to the community. And then the other area is that mortuary auto. I mean, just checking up the price just to get the funding. I mean, the net odds that was in what did all yard and then give the car now. The package had indicate our dark about the nation so one such case. I thought artificial based on Dodge need for that look at the council session which are now issues. But in the meantime, maybe those contracts let them know that we will continue to honor up to when the council will approve or allocate additional funding to whatever without stability. Otherwise, speaker, so reserve the rest of my time.
All right, Council Behaviors, every time at 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Went on down, Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours.
Yeah. I did, Mrs. Deanna Neswit Gishi, thank you for your report. Oh, Dashin Sabo E Yako, not so huge in la do, be Ishani in la. Ado hat ila penina la what ela to what anin later Ascandin Jala what adanaya yada late ela tishrit. In this case, I guess it's an issue of a contract that has expired, and I guess you know, the work that went in to try to reduce the rates and to get the mortuaries together to honor that price. There's probably agreements that happened in bed that is, and that's the way I see it. Alcohol, alcohol, I think a lot of what we say council is to pay for it. If social service program only provides $2,500 per family if they qualify, you know, and the difference usually comes out of the family. But if the council wishes to pick up the difference, we need a budget. And we need to have a budget, and we need to allow these things to so that we could infuse additional resources. Other than that, if the council does not infuse any more resources, and thank you for being forward and letting us know on what's going on, so that we can go ahead and try to find a solution to this. But again, you know, your report to that issue is that the contract has expired, and that expired contract is pretty much out of your hand now. You have to start back all over to get something to be brought back to the table. So, but if the council does not fund any more dollars to that program to help to relieve our families out there, that we will always have this. And if you can, maybe get us a budget, and maybe we can try to infuse some additional resources to that program to try to alleviate that. That's one solution. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable. So reserve your time at 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? I have nobody in the queue at this time. It's not. Let me go back to the presenter. Ms. Gishi, I think there was a couple of questions. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Naaman and members of the 24th Nomination Council. So thank you, Honorable Kellen Begay, regarding the funding and the amount of $2,500 not being sufficient, and that it should be at $3,000 or $4,000. I'm going to, these funds are coming directly from Public Law 93-638 BIA funding. And so we have an annual funding agreement moving forward with the service that we provide for burial assistance. In the 25 CFR, part 20.325, it talks about who can apply for burial assistance. And there's a particular subsection D. The approved payment will not exceed the burial maximum burial payment standard established by the Assistant Secretary. So basically, this is in reference to right now, our Assistant Secretary from Department of Interior is Ms. Deborah Holland. And so this amount of $2,500 has been the same since 1993 or probably prior. So we cannot use 638 funding to pay anything more than the $2,500. Now, if it's the wish of the council to cover additional funding, that would have to be coming out of the nomination general funds because we cannot exceed the burial payment standard. And in regards to Delegate Otoso regarding budgets and paying the difference, again, we cannot exceed $2,500. And these are some discussion points that we've had with the Office of the President, Vice President, as far as we have this payment standard that has been in place for more than 29 years. I can speak to that. And that there's with the costs of funeral expenses have gone very high. Also, in regards to the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, we had set the rate of $3,500 to pay that amount on behalf of the family, just because with the BIA, when the COVID-19 came about, it was the BIA had raised the amount to $3,500 if the cause of death was related to COVID-19. So when we started the nomination COVID-19, we used that same amount of $3,500, and that's how we had submitted our budget moving forward. We have limitations. When we have our 638 funding, we cannot just increase the rate. Again, we're trying to help as many families. We have a small team with Navajo Family Assistance. We currently have 11 staff, and they're not just only doing burial assistance, they're doing other financial services. And so we are increasing that team. Just in comparison, we have our Department for Self-Reliance TANF program, and they serve on average 3,000 customers on a monthly basis. But there's 124 staff in Department for Self-Reliance. And when we're looking at the Navajo Family Assistance Services of 11 staff, and I just gave the example that we've served over 3,500 children from September to December with the 11 staff. And then they also have the burial assistance, and the report that came out showed how many individuals they had serviced. They also do general assistance. They also do the community service block grant, CSBG, as well as the LIHEAP. And we will be also doing the LIWAP, which is the low income home water and wastewater assistant program. So one of our big challenges, and I've stated this many times, is our hiring process takes on average 3 to 7 months to bring on a new employee. And those are some areas that we are working on. We have task work groups within the Office of the President, Vice President. We have the Human Resource team. We have the Financial Task Force. We also have our Reorganization Task Force, which I am on with Dr. Jill Jim as co-chairs. And then we have our technology workforce. So we see that there's some areas of where improvement can be done. And so we will continue with trying to streamline this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gishi. With that, let me go on to back to the floor. I have Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, floor is yours. Honorable Vince James.
I had Sinale, Speaker, Ado, members of the council, Ado, Division Director, thank you for the report. The Kodo, Bane, any, I hope about the Hodges Care and so, oh, at Egida cohort, that is the Hanalia, Ado, a quite a bias here. The no, the Yata, and they, ya, quite a bias, hito, Eastern Huindla. We hit the net, oh, are you yeah, evening now. Ado, Nana, Kodo, and Joanna, did that, Ato Hajon hit the net, become net. The Kotao, not hit echo, Tuesday at that Hago. Ya hot out the never the hot in the kitchen. The hot never cohort hey. So no, yes, on uncle. Chat ya magic hotel named a donut for the store. Social service the package kito a daily and they need na hon. A day to a late and he don't need a codic at the desk kit 5,200 he don't need a young social service 2,500 me land in Hikodo 3,200 and say Ado funeral service lehe Jokot the Chaka or the Benin not they had to postpone the funeral service. A call did on later has your hit the net was now she or what's that the door didn't a mortuary the ado mortuaries budget on the local ones the budget not the question and they are me oh what are hot oh by yet Khonna eto kwaiki ol kilo. 8 adon hito ni do o belche hadi to ba ya tin de chokot ko. Ako ela hit out la kwaiki bana diskito lik. Ado sin kodo da the kui go sin ke da hona ba ya do tit o ha yuje ba na hat ko ko di ne the peso ya ho da de la hi ki yo de yo in de social service package di den charchen and that then plus that then that's lean the o kon staho NHA housing be sa then hard shape based on another dish okota nini kit o you ni hit the neck head in the ko I don't we the ko so you na stage and that then if in DJ do is in that he ni all also that ha kai quite based you should cut to one hard based on the dish to put out the ya that here ko quite ban so case so the national in the case so na ha hit ahoda na ha na ha ki so da Alchadi listen the Aslahajin ki continue on la do ya shonda chokot out to ba ya nan ko hot ni eastern winda what in adel ki do so reserve my time do list national speaker yeah. Hello?
Reserve time at 50 seconds.
Mr. Rico, could you restate that again? What was the reserve time?
50 seconds.
That colleague to Mr. Gishi for response. Desert Gishi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you, Honorable Vince James, for the information that you provided. And so right now, families will be working directly with a mortuary of their choice. And if they do not have the funds or they're requesting assistance, they will work directly with a Navajo Family Assistance Services employee. We're working with our consultants to have a web portal so we don't have to be a holdup in families to request assistance. And I'm not sure if any of you guys have looked at our website when we had our LIHEAP on there. And then we also had our school clothing web portal, and that was able to work with families who resided off the Navajo Nation. And again, we're still in this pandemic and we didn't want to have hundreds or thousands of families coming in with school clothing applications. So they did it on a web portal. So those are some areas that we're working with our consultant to have a web portal. So if a family does have that additional need, then they would be able to just go onto our website and submit an application on our web portal. so that we can get the information right away. The other area is working directly with the offices. We're sort of put in a difficult place when we have some of our employees in buildings that we have to lease or with BIA. And we actually had our Chinle office closed by BIA today as well, because there was an employee that had tested positive for the virus. And so BIA closed the building and informed the staff they cannot come back until next week, Wednesday. So individuals who are needing that service, so now we had to put signs up to say to call one of our other local offices. So those are some areas that we want to be able to be responsive to the needs of the families and have a quicker turnaround on this application process. We also have a big investment in our Division of Social Services case management database called the TASK, which is a tribal assistance system. And we're actually having conversations with OOC. So if we can enter that into our database so that we can do batch processing of payments to vendors. Those data ports have primarily been set up with AB numbers, meaning for individuals, address books. And so now we're having discussion to pay vendors. So when we are needing to make payments to vendors, we're able to do that on our case management database. So those are some areas of improvement that we're doing with the contracts. We had to do a receiving record. And so once the invoices came in from the mortuaries that we have contracts with, we would have to do a receiving record. And so once we submit them, it's sort of out of our hands. It may take days or weeks before it went through the internal process and the check was either generated or through an ACH file, it was sent to the mortuaries. So those are some improvements that we're trying to do. And so with families, they still can go in and make that request for assistance up to $2,500. Again, with 638, their funding indicates the person has to be an Indian. And they have to be considered indigent, meaning that they don't have resources to pay for the final expenses on the decedent. It's not income on the applicant. And so at the time of death, does the decedent have resources to pay for their final expenses? So when people decide that they're wanting to do GoFundMe or drive-by donations, those are not supposed to be counted. And those are discussions that we have with our team that that's nothing written to where they have to basically have the families who are receiving any donations to turn around and apply it to the cost. And so we're doing a lot of education with the 11 team members of how we're moving forward. So we're still providing that service. It's just where we don't have a negotiated contract rate, so we can work with all mortuaries as well. Thank you.
Very much.
What a privilege.
I heard somebody say something.
Speaker should say, it's me. I can't hear. We can't hear anything out here. Looks like it's vibrating and also echoing.
Speaker, can you put Freeland in the queue? Thank you.
Is Honorable Elmer Begay on the line? Going twice.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Don, thank you. I don't shut it off. Gishi, my question is, I know that you said you've been with the department's social service for 29 years. Because I think this has been how delegates, my fellow delegates and litigation, especially on the litigation, to advocate for the people. Because Arushinto the case, so I don't Arabic in hidden having they car Dale. The call has only to by Kiko. I think one thing that I wanted to know is that we know the issues. If we've been there for 29 years, why the southwest part of the reservation, Winslow, Holbrook, the southwest part of the reservation, the what are they use the mortuary and then also the grave site there. I think there, which in the hospital based on Limigi. So they had to pay for the box there. They had to pay for the grave site though, city grave site. So they had to, if you're not a resident of those within that city limits, it costs more. There's an extra cost that the people has to pay for that. That's the issue. You're very well know about that. Is there any way is there any plans that's in place that can be address that issue? As a supervisor and then also as a director there. If you need help, you know that there's some laws that can be changed. Even because one thing that I know that those people those mortuary don't want any don't want to work with the tribe is because of the 2,500 in Minigi. They're not accepting it because they say that it's too slow. The payment is too slow. And it's been like that for so many years now. What kind of streamline as a director to correct that? I want to know that is it or is it so that will be my question. Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 57 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening, colleagues and staff. Ms. Nesli Gishi, thank you for the update. I just want to make a comment. I wanted to thank you for joining us last week at Twin Arrows and working with my chapters. And my chapters had a lot of positive feedback on your presentation. And we had a very lengthy discussion that morning. And I definitely appreciate that because the more information we're able to provide them, they're always the first line of contact when a family member or a community member gets lost, unfortunately. One of my chapter presidents always contacts me and he lets me know, and he's unfortunately suffered a huge loss from COVID. And he tells me routinely, we've lost another community member or we're doing a burial But the information that you provided to the 8 regional last week was very informative, and I appreciate that because they got all the same information across the board, and they took away a lot from that discussion. So I just wanted to thank you for that day and for that morning. Colleagues, if you have an opportunity to have Ms. Nesbitt come to your chapters, or if you meet together as a group of chapters or a district or whatever, do please take advantage of that, because we talked about burial assistance, we talked about LAHEAP. One of the two big components, utility assistance, is real important right now, especially with the cost. The driving sources of a lot of our people not being able to get their assistance or get utility assistance at this time. So I just want to make those comments, Speaker, and say thank you to Ms. Nesbitt for providing that thorough and essential information to 8 regional chapters to get Twin Arrows. Thank you. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. There's none. We go back to Ms. Nesbitt for
Speaker.
Speaker. Vice Chair Walker, is that you?
Yes.
That Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker, members of the council, other presenters, Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, your staff, thank you for the report this evening. The email that we received this afternoon, sort of like a rundown of the information that you gave us verbally earlier, Ada. Although kind of going back to one item that caught my attention there, it's kind of like something different or new. Maybe it isn't new, but to me, it's like I haven't heard of it before. The Household Water Assistance Program, the NINIGI, if you can elaborate a little bit more on that, I would appreciate that. And then of course, I'm thinking about one community that is in my legislative district. That community, earlier in 2020, they received a water storage tank for the community. So it was a community watering point. Then there was a water vendor that came in from one of the nearby towns. So every time the water was completely dispensed, or when they used it all up, that vendor would come in and refill the water storage tank. It was like 2,500 gallon water storage tank made for potable use. Although funding ran out for that, it was temporary, it was short term, but I thought it was a great service to the community. Then community members from that area, they really appreciated that, really benefited from such a program. Well, it wasn't a program, it was just for that time. I'm wondering if the Household Water Assistance Program resources from that could be used towards something like that. So I'm talking about a remote area, isolated area, and with a community watering point, where the watering point has to be, water has to be imported. For this program that you mentioned earlier, would that be something, or could something be worked out to where that community would be provided that assistance? That'd be my question. And then I guess if you elaborate more on it, I could learn more. I might have missed some of the things you said in your presentation earlier. This is Neswit Gishi. I'd like to thank your staff, though, each and every one of them, for putting in the long, hours, and during these challenging times, difficult times, through thick and thin, enduring the elements, enduring this dangerous sickness virus that's around. To provide a service to our Navajo people during the times that they need help, household, energy, the burial assistance, then this water program. Johnson as employees, it's their frontline people that really provide an important service, like all the other service providers, healthcare, fire protection, law enforcement, CHR, the social services. You're to be commended for that. But now is probably not the time to do that. But the appreciation is there. After post-pandemic, after this virus leaves our homelands, we will recount the many times people were there for each other. So, today, Speaker, back to you. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back to Ms. Neswit Gishi at this time. Ms. Neswit Gishi.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you, Delegate Elmer Begay, for the questions or on regarding the services that are provided. I'm aware with situations that occur off Navajo. You had mentioned the Holbrook mortuary. It's the same like in Gallup and other surrounding areas that individuals would have to have additional an outside box and whatnot when they're using a city mortuary. So those are costs that are going to more than likely be covered by the family. The burial assistance funds has to go directly to a mortuary. So whatever the costs are is where, again, I keep looking at our 25 CFR in regards to what we can provide, and it's very specific that we have to make payment to a funeral home or mortuary for the services, the professional services that they provide. The question regarding delayed payments, I agree. I think I stated that a little bit earlier, that it's not conducive to meeting the needs for the family as well as the mortuaries because of delayed payments. And so again, your question was, how are we going to correct the delayed payments? This is where we're looking at having more immediate would be, we would be doing requests for direct payments to mortuaries for the actual service that has been provided. We don't have to wait to do it on a receiving record. But once we submit a request for direct payment, there's a process. It has to go to contract accounting. They have to review for funds availability. And then it goes over to accounts payable. They do their review. And then eventually a check will be printed, or if the vendor, the mortuary, prefers an ACH file to be sent, electronic funds transfer. And so we have no control how long that's going to take. Once we submit our request for direct payment, it's sort of out of our hands. And so our solution to that is to have it entered into our case management database and do more of a batch processing. Again, with the accounts payable, the data port that they have in place has been only utilized for direct assistance, meaning a person's first and last name, and it has not been tried with using it for vendors. So that's where we're having these good discussions with Office of the Controller to see, they would be doing some test runs to see how that's going. So that would be ideal to not have these delayed payments. And then thank you, Delegate Mark Freeland, for your comments. I will certainly share your positive comments to our team. And I do have team members on this call listening. I do have our Deputy Division Director, Ms. Marlinda Littleman. We also have Ms. Rosalind Begay, who is listening as well. She provides all of our policy clarifications, and she does a lot of the report writing. Excellent job. And then we also have Ms. Rayanne Mateba, who is the Navajo Family Assistance Services Supervisor, and she came on board in September as well. So we do have team members on, and they will provide the information to the staff. And thank you for doing the shout out that to your colleagues that yes, we can do presentations to the various delegates and your chapters. We can do it virtually, however you wish. We want to be more transparent and providing this information so that we're all on the same page for the families that we are all serving in our possessions. And then third, thank you, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. for the comments regarding the staff and commending the employees for the work. We do see all of our employees going above and beyond. Again, I've mentioned we have over 444 employees, and we do have to thank them. And just, I believe 2 weeks ago, we did give all of the staff some items. We gave them a folding chair. We also gave them a yoga mat, as well, like it's sort of like a Fitbit watch. And so we want our employees to be healthy. We want them to enjoy the outdoors. And of course, we got some funny comments back that, are you telling us to lose weight because of the yoga mat and whatnot? And so we do acknowledge our employees. So thank you for that shout out. And in regards to the low income water and wastewater assistance program, we do have Ms. Rosalind Begay, very efficient, working on the final part of it so that we can have it reviewed by the Department of Justice and moving forward. So I'd like to have Ms. Rosalind Begay provide additional information on the LIWAP. Rosalind? Rosalind, we don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ms. Neswood Kishi, She'edjito, Ashin, Shon, Torikini Bashishin, Leadership Chedo, Tatnisane Edashinala, Ado, Division of Social Services, Office of the
Mr. Gay, we cannot hear you. Barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, thank you. I just did my introduction, but I would like to speak about the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program, which is a new program that the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services received. It is a one-time, non-recurring funding from two sources of appropriations, the Consolidated Appropriations Act and the American Rescue Plan Act. So if this is an emergency effort to prevent and respond to COVID-19. So we have we are working with the Department of Justice, finalizing and getting the guidance approved, and then we also have a benefit matrix that we develop. This assistance is there are 3 areas that it will assist, and we will be utilizing 60% of the Arizona State Median Income guidelines, so that we would reach more households who will be eligible for this program. Household drinking water and wastewater burden is we will be able to fund potable drinking water for human consumption and wastewater services through pipes that are constructed and regulated, such as by the NTUA, by the Navajo REMA, a utility authority, and other utility sources that are serving Navajo households. And then it will also fund safe drinking water hauling from acceptable drinking water station for cistern system or for other water storage containers that Delegate Walker mentioned. And then it will also provide fund septic tank pumping service. And then also crisis assistance, that is to restore water service that have been shut off, to restore those water services to households. And then to prevent any disconnection of households that are at risk for disconnection because of overdue payments. And then also the Navajo Family Assistance may pay additional current bills due to make sure that the water is affordable, and that drinking water and wastewaters will be available, and that we will be using the LIWA resources. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Nezogishi. Does that conclude your response?
Yes, that concludes our response. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Nguyen.
I don't have
Hello, Speaker, are you still there?
Yeah, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Neswood-Gishi, for sharing all of that information with us, and then also explaining, I know via email, I did have some questions about the burial program, and you were able to address those issues with me. I also want to say, I haven't read the report yet. However, I'd like to get a little bit more information on the report that was just now provided to us on the, I didn't even get the name of it. I apologize. I was, on my end, the call was going in and out, and it kind of sounded like a robot. But if I can get a written report on that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4:16. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Delegate Henio.
Chairman Henio, floor is yours.
Agashina Hela, Solution and Speaker Damon, Adosh and 24th Nomination Council. Ado Ms. Neswood-Gishi, thank you for being with us this late to provide your report. Just some concerns that keep coming up when I'm at my chapter meetings down in Alamo and Torjile, is that
the absence of the social services program at the chapters as far as the community people there. I've been approached many times from the leadership there and the community people that live there that they are missing social services ever since they moved out of the chapters. And there's rooms, office space available at the chapter, so that for me, that I don't think that would be an issue. But they are requesting why and when can we get social services back to Alamo and Tohachile. The same thing with the TANF or Self-Reliance, Office of Self-Reliance, I believe is what it's called now. They missed the services of the program down in those two areas, those two communities also too. So just want to get your feedback as far as how can we assist Alamo and Tohachile and these services back to the communities there. And it does have a part to play when it comes to burial assistance, because the families, when something like this happens, they start getting the runaround. They try calling Window Rock, they try calling Crown Point, and they just kind of go in circles. So it's good to have somebody down in those areas almost on a daily basis or a week, to have a schedule to where employees are down there and the people would utilize the services again. I reserve my time.
So every time at 3 minutes and 1 second. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? There's none. I'm gonna go back to you, Mr. Gishi.
Thank you, Speaker Damien, members of the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, for your request for additional information. We do have a PowerPoint already completed with all of the financial assistance services that we provide that we have just addressed this evening. Burial assistance, also general assistance, the LIHEAP, the LIWAP, the CSBG, and the school clothing. This is the PowerPoint presentation that we had shared with Delegate Freeland's chapters as well as Delegate Key Allen Begay's chapters. So we already have it prepared. I will have Ms. Roslyn Begay share it with your leadership so that you guys can see all of this information that we're having discussion on. So we can certainly provide that information on all of our financial assistance services, including TANF. And then thank you, Delegate Henio, for your questions and comments. And yes, it is late. I know that we have our Fort Defiance Agency Council meeting tomorrow, so we'll have to be bright-eyed for that tomorrow. In regards to services out in Alamo and Tohachile, yes, we did have an office there at Tohachile. And from my understanding, the building we were informed we had to move because there needed to be renovations or as such. So that's why we had left that chapter house or that building in Tohachile. In regards to missing the services, an example, TANF does itinerant sites in Tohachile as well as Alamo. I can have them make sure that they get calendars out to the chapters so they know when TANF will be providing that itinerant service. In regards to the financial assistance services, they have not had a worker station there providing those financial services. So we'll have to coordinate again. Ms. Rayanne Mateba, the supervisor, is on this call. We will strategize to see how we can make sure we're doing itinerant sites in those areas as well. And then lastly, in regards to families, unfortunately, not getting immediate services. Those are some areas that our team will work on to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all families, regardless if they're on Navajo or if they're out in satellite communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards Gishi. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? There's none. On McCallum Begay, 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Speaker, yate nana. Ado kodo miskishi kehat nana. Ado kodo. I just want to acknowledge the staff as well. So kehat hidini to. I know I've been working closely with Chanel, Ms. Rosin Begay, so kehat Chanel. Kodo chapter the additional continent will get kehat in Chicago. The one thing that I like to focus on is the Kodo CFR. I sure like for us to really make a push to the Department of the Interior to say that this is a new several years old. We need to make that adjustment. Notion that would be a good justification to increase a lot of these the Nabi Bakanda Waki based on the So today I always want to set a meeting and schedule and see how we can start making the conversation. And I always say that, I mean, this is the reason why we always the Navajo Nation internally needs to have some form of a 60-day contract negotiation process. What's ever in there, it's just a matter that the Navajo Nation just approves it, and then so we really don't negotiate. We really don't talk about these contracts. I know that this is one of them that I like to take help and assist your department and see how we can make arrangement and to talk with the key individuals at the state and federal level, and especially our congressman. So it could offer that help and assistance in helping your program with that, increasing the 638 funding appropriations for burial assistance and other programs within the federal government. So what offer my assistance to this Ms. Gishi. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Time. All right, on the dot, Jay. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes, 4 seconds, waives his time. Honorable Vince James, 50 seconds, waives his time. Honorable Elmer Begay, 57 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I hear about Ms. Gishi for your response. How about another thing too is about because we can't find any grave sites. Are you trying to work with the people, the chapters, how they can maybe to save money? I think we need to Speaker, so I think we need more information and recommendation from your office regarding a lot of people are spending a lot of money on the grave sites on the within the Holbrook and Winslow grave sites in the city limits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 16 seconds.
I reserve my time, Speaker.
Every time at 4 minutes, 14 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Chairman Hino, 3 minutes and 1 second.
Thank you to the Speaker Dana. Mr. Nesbitt Gishi, thank you for your response, and I do appreciate that you will be looking into this issue on behalf of the chapters I represent and providing the needed services there. And also, if you would send me the calendar of when the services will be provided down in those two communities, then I'll share it with the leadership there. At the same time, that's my question is, what's your working relationship with the Rama Navajo chapter as far as social services and self-reliant services? Reserve my time.
That 2:15 is your reserve time. But let me go back to Ms. Nesbitt Gishi for a response. Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Nomination Council. In regards to Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay's questions regarding grave sites, discussions, and so we're very specific with the 638 funding is very specific to actual I guess funeral assistance is, I guess it's what it's called. So we have not gone involved as far as where the family chooses to have the final services. But if we need to participate with any discussions with any of the chapters for any services off the nomination, then I can be amenable for that. But I have not had discussions on the final resting place of the families that we're providing assistance. And then Honorable Delegate Henio, we will get the calendars. I have a meeting with all the managers every Monday morning at 10 a.m. So I will have all managers present. We do virtual meetings. So I will make that request for them to send calendars to us, and then I will coordinate with Ms. Rosalind Begay to make sure she gets it to the appropriate personnel so that you're aware of the site visits. And then our working relationship with Rama Navajo chapter. So that one's sort of unique in regards to the regular, like how we have our family services. We do not provide regular family services such as like CPS, case management. We do not provide those services to RAMA because RAMA is a recipient of direct assistance from BIA for those services. But in regards to LIHEAP, we do work with residents in that area of RAMA chapter. In regards to ICWA or Indian Child Welfare Act program, they did reach out to our ICWA new supervisor, Ms. Mary Deschitney Reyna. Apparently with the ICWA program, they haven't really been doing that service from RAMA. So we're collaborating with them on how to make sure that they're getting their notices for any child who may be detained by state child protective services and how to proceed, because we do have qualified expert witnesses within our Indian Child Welfare Act program. So we're doing that collaborative effort. In regards to the LIWAP, how Ms. Rosalind Begay was providing that information as well. She did reach out to Rama, Alamo, and Tahajale for our low-income water assistant program. Rama did do a response, And we're still waiting for Alamo School Board. They're working on its reply as well. So we do try and reach out to all of the communities surrounding our satellite chapters as well. In specific with Department for Self-Reliance, they do have itinerant sites going out to Rama again. I know that does occur because I did work at Department for Self-Reliance for 9 years. And so I know that they do have itinerant sites, and staff from the Gallup office go out there on a rotation basis as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to the floor, the reserve time. Madam Chair, 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and give my time to Shanella, Honorable Vince James. I know that he had a lot of questions concerning this program. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable James, 4 minutes and 9 seconds. 5 seconds. Honorable James,
Thank
4
you.
minutes
Thank
and
you,
5
Shanella.
seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Shanella, Speaker. Although Shanella, the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, Mikey, Shanadin, although not the kid Lily, in regards to the burial. So my question earlier wasn't answered, and it's in regards to how are we accommodating the current families that are currently working with the found out that they have to find funds and postpone their funeral date that was scheduled. And so that's my first question. And then my second question is in regards to the funds that are there that you guys have in place. I know other tribal nations, they don't have contracts with mortuaries, but they do work their immediate registered voting members, their tribal members, and they assist it through the tribal office, not only as a that as well, but we're not talking about that. But at this point in time, is my main concern is how are we addressing the current situation that we put ourselves in because public education was not done, the public was not informed first. And even the 3 mortuaries that I called, they indicated that yes, it was discussed, but with a immediate meeting call and getting on the call, which was Tuesday morning, brought up to them, there's no more. Nothing's going to happen from here on out. And so in regards to that, how are we going, what is your plan to, and don't actually have funding coming to them or don't have family support? They're out there by themselves where living in a house because they have no family, have their family dispute things going on and so forth. How are we addressing that? And so the way I see your whole concept of this plan is like, okay, Navajo people, do away with the burial because the cemeteries are filling up. Now, the way to cover it is go get a cremation done, get that settled for yourself. And then we're going to disturb ceremonial spiritual sites with those spreading of ashes again. So it's that the plan that you guys have is, I see it as in that kind of a focus avenue of how we're going to be addressing this. And currently we are already running into those situations as in illegal ash spreadings that are happening at sacred sites throughout the Navajo Nation. And we're still not addressing that. And so the plan that you guys have, it seems like you guys are trying to advocate in that direction. So the way you guys have things planned is for families, the large families.
Okay, thank you. That, moving on down, Chairman Hino, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Speaker Damon, Ms. Nesbitt Gishi, thank you for all your responses and how we can help assist the families down in Alamo and Tuajile. With that, I look forward to working with you and to provide you the much needed services. With this, Speaker Damon, I'd like to give the rest of my remaining time to Jack, Honorable Vince James.
That, Honorable Vince James, 1 minute and 45 seconds. Honorable Vince James, going twice. Honorable Vince James going 3 times. That, let me go.
Speaker?
Yes, 1 minute and 45 seconds, Honorable Vince James.
Thank you again, Shahad. So to my point is, how are we addressing these families that are on fixed income? How are we going to assist them? I know that the families that have been really looking forward to it have been, it's like a continuation for them. They know where to get the funds. They know where to get the assistance from. And right now, with doing away with this and telling them that they're going to have to get extra funds elsewhere because the prices are going to be beyond the $2,500, they have to get funds elsewhere. How are we going to help those kind of individuals? Are we just going to say, hey, you need to go to this source, just like how we are doing right now for all the housing issues that we're running into, making people do all the runarounds? Is that the trend that we're headed towards again for burial assistance? And so this should have been brought up to us when council had the item to allocate more funding for the burial assistance. And that wasn't even brought up at that time. None of this plan was mentioned to us at that time as council. And it's very disturbing to hear that that wasn't shared at that time with us, but yet you guys went around us and said, okay, no more contract. We're not going to honor the $2,500 anymore package. And so when I called one of the mortuary, that particular social service casket, when it was part of the packet, it was $800, but now it has jumped to almost $2,000, and it varies for each of the mortuaries. With that,
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, let me go back to Ms. Nesbitt Gishi at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Vince James, for your comments and recommendations. As for the Division of Social Services, again, we're limited in our type of services that were provided in regards to the 638 funding that we receive. It's a one-time assistance, and so the question being, how will we accommodate or address the families? I had discussion with you this morning on the process, and that we still are honoring and paying the 2,500 if it is non-COVID. And if it is COVID related, then the amount of 3,500 would be provided. And then in regards to I guess the comment that we went around the council, that was no intention to bypass the council. These are contracts that I believe are more programmatic, how we're working with families and vendors. We have contracts with various other vendors such as group homes, childcare facilities. So I do not recall that we have to go through council, and I can do follow-up again. I may be misspoken, but I will do follow-up if these are required. And so if so, then we will go through the appropriate committees on the processes of any changes that we're doing moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zorgishi. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue, nobody else with the reserve time.
Good say.
Yes. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. I think my pen ran out of ink.
Oh yeah, the Virgin need is called Central Agency Council. Other than big, other such a toy. She did this sneaking so it in the other dish. If so, if you guys can make it, in John Dollars, you couldn't actually on nature. The agency council. And then speaker should say, I he gives about the Vince James. My time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. With that, 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Honorable James. Honorable James. Honorable Vince James going twice. Honorable Vince James going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board. Accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kim votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul
Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shudder, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Twenty in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Gishi, for being and presenting before us this evening.
You're most welcome, and it was a very difficult presentation to do. The topic is very sensitive to all of us, so thank you for the opportunity. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, moving on down on announcements and close the session and adjournment. So,
Speaker, I have announcement. Second.
motion by the adjourn by who? Honorable Freeland?
Nahenio.
Oh, in here.
Second.
I have an
Second by Honorable
announcement.
Almer Brigade. Motion by Chairman Henio to adjourn at 7:43 p.m. Second by Honorable
Speaker.
Almer Brigade.
Speaker, I have an announcement. Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Before we adjourn, just want to let you know tomorrow the Navikia State Task Force will be meeting via teleconference with our Arizona lobbyists, Mike Bilecki and Carlisle Begay at 9 a.m. We will be discussing the Arizona state priorities, the budget, and strategy for the upcoming legislative session. This is a very important call for our Arizona chapters. I do encourage my colleagues to call in if you'd like. We will begin. We will actually have discussion related to this coming week's meetings down in Phoenix. So a very important time for the Arizona legislature and the state task force on the Arizona side. So the agenda is posted on the website. The call-in number is posted. So welcome my colleagues to join that call. Thank you.
What time start? Honorable Freeland.
9 a.m. 9 a.m. The agenda is posted on the council website.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, we do have a motion to adjourn. Second by Honorable Almer Brigade. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Kelvin Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you. Good evening.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, we're officially adjourned at 7:43 p.m. Have a good evening. Thank you to the staff. Please be safe on the way home as well. Colleagues,
Thank you.
There's meetings tomorrow and very numerous meetings. Be safe if you're on the road this evening traveling. Have a good evening, everyone. We're going to